anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Alvar di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives. Gunning it, David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Hei, bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lagi. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his hand like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
But no, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan.
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu melawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan! Sumpahan! Berserang!
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertua awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports League for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
satu sekali lagi can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Flash fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Iyo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lama. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan!
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu melawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan! Berperang!
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertua awak.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports League for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. Gary trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Yo, kenapa tergesa-gesa? Tak boleh tunggu kejap ke? Sama-sama. Bertahanlah. Awak nak mati kat sini ke?
Kalau saya hilang kawan, bunuh saya tanpa lagi. Itu tugas saya.
Mestilah.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time
that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. Yeah. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Masa untuk tamatkan semua ni.
Jangan.
Saya kena. Awak tak mampu melawan. Macam manalah pengakhiran akalnya.
Sumpahan berserah.
Awak patutnya bunuh saya.
Ya, tapi ini hari bertua awak.
my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali Gadget Duit dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu body weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu skala gadget Duit dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No,
But,
don't put it that way.
my bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kan ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. Yeah. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on.
You're gonna rent it.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports League for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! sideline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita akan ada satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. Dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita katakan ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. Dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think we sometimes get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the orgs. It's more of like Team Hawk Pride, RSG Pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA. But
no, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
This will sting. You have my word.
Anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali Gadget Duit dan Alpha di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, cutting it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
anak-anak Malaysia bangkit menghadapi cabaran. Cipta sejarah demi satu tujuan. Pertahankan tanah air kita demi kemuncak M6. Ini gaya kita. Ini rumah kita. Satu tujuan, kemuncaknya di M6.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MPL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports League for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MPL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya 30
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy mesti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
The chase for glory continues to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Playoffs Day number 3. We're down to our last best of 5 today. And this evening is the lower bracket finals between Homeboys and RSG MY, a rematch from yesterday. My name is Husky and I'm joined on the desk by two esteemed gentlemen. I have IC Baby 1-2 and of course Sadafa by my side. How are you guys feeling?
Exhausted. Not gonna lie, it has been a very, very long day here. And to be honest, when I feel exhausted, I was actually blabbering on things that I don't even understand. And you know what's really cool about it? Getting energized.
No, I know exactly just the supplement for you. In fact, when I say supplement, I mean Nescafe. Recharge yourself with superior taste and quality Arabica beans only with Nescafe. The Nescafe can and wants you to inspire to keep on going, especially your gaming spirit. So Dafa, I know you are a coffee connoisseur in a unique way. What are your favorite Nescafe's options?
Now, as you know, I am a coffee connoisseur in a unique way in that I don't drink coffee. But Nescafe is so good that it makes me go for it anyway. I get the mocha just to make sure I don't have too much of that content, but it's still pretty good. It gets the energy to keep me going.
How can you not be a coffee person, man? Like when all of us are super coffee related.
Hey, don't worry. Coffee is going to be a part of us eventually. I know one guy that likes coffee, and he's from MPL Indonesia, Bigatron, the Troopers. We have Mirko with us for this last series, looking a dapper, man. How you feeling?
Doing good, man. Doing good. What about you guys? How are you guys doing? Huskies, Dafa, IC Baby. It's been a while since I worked with y'all, but man, the games have been crazy. Actually, not too crazy. They've been 3-0s, 3-1s. You know, I want to see a 3-2. Can we get a 3-2? You know.
This could be the opportunity, right? I know you've been watching the RSG games, you've been watching Homeboys, you know, you got your views on it. We have plenty of time to go through it one by one, but I want to ask my gentlemen on the desk, starting with you, Terrence, just a one-liner. What do you feel about the series? All right, time's up. I'll come back to you in a bit.
It's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Either it's going to be fun, the rivalry is back.
Okay, so Mirko, it's your turn. How do you feel about this one?
I'm pulling an icy here, but I think it's going to be one line, right? Crazy.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy. Going to be crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a rematch, right? Yesterday, RSG MY did the unexpected. We saw a 3-0, right? People were expecting that out of SRG against KG, but no, RSG MY gave us a 3-0. And this morning, they got 3-0 by SRG. So coming down to the lower bracket, it's definitely going to feel hard going up against Homeboys, who had a resounding victory against KGE. We got to talk about one of the main points because it's all gas, no breaks, no room for error. Winners will secure MSC wildcards at the very least. So a lot is at stake. That wildcard slot is on the line for these two teams.
Well, speaking of stakes here, it feels like all gas, no breaks, right? There has been a lot of instances where, to be honest, I was debating on what my one-liner is going to be here. I'm too afraid to say it, to be honest. Like, that's why I'm just stuttering all the way through, right? I feel like that one word would be gone.
Gone?
Yeah.
As in Veno, I'll save that for a bit because I want to talk about the MSC 2024 wildcard stage, and this is how the format works, right? 8 teams from different regions will be drawn into 2 groups, and it's a best-of-1 single round robin, and the top team of each group would advance to the decider match, which will be a best-of-5 to secure that one sole slot to MSC main stage. Isn't that crazy? The stakes are so high, Stalfa.
It is crazy. Honestly, I'm a big fan of these wildcard tournaments that have been introduced this last year. It started with the M5 wildcards. Now we have MSC wildcards. Gives these teams a chance to play again, to participate in these big international stages. But this one is even closer because out of 8 teams, only 1 will get a slot into the main event.
Yeah, and I know Mirko is a fan of odds, right? When you look at this, right, 8 teams, only 1 team is going to go through. We already have a couple of teams who have locked in the slot for the wildcards. How's it looking right now for you? How's the climate for the wildcard slot?
Honestly, like, I'm looking at the way that both these teams have been playing, Homeboys and RSG Malaysia. At this point, I think it's very 50-50. I have no idea if Homeboys can do it, if RSG Malaysia will be able to take it. I think it'll all depend on how they perform in the next match because it's going to be really different to the first time they met.
Yeah, I'm going to bounce something off of you, Mirko, very quickly, right? Because, for some reason, you feel like you have an aura when you tune in to watch Homeboys games. Something iffy happens, right? They kind of mess up a Lord fight and end up dying too many times. RSGMY, we saw Naisu got a heartbreak this morning because they got absolutely rolled over by SRG. Do you think that Homeboys on this winning momentum and RSG needing to hard reset is going to affect this upcoming series?
Honestly, for RSG Malaysia, I feel like, again, losing against SRG, I think they're also quite prepared going up against SRG. I think they were coming into that match with an open mind that they might actually take a loss. SRG are the top favorites right now, like #1 in MPL Malaysia. I still think, that this is technically the battle for second place in my opinion, but now it all comes down to how they beat each other, right? It's how RSG Malaysia reset. I'm a Repo fan, but I'm also an Udil fan. So I'm conflicted, man.
I
know.
choose one, man. You,
You
gotta,
gotta
choose
choose
one, man.
But
You can't be playing neutral here. This is not the Mirko I know. Like the Mirko I know is
Alright.
so biased towards one team, and for you to pick a neutral standpoint, that's not you, man. You gotta choose one. Who is it gonna be? Repo or Udil?
I'll say Repo because he's I believe he's an ex-Bigatron player.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We see.
I mean, Mirko's the real G right there, right? 2 spicy flavors. That's what gets everyone pumped up. And I want to take a look at something that I think is going to be crucial for this best of 5, and that is going to be the team head-to-head. Again, RSG Malaysia up against Homeboys. We have seen so much action today, but specifically for playoffs day number 3, I want to start it off with you, Sadafa. Talk me through what we're seeing right now.
So it does look very Homeboy-centric. They have the win percentage, KDA, tower rate, objective rate. The only thing that RSG comes out on top in terms of is going to be that total damage dealt. And that's honestly quite impressive considering that Homeboys has traditionally been known to be a more aggressive team, right? So we can see that RSG has grown quite a lot. I think they've improved as a team quite a bit compared to the regular season. That's why they are in the top 3 spot right now. But I feel like one problem is both these teams are still looking kind of shaky.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I want to go to my KDA master, Terrence.
You know, when it comes to this match here, I feel like there's a big difference in terms of play styles between both RSG and Homeboys, right? Like RSG, they play around Izanami trying to make those kind of plays because even in the games they got rolled over just now, Izanami was consistently getting the highest, almost close to the highest damage count in all the games respectively, regardless of whatever heroes he plays. So it makes a lot of sense why his total damage dealt is inflated towards RSG side, whereas for Homeboy side, well, they have been known to be early aggressors here, and seeing that the recent patch of the 2-minute mark here, not allowing Zorn to do his usual Zorn things, is starting to hurt Homeboys a little bit more. And we start to see a little bit of cracks of Homeboys' playstyle in yesterday's game. But today, it looked a little bit sloppy still, but we do see a little bit more adjustments now coming from Homeboys.
Yeah, some polishments, some adjustments, some refinements. We even seen Homeboys whip out their Leo mode from last season. It was a signature chibi pick with the Angela. And Mirko, all these crazy picks that we saw from Homeboys, we also saw from RCMY, right? Selena Novaria was the thing, where the different iteration, which is the Novaria Beatrix from MPL Philippines. What do you feel about these pocket picks? Do you think that they have this big impacts? And if they do, when do you whip them out?
I think now is the perfect time to whip them out, right? I mean, it's a best of 5. You want to get things going, get momentum straight off the bat. I think if you want to go for something crazy like the Leo Mord, as long as they follow their game plan, right? Because I feel like, sure, they have their pocket picks, they have their cheese picks, but it seems like they're a bit too rushed. And it seems like they don't have the game plan in mind sometimes, you know? They want to go early aggression, but then they hold out a bit too long, they play reactive, and their composition just completely fails.
Yeah, that was the only game that KG was able to take from Homeboys. But without further ado, we're going to get our hands ready, brace ourselves, because this is going to be the last time we see one of these teams walking into the stadium. As Homeboys and RSG MY, this rivalry has gone on for far too long. Both have gotten a victory. Let's get the teams into the arena at this point of time to get this best of 5 started.
RSG MY. While the Malaysian Raiders were humbled just this morning, the squad has had enough time to regroup, reset, and rebound. All eyes on Luleo and Izanami, the 2 loyal Raiders serving the team since Season 7, alongside the Raging Repo to regain their prime form against the defending champions. When you hear GG, you say RSG! It is sink or swim for RSG Malaysia! The road to the grand final might be a bumpy for the defending champions, but the Owls have rallied and bounced back after yesterday's defeat. Fresh off eliminating KGE, the players are fired up and ready. The boys are charging full steam ahead for their rematch against RSGMY. Can they get the revenge? They've got to do the action, because get ready, this is the crowd favorites, Homeboys! Introducing the coach and analyst of both teams with the head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. From the side of RSG, we have Sora, and from the side of Homeboys, we have Pups, as well as Nobody. And of course, for the final time for one of these teams here, they will be fist-bumping each other where they face off to challenge and duke it out in the Land of Dawn. Who will be the winners? Who will be eliminated?
All right, boys, get your pants on because it's about to get heated. We see the spicy boy from Malaysia and the spicy boy from Indonesia already pointing finger guns at each other. Someone's about to get their heads blown off. But I want to quickly just start this off with Merkel fact, right? Because MPL Indonesia, they're going to have the playoffs next weekend. And I think the most important thing is to know how to bounce back when you face the same opponents in the same day. And I think this is a very good way to start it off, right? Keys to victory. Walk me through it.
Well, speaking of the keys to victory here, it seems like, to be honest, I'd say gone was my first word here. Vinogo definitely is going to be someone that really stands out for me, right? Vinogo must be able to win his objectives because this entire past 3 days, Vinogo has been very, very inconsistent on the jungle role.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. I think that you look at the retry stage, right? Objective secured. Deto has more objectives secured than Vinogo himself. But what about the second one? Respect bans from Homeboys.
Now, we know that Homeboys, their players are all generally very iconic. And while they're not quite to the level where teams are going to respect ban every single time like KGE, for example, you're still going to see people respect things like the Nolan. You're going to see the chip being banned out by Zorn to make sure that they don't get that map control. And that is the third key as well, to make sure that they're able to have that domination over the map. Because both these teams are very momentum based. They want to be able to scale up, snowball off of that early to mid game to actually have a presence in the late game.
Yeah, and I think just to follow up on that, right, Vinogo has been quite a hot topic overall on not just the English desk, but I think you look at the internet, you look at the World Wide Web, a lot of people has been talking about RSG MY seemingly having an anchor chained to them, and we even brought that up this morning when they went up against SRG, which was Vinogo just not being consistent enough. And I gotta throw this question to you guys. How is RSG MY gonna help Vinogo with it?
Oh, to be honest, they have made a lot of adjustments, right? Like day 2 in particular, yesterday's match here, where they took the game 3-0 to Homeboys, there were a lot of instances where they were making a lot of space so that Vinogo could actually secure the Lord or even Turtle objectives, right? But even then, it was still a 50-50. So there was just a lot of disturbance in the sense where maybe it might be the player issue, it might be teams just strategizing or just shutting him down. And it has been something that a lot of teams has been focusing on, but I don't know. That's my perspective as a caster. Mirko, you're the guy watching from outside. What do you think about this?
I mean, to be fair, looking at both these teams again, how they play and just how MPL Malaysia has been, how the playoffs have been going, it seems like, sure, we have had our few share of comebacks coming in from both all the teams in MPL Malaysia playoffs, but I feel early game is the way to go. If you get a lot of these neutral objectives in the early stage, you are able to snowball, and especially considering most of these teams are team fighting teams, I'm just expecting them all to go for team fighting compositions that will go and look for early game advantages to look for snowballs. The Rogers will probably be still super prio. I think even the Barats, despite it getting banned, we saw how good Chibi was on that kind of pick. That death ball strategy for both RSG and Homeboys will definitely be seen in the drafts, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Mirko. And these two teams do like their aggression, they like their fighting, and now that they've both had the chance to encounter one another before, I think that shots are going to be fired because both sides are looking for some vengeance for past grievances. It's interesting to see how things have developed, because Homeboys, traditionally a more aggressive team, seems to have been quite hard by the hotfix. They have to play a lot slower in the early game and look for those peak moments to turn things around now.
I'm really liking what I see. First of all, is that Nolan ban. I think it's something that not just RSG, but KG, when they go up against Homeboys, right? There's just something about that Chibi Nolan that blows everything out of the water. Highest GPM in the entire league, 1,130 GPM on week 4, if I remember correctly. But Homeboys, they're also shutting down prio picks like Lolia Moskov, the Yuzhong for Rippo, and the Izanami Novaria. What are the alternatives they can look for, Terrence?
To be honest, I think this match is going to be a little bit different because normally we would see the usual meta bans, right? Like which is the Harif, the Matilda, or maybe even to a certain degree just prioritizing on just gold lanes in general. But this match in particular, both sides have made the choice by opening up bans specifically targeting comfort heroes. But because of this, it will let through several other meta heroes. In this case, Chips is going to be one of them as well. Both Homeboys, I think Homeboys play a little bit more Chips, where I've not seen too much coming from Storm yet. But again, Chips has been the hot take. That's going to be one. Loyi is also something that both teams would be fighting for, and we've seen how Homeboys was able to handle against a Chips composition. So now, it's up to Homeboys to decide now, do they want to play against the Chips, or do they want to play against a Loyi?
It does feel like, RSG and MY, they're opening up the choices, but I'm leaning towards a chip for Homeboys to open up. And this also opens up the tank junglers, which Merkel brought up earlier on. Both teams wanted to go team fight. Fredrin, Baxia, Baras still up on the table, but if the chip goes over to the Homeboy side, what is RSG going to come back with, Merkel?
I think for RSG Malaysia at this point, right, with the Loyi left open, I expected the Loyi to be picked up, but I guess they want to go for the chip first here. I think the Fredrin will be a good choice, and maybe even a Vexana if they want to go for the control and the neutral objectives. But at this point, they can even go for something like a Faramis too, very early on. Or, yeah, I mean, to be fair, the Loyi and the Roger makes sense. You want to take away the Roger from that chip. That map presence, we did see in the Keys of Victory as well, that's going to be super prio. So getting the Loyi for that map pressure, for that global presence technically with the teleports, and the Roger for the early game dominance is going to be very good. But now it leaves Homeboys to pick up something that's, again, very strong in the neutral objective department. If you give that over to Homeboys, it might just be GG. So RSG, they need some late game insurance as well later on.
Yeah, we've seen some stats up there, right? Sapat ranked second lowest in MPL MY for the kill participation at 55.17%. We talk about cross-map plays. There's the chip available. How do you think this looks for Homeboys, Stafa?
Homeboys has been the premier team when they play with that chip. Zorn is easily the best chip player that we have here, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the best across MPLs internationally. So Homeboys are going to want to make things happen with this early game draft as much as possible. But speaking of, right, I think both these teams do have a lot of history with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Even for Loliao and Izanami, the first match from more than 1,000 days ago.
You know what? I feel old now, Stafa. Like, I know, Husky, you weren't there 1,175 days ago because I remember during Season 7 when they won the first championship, they were playing in... We were all casting on this warehouse where the caster's desk was like a double story all the way top. And it wasn't really open to public, but that was... very interesting experience that time.
It was terrifying.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if you're 2 stories up, it's going to be quite scary. We saw this Minotaur, which is something that we want to see from RSG earlier on this morning against SRG, because the team fight was kind of lacking for RSG. But what is this going to add to the composition, Mirko? Like, this Minotaur pick has been missing for quite a while.
Well, I think it adds a lot of stability for the composition, especially in the early game for neutral objective battles, right? Because now looking at the way that they Homeboys have drafted, they picked up the chip, and the Fredrin Vexana they expected from RSG Malaysia, they picked it up themselves. So RSG needs some way to actually have more pressure around these neutral objectives, and the Minotaur is a good way to have that. If Chip engages on him, especially post level 4, RSG will have so many ways to re-engage and to just fight for those neutral objectives. So I think right now for Homeboys, their #1 priority is to take away the junglers later on from RSG Malaysia, because with this composition, RSG are looking to just snowball through team fights early on.
I can see where you're coming from, Mirko. Focusing on junglers would be very valuable right now since Homeboys already have their Fredrin. RSG does not have their jungler unless they intend to flex the Roger, but that didn't work so well for them yesterday. Interestingly enough, they do decide to go for the ban on the Terizla instead. So since they already know there's a Minotaur, there's a Loyi, the counter engage from RSG is going to be very strong. They don't want to hand over the penalty zone for even more team fight pressure.
To be honest, I don't know. Like, Merkel feels like RSG MY has a very strong early presence. For me, I disagree. Like, I strongly disagree that RSG MY is going to be able to play an early game just because of you don't really know what Chips is going to be popping out from, right? And for me, I feel like the only reason why this Minotaur kind of works is because of the fact that they have Loyi as an insurance, because I'm pretty sure that there's no way 24/7 you are going to be able to keep tabs on where Chips is going to be coming from every single time. But and I feel like having this Loyi helps RSG a little bit more, because if there is a fight across the map, Minotaur is able to get in time to make a counter engagement. This is where it makes RSG strong as a counter engaging composition rather than the one that dictates the early fights.
So you feel like for RSG MY, it's all about just responding to Homeboy's move and not making moves on their own. And Mirko, I want to hear your thoughts on that. Are you sharing the same views as Terrence?
Yeah. That's what I said, right? I mean, with the Minotaur, that's all about the counter engage. So if Homeboys, especially the chip, jumps on the Minotaur, jumps on anyone on RSG MY, post level 4, they're gonna have so many ways to re-engage and look for the better team fights later on. But it all depends on how RSG react to the plays from Homeboys. And the fact that they haven't banned out the Barats, yeah, it's been nerfed. We did talk a little bit about that. I like how they banned out the Terizla, right? Because that's additional setup on top of the Minotaur. That actually does let them look for crazy engages as well on top of the re-engage potential that they already have. But at this point, like going for something like a Barats would still be insane for RSG. They're gonna have so much more anti-CC, and that re-engage potential becomes even more of a threat for Homeboys.
And you caught it right there. The Barats is out, but the X-Borg also left open if Homeboys wants to consider it, Adrian.
Yeah, the X-Borg would be very good. Things like the carry would be pretty solid as well, if not for the fact that it was already banned out. RSG trying to lock down on those. They know Homeboys is going to be running at them, so they're drafting as many heroes as possible that you don't want to open a portal on, because it would be too dangerous. The counter engage is going to be very strong for RSG, but because Homeboys is a team that right now is actually a little bit weaker to early game aggression, I'm hoping that we see plays being made by Izanami on the Luoyi.
Okay, now I have a very, very bad feeling. I got this instinct earlier on the final game when RSG MY was going against SRG, right? This Roger was flexed into the jungle role by Venogo. Personally, I wasn't a big fan of it. Yes, there is the Barats in jungle, but I don't know why when I see RSG, I feel like they might give this Barats to Repo and then force the Roger for Venogo again. And I think it's a bad idea, but I don't want to jinx it, but I just have this weird feeling about this matchup.
I mean, there could be a possibility. It depends on, again, what Ripple gets, right? I'm feeling that there's still export Lapu-Lapu heroes that Ripple can kind of lean on. We see Sapa getting the CC for, I think, the 10,000th time today.
Okay.
Carmilla gets picked up for RSG MY. And this has kind of been a hot topic because Carmilla is going into the jungle. Mirko, walk me through this quickly. What do you feel about the draft for both sides?
I honestly love RSG Malaysia's draft. They doubled down on their early game, like, team fighting composition. They might not get the neutral objectives, but again, I think it's just how they react to the plays from Homeboys. Homeboys need to be proactive with the chip. RSG Malaysia, they can actually take the initiative, play proactively, but they can also play it reactively. So they have both styles on their hands to go up against Homeboys in this match, and I honestly feel like RSG should be able to get it done with this early game comp.
Alright, I agree as well. RSG are the ones that want to make things happen. They're basically trading a lot of their late game insurance in order to make their presence on the map known as quickly as possible. While the Homeboys, they're okay playing for that late game. They got a ton.
Well, I can't believe my instincts was half right. Baxia on the XP. We have our first ever Camilla jungle in the playoffs, played by RSG MY. Will they be able to sweep Homeboys, or will Homeboys start their revenge? Because this is game 1 of the lower bracket finals, best of 5 series, Homeboys versus RSG MY.
It's going to be quite a doozy because Venogo Carmilla jungle, I think it's the very first time we see him on that hero, contrary to whatever he has played up to this point. So RSG MY bringing in some minor but drastic change as well, especially to the jungle.
We saw this Carmilla pick by Zorn actually twice earlier today, specifically to counter the chip strategy, and that Curse of Blood worked very well to make sure that they weren't able to do anything once they engaged onto them. But if you add that with the Minwen Fury, RSG is terrifying.
Oh my god, this is what I'm talking about, right? Early aggression. Zorn comes in out of nowhere, you don't know where he's coming from, immediately forces massive battles as well as HP. And RSG MY, just like that, they've pretty much lost mid-control, and I don't know how Izanami is going to be able to make a comeback like this, but again, with this Carmilla jungle, it feels like Zorn is just not afraid of this.
I see that the priority has shifted for RSG MY. I personally thought that Stone would help Izanami a lot more so that Uji just doesn't stand in the lane alone without having to worry about the Luoyi. But you see Izanami, he's walking up top at level 2.
Izanami honestly does not need help. Luoyi wins lane most of the time. Oh, in the mid lane though.
Oh my goodness, Storm, he might be in trouble here. He's dead. Appraiser's Wrap comes in. First blood in the hands of Homeboys. No chance for RSG MY. Left alone. What a mistake coming in. And this time, They're preemptively setting out for the X key lane, and they're trying to make a attempt here. Zorn not having the shortcut yet, but they are still going to try and take a couple of chip damage here before heading in towards the turtle pit. Saban half HP, but Repo in a very, very awkward spot now. He needs his Daytona Smoker before this first turtle fight, and almost just making sure he doesn't get it easily.
Yeah, it would be the best case scenario if Stone can hit 4, but with that early death, it's going to take a while more. I think RCNY can afford to wait this out.
Oh, it's going to be a stalemate here. They're about to hit those 4s here. Stone very close to the XP here. Chibi, they're looking for the crash. Here he comes. Gobble up coming in from Repo. They're pinning Chibi. He's going to be the first to fall, and now Turtle in the hands of RSG as they continue with the push. Homeboys has to back off a little bit more, but RSG seems like they've gotten the objectives in check this time.
Yeah, the problem is Zorn plays a lot more confidently when he is on that chip, but because of that confidence, he spent... Oh, hold on.
Oh my goodness, no. This confidence, but no go. He's going to try and buy time, but it's not good enough here. The rest of the team is not there to provide backup. Izanami wasn't able to teleport into this fight, but again, RSGMY, they're not letting them off the hook. They are going to defend the tower. The objectives here, Stoll was able to hold on and survive and get out.
I mean, Homeboy just playing off of vision. They saw RCNY win the initial fight. They all rotate to the bot side, instantly calls for a gank on the Carmilla, who just got the turtle, just completely nullifying whatever lead that RCNY would have potentially gotten.
Yeah, initially I was gonna say because Zorn was roaming around and not getting EXP from the mid lane like normal, he didn't hit level 4, so they ended up losing that turtle fight. But because of that, Zorn is able to invade the jungle, punish Venogo, and they basically even it out and secure a net worth lead for the Homeboys. It's very important here that RSG MY are the ones that have a net worth lead, because if they don't, once that late game comes about, it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with nets.
Oh no, again, Izanami getting focus fired. They are going to try and send him back to the base once again. If he divergence out, means there's not going to be an element of surprise. Homeboys, they are going to take advantage of this to try and find a timing to push Izanami out. And look at this, divergent, he's coming out, but it's not going to be a surprise. He's going to be able to regroup, but Homeboy says that, okay, for the next 30 seconds, we're not going to be seeing Storm and Izanami making the drop on Nets for now. It seems like Nets, he has a good idea. He's instantly recalling out of here.
Izanami needs to deal with the mid wave just in time for the turtle. And again, this teamfight composition flourishes when you are fighting in tight spaces. And they gotta keep this in mind, that Venogo is a level behind Chibi, so this retro fight is already gonna be hard by default.
Previously, they had the advantage because Zorn hadn't hit level 4 just yet. That's why RSG stepped on the pedal and went for it. But now Homeboys have the net worth lead, which is going to make this turtle contest a lot more even.
Oh no, from behind Zorn, he's going to try and focus on Izanami. He's going to be the first to fall. Loyi is down, and now Minon's Rage comes in. It is looking to be good here, but it's not good enough. They need more damage here. Loleo, wait, he's got damage. He almost mowed down Zorn, but seeing the Eternal God and Udyr coming in, he has to back off. He's just too much here, but Loleo's, he's trying again. Wait, what? He actually finds the kill. He gets the reset, and now he's gonna try and fight a little bit more. Turtle secured by Chibi, but does he want to continue? Seems like he is running out of steam here. Stope trying to bait Chibi out once more. Does he take the bait? Appraiser's Wrath! Oh! Almost catching Storm, but Zorn! No! Zorn, the Conceal Blaze is gonna get the kill under the turret! Cheeky little chips!
Man, I suppose the silver lining is Ololiao getting a shutdown on the 3-0 Udyr. That is something added to the Rogers bank, but everyone else on RGNY is just having a absolute horrible time.
Oh, Zorn, he's baiting. No, wait, Loleo's, he used it like a bounce. They missed the taunt by Chibi, so that is going to be a little bit of contemplation prize with the tier 1 down bottom. Secured by Nets. 75 seconds left for next turtle, but RGMY, they're losing such a huge lead right now.
I like that Homeboys are not shying away for going for the full team fight. When you see RSG with Loyi, Carmilla, Minotaur, a lot of teams would kind of shy back, play a bit more passive. But Homeboys realize if they're able to take members of this lineup out before the fight starts, they can then maneuver around the remaining cooldowns, and that's the approach that they are taking with this game so far. And by using the chip, they are still out-tempoing the side of RSG MY because their comp relies quite heavily on them playing together. Homeboys are able to farm individually and build up that goal difference.
I think the jungle is compromised, and that is the best scenario for Chip to thrive in.
Oh no, they found him as well. Venogo tried to make a jump first, and Udyr was able to stop him with the Eternal God. However, that's going to be one ultimate down here, but Zorn, he hasn't been scouted out yet. Oh no, he
Uh-oh.
knows. Oh no, his dead shortcut comes in. Lolios, he needs to get out. Can they save him? He's going for the side step, but Terrify comes in. He's done. But at the same time, Storm is going to be catching the rest of Homeboys. Udil will fall. Homeboys is up to Chibi, and the Appraiser's draft drops them low. He gets 1 kill. Zorn, 3-man stunned with his first kill, immediately scaring all of RSGMY. Homeboys gets the surprise drop on RSGMY.
Yeah, patience paid off. What did I just say, right? If your jungle is compromised, Chip is going to have a great time. And everyone from RSGMY stood in line for Net's entropy to just ricochet all of them.
Wait, bottom lane, what happened? No, they got the drop. Something happened. They've got Nets out of nowhere. RGMY, they caught off with the divergent here. Repo, he needs to survive. Can he get out? This barrage is tanky, but he's linked up by the CC, and now Chibi gets the drop. It is an army, the finisher. Serpat is trying to finish. It cannot. Denied by Lolios. The wolf saves the day.
I have no idea what just happened. We don't know how Nets got caught out there, but that is a big swing for RSGMY. Being able to get multiple kills onto Lolil as well is going to allow them to get a little bit of a foothold that RSG desperately needs going into that mid game.
Zorn, he dropped the shortcut. He's surrounded by time, but no-go is getting pinned here. He got a 3-man stun once again. GB gets the 2-man taunt. Goes for the Prince of Round. He loses his life, but Nets from the sides blows his Anami up. And now to finish things off, Serpat cleaning house. He gets 1, but Lolios is able to trade him off as well. RSGMY, they are getting so much surprises here, and they're just losing members left, right, front, and center. However, now for the Lord fight here, it is going to be a 3v3. Everyone is still alive. However, it comes down towards a battle of wits here. Lolio seems to be, doesn't really want to commit to this fight yet.
I gotta say, the past 2 team fights, despite feeling like Homeboys won it by 1 or 2 kills, the network hasn't really grown for Homeboys, right? We're seeing glimpses of what happened yesterday, where they kind of overstepped, they overheated, and RGMY was able to trade back. Loliel is 4-1-1, so all things considered, RGMY, they still got some insurance policy.
Yeah, this Roger is going to be quite scary going further into the game because he is finding stragglers. Homeboys, their members are honestly diving a little bit too deep sometimes just to get finish off kills. And that's allowing Loliel to pick off members like Serpat, who has quite a network lead, so he's worth a lot.
Izanami gets the first drop, and this again, Izanami going to be the first one out of the equation here. Binogo tries to retreat, he gets caught out, he's dropped down pretty low. Serpat is looking for the finish. Minodrich whiffing completely here, but Sword at the side, he brings in shortcut, he brings in nets, he does a lot of damage, but he's also taken some himself. RSGMY has split the fight, but eventually they get gobbled out by Homeboys, only losing nets. A 4-for-1 trade for Homeboys.
I mean, that fight was over the moment Storm used that Minoan Fury just to save Vinogo, who was almost sure to die. I felt like RSGMY, they needed to cut the cost, just sacrifice Vinogo, leave the Lord to Homeboys, and defend the base, but they decided to do the opposite, take the fight, and they ended up losing more.
The problem with RSGMY's draft is that they put all eggs in one basket. This is all about counter-engage. It's all about 5v5 team fighting. So they need to win these 5v5 team fights. Every single time the portal comes out, they gotta fight together. And that kind of thinking is locking RSGMY in. It's making it difficult for them to decide whether or not to engage or prolong these team fights, and Homeboys is taking advantage of those lapses in judgment.
Oh, Chibi stealing away the orange buff away from Vinogo. Once again, Vinogo not having a good time with his objectives. Even the purple buff gets stolen as well. Seems like the dream play for RSGMY has got to be the perfect wombo combo. In this case, I don't think we've seen a single Cursed Blood coming in from him.
It's going to be a bit tough. I mean, with the Lord coming out, Homeboys are looking to at least get one inhibitor. RSGMY have some decent wave clear, but Loliel is losing phase.
Loliel, he's taking so much damage here. Here comes the Minodrich. He can next on Chibi to try and stall them off. RSGMY, they're trying their best to clear off the Lord, but Serpat, he's poking them apart. Storm and his Nami, can they get out? Yes, they will, but Reaper almost losing his life as well. Serpat, extremely annoying in these situations here. Lord still somehow survives. Loliel, he gives chase, but he's taking too much damage. Zord re-engaged with the flicker. Loliel, can he get out? Yes, he can. The saves from Repo, the saves from Storm to keep him out of harm's way. They somehow hold on. Homeboys, they're dropping too low. They need to re-engage. They need to find a pick, but they cannot do so. Homeboys just so slippery in all these fights.
I gotta give shout out to Loliel, man. He is surviving some impossible situations. Basically, the only win condition remaining for RSGMY. He's got that great Dragon Spear build, so it would allow him a little bit more maneuverability during these fights. But we can tell the difference in Homeboys' gameplay when they have Zorn on a hero like the Chip, the way they rotate around the map, the way they force out resources from RSG. Honestly, I think RSG is starting to make some mistakes. They're not supposed to be using these cooldowns to force engagements. They need to be more patient.
But no goal, Curse Blood, he might be able to set it. Is he gonna go for it? They're all 3 down, 3-man catch! Here comes the stun! They're all connected, but the Daytona's welcome saves one. In one fell swoop, they got the wombo combo. But he's still alive. He got a free entropy. He was able to chip everyone apart. 2 down, Vinogo needs to run, and he might die to this. Subbat, he's getting mowed by the turret. The turret kills him. Vinogo survives. RSGMY is up to Izanami. No, he gets picked apart. 3v2. RSGMY had what seems to be one of the greatest openings, but just somehow couldn't wipe Homeboys at all.
Man, the best case scenario for RSGMY still ended in the loss. Really extrapolates how far Homeboys are ahead. They ended up getting the second inhibitor down mid because it was down so low. Next lore coming out in 15 seconds. RSGMY, they got one last shot at this.
I mentioned during the draft, if RSG doesn't have an early game lead with this composition, their late game scaling is so behind that of the Homeboys. And 13 minutes in, Homeboys already have a 6k net worth lead. The game is pretty much theirs, 100%, unless they make a big mistake. Lolil needs to catch nets. If he cannot do that and survive, there is no win condition for RSGMY.
Oh, imagine if Nets was caught in that fight as well. That would have been a perfect game for RGMI, but Nets again getting free hits after free hits, but this time Zorn, is this what I think it is? He's trying to go for the GG push, but the Diverger comes in. Oh, no, Zorn, you're not getting out there. They told us welcome. Chain stun all the way through. He's got immortality. Can he pop the shortcut in time? No, he doesn't pop it. He'll sacrifice his life because Homeboys will secure the Lord, but seems like they're buying a little bit of time here. Vinogo goes for the Curse Blood. He's getting melted pretty quickly here. Subbat doing a lot of damage. 3-man stun. Minon's Rage from Storm is getting melted as well. The rest of RNG not in time to re-engage. So Leos is going for the hunt, but he's getting kited here. Chibi with the stun and double kill for Nets. And now maybe a triple. Chibi is unstoppable right now. RSGMY, they've made the blunder. They made the mistake and they get punished for it. And now Homeboys, they're going to be crashing on towards the base here. It's up to Lolios. He goes for the outplay here. Purify out of there. He's trying to bait Homeboys, but guess what? They're not taking it. 2-man Curse Blood. Purify out of there for Nets. They are going to focus on Crystal. Vinogo next to fall. Storm is there. It's over. It's done. It's too much. Roger, nowhere to be found. Homeboys focusing on the Crystal. They take Game 1, they take their revenge against RSGMY. The first step right now.
Hold your horse is not a revenge just yet, but definitely a first step to that conclusion. I gotta say, conditions not met for RSGMY at the start of the game. The first 5 minutes was a complete train wreck. They had some silver linings, they had some decent moments, but not enough to stop this avalanche that is Homeboys.
They thought it would be a good idea. Give Zorn Chip, grab Minotaur, grab Carmilla, give all the counter-engaged teamfight tools that you can get. But the Homeboys just play so differently when they have this hero to enable them, upping the tempo to make sure that they disconnect the fight even within the ranks of RSGMY.
Yeah, with a draft that is so cooldown reliant such as RSGMY, the moment those big cooldowns come out, you can see Homeboys disperse and then re-engage. Really felt like they played the intended draft of RSGMY slightly better.
Well, to be honest, I feel like it was a game that Homeboys just understood the assignment, right? The way to deal with the low E is to make sure that low E is never in position to divergent into the fight. You can see every single time Homeboys somehow starts a fight, they always focus on Izanami, and if it's too low, means that the next 10 to 15 seconds is the best time to strike, and every single time that happens, Homeboys takes it.
Yeah, they definitely took that opportunity. I think that last Lord fight, right? You saw a bit of disconnect from the side of RSG.
Yeah, the approach was not the best, right? Because, like Terrence mentioned, Loi wants some space. They want the Minotaur and the Carmilla to be setting up the front line so that they can pelt them with the yin-yang reactions from the back. But Homeboys read that strategy, they invaded the backline and didn't let it happen.
And backstage MVP, Game 1, of course, is Chibi. Basically, just the gap, right? Chibi and Vinogo, we kind of preempted about this, how these junglers are gonna pan out. Mirko, this is Game 1. Walk me through the jungler matchups.
Chibi was doing a good job, man. I think, like, Wow, Chibi's always been a phenomenal jungler from Malaysia. I feel like he's one of the standouts for sure. And in this game, basically showed why he's top tier, right? He understood completely how to take the game in his hands all the way from the start of the game, because he got a pick off onto Storm very, very early on the Minotaur, and he understood that if he can stop this snowball from happening, if he can actually help the team to weather the storm, and actually, you know, initially I thought he only wanted to do that, right? He only wanted to weather the storm, maybe look for cheeky little steals here and there, but he ended up creating a snowball for the team with a Natan and a CC, so it ended up being such a big stomp for Homeboys.
All right, Adrian, analyst time. Support emblems on this Fredrin. We don't see this much often.
So GB recognizes that his role is going to be towards that early game. He wants to be able to remain on the map for as long as possible, so that extra regen is going to be very useful. He goes concussive blast, he goes for the extra health to make sure that he's able to stay within these fights and participate, because Fredrin at level 1 actually does a surprising amount of damage because he can just threaten you with his body alone.
Yeah, and on top of it all, the cooldowns coming from the support emblem does help a little bit more. Usually, I think some teams, if they want cooldowns, they would prefer the Inspire here. But in this case, having the support emblem, extra HP regen with cooldowns, on top of more HP, means it kind of amplifies the overall kit of a Fredrin, right? Like, Fredrin needs more HP and cooldowns, despite the recent nerfs onto his cooldowns.
Yeah, and I think overall it's just, like Sadafa mentioned, the early game pressure, and Merkel also pointed that out as well. Didn't expect it to turn into a snowball, but it just went out of control. Even the overall stats in terms of net worth, by 14 minutes, 12k ahead for Homeboys. The global presence playing out really well. RSG, we saw some disconnect, Merkel, but these moments, do you think that RSG MI could have played it slightly better in another way?
Oh, they could have played it way better. I don't think slightly better is something they can do. I think they should have played it way, way better, right? In the drafts, I think we all kind of agreed that their composition is more of a re-engage composition. They're looking to wait for Homeboys to engage. And I think the fact that Izanami, I think it's a mix of both, where Izanami kind of also positioned in the way where he's very, very vulnerable, but also Storm in a lot of these situations wasn't sticking to Izanami. I think he should understand that, he is the main re-engage tool. He is the main counter-engage tool. So he should be sticking with Izanami and Loliel, the obvious targets for Zorn. And because he wasn't able to do that, he wasn't able to prevent some of these shortcuts from being placed by Zorn. Izanami completely got dove on, and they weren't able to make their composition work in the early game. And also, the fact that they were so split up. They needed to stick together. That's their composition. They want to go for these team fights, but for some reason, they always look for these random fights, look to be super proactive when they could have just waited for the neutral objectives.
Yeah, and then the split up part was something that Terrence said a lot during the fights, right? You went through all these team fights, you saw how RSG MY were very disconnected at every step of the way. Any add-ons to that?
To be honest, I think it comes down to just priority, right? Like RGMY, they look disconnected because Homeboys was having a very, very good internal clock. And what I mean by internal clock is timings. Like once they do something, they have like a mental 5 to 10 seconds here to calculate, okay, if this guy recalls, how long it would take. If he recalls from the base and then also walking out is also something you have to take into consideration, right? Like there were a lot of instances, like I think Zon, whenever, or whoever from the side of Homeboys, whenever they take a jab on Izanami is at health where it's so low, it forces the recall. So that's about 4 to 5 seconds to recall back. And from there, if he immediately diverges out, how far away can he reach the fight? And every single time Zorn was about to re-engage, like, hey, Izanami went back. Okay, I'm gonna try and start a fight. Wait, this fight is in the purple side of RSG side space. Okay, he can diverge it off. There was 6 seconds has passed. This fight has not started yet, let's back off. And I really like how Homeboys has been choosing to fight in their terms rather than following RSG MY's tempo.
Yeah, adding on to that, Homeboys fighting on their terms is precisely why they came out on top in this situation, right? RSG, you look at their draft, you think they should win this. Like, this counters Chip in every way possible. But by putting all of their focus onto countering that chip, it meant that they could only fight in fully coordinated counter-engaged situations, right? If they're not in those coordinated spots, they cannot fight. If they get discounted, if they get dismantled, if they get split apart, then it becomes a mess. And you could see from what you mentioned as well, Husky, Storm not really counter-engaging or properly protecting Izanami. I think RSG depended on the power of their picks to react to Homeboys instead of dedicating responsibility towards who needed to do what in the map.
Yeah, I'm hearing some keywords here, especially Zorn, right? Terrence, you brought it up. Sadafa, we talk about Zorn a bit as well. Let's highlight him a bit more, right? We talk about timings, how he notices RGMY's early rotations, how he's sitting in enemy jungle to look for these pickouts. Mirko, you said that RGMY's draft was supposed to shut down Zorn, but what did Zorn do right in this scenario to stop that from being the case?
Occupying the right bushes. He was always in the bushes where RSG least expected him to be. Very deep in enemy territory, even early on, creates a flank that even they weren't ready for, right? A few times I feel like Izanami Storm, yeah, they did miscalculate, they did misposition, but a lot of the times, especially towards the later stage, Zorn was always just finding angles to look for these crazy flanks, and it enabled the whole team to dive onto Izanami. When Izanami can't look for those diversions to give RSG those angles, those flanking possibilities, the chip just becomes way more reliable than the Lo Yi. Lo Yi gets engaged on before she can even do anything. They don't even have enough damage after that because they really need to rely on that Izanami burst damage for Loliel to go and clean up. And the fact that, hey, really, the whole composition for Homeboys here, like all four, Chip, Vixana, Fredrin, and CC, technically, they were all just looking to weather the storm of that early game presence, of that early game team fighting that RSG MY have. They were just waiting for Nets to get ahead. And the fact that Nets got Divine Glaive at the 9th minute. That's a power spike at the 9th minute for Natan. Up against a Roger, up against this composition. You would expect RSG Malaysia to use the Lo Yi a little bit more aggressively to the gold lane if they fail on the neutral objectives as well. So they didn't even utilize the plan B. And I think maybe it just might not be RSG Malaysia's style to go for this coordinated compositions, you know? Maybe make it a little bit more messy next game.
Yeah, it definitely feels... Wait, make it a little bit more messy. Yeah, I think...
Yes.
I feel like RSG MY's composition is a little bit too messy, to be honest here. They need to be a little bit more organized, but they can't really do that because of the fact that they are getting... Whenever they try to regroup, Homeboys is there to just disrupt them from trying to get organized. And I feel like in this situation, RSG MY has been put in an awkward situation where nearly impossible, where they need to rely on Vinogo setting up this place, but when they get to do so, how can they do so? Because again, like you said, Izanami has always been targeted. They need the damage coming from him. And I feel like that one wombo combo, which I think RSG MY had a little bit of small hope down towards the buffs on RSG side, where Vinogo was able to get 3-man Curse Blood. It looks so good, but it also gives towards credit to when the chips dropped the shortcut. Nets was able to walk through it, tank through whatever damage, get an entropy behind and just get 3 hits over 5 targets coming from RGMY, which is just crazy.
Yeah, shortcut gives you 1000 shield, baby. That's just a new hot fix. I love the buff. Even the Hall of Famers, Terrence brought up, Izanami needs to do the damage. And he is the highest damage dealing player in this game, right? Ripple being the sandbag, Nets being the rich guy, and Zorn being the best wingman.
Yeah, I want to follow back just a little bit to what Mirko mentioned about the messy gameplay, right? Let me see if I can follow what Mirko was trying to say here. RSG tried to play a coordinated draft, but the players themselves played messy. So they should play a draft that's more messy, that suits them a little better, is what I think. Right? Am I correct, Mirko?
Yeah, you got it. You got it. That's
okay. Now that makes sense. Now that makes sense.
10,000 diamonds for you both for bringing it up, and I like it, Mirko, getting the timing on the Divine Glaive right. 3-item power spike, just a bit after 10 minutes for Nets.
It was getting so much control early on. Like, I feel the fact that Nets was getting so much space in lane while being a gold lane Natan, a weak side gold laner, it really seems like RSG Malaysia weren't like forcing the right fights in the early game. If they wanted to go for neutral objectives and failed at that, it's alright. You know, they failed on a few times when they tried to stop Zorn, but then they could have gone to plan B, which is shut down Nets and then play for that mid game where they obviously would have a power spike, another power spike with the endless battle being built as well. And I mean, technically for all their heroes, it's all like mid-game power spikes.
I think it comes down to trust as well, because I like that you already brought out the point where Nets was able to get so much farm, right? Like, let's take a look at the compositions, the difference between Homeboys as well as RSG. Like, Homeboys, they've got Zorn on these chips who can, you know, just drop a shortcut out of nowhere and then Nets just walks in and goes in. But from the side of RSG, MY, if they want to do that, they can't necessarily do that because they have to have a buffer time and also needing all 5 players to group up together before they can teleport. So if Lolios were to be stranded all his own, he most likely will die within 3 to 4 seconds before the team actually provides backup. Whereas Nets, well, you've got Zorn, instant zips into a different place, flickers forward, drops a shortcut, everybody's there with shields.
Yeah, I mean, we saw kind of the Lo Liao basket, right? This time, the goal laner experience does apply to Lo Liao. He's the only one who is able to hit that full build at the late game thanks to a couple of shutdowns earlier on. But I think Adrian also pointed out, Lo Liao himself is not enough. This Roger is a cleanup crew, and you need everyone else to kind of step up their game and make space for him.
Yeah, when you have a draft like this that depends on two main sources of DPS, it's very important to set them up to do that DPS. And in this case, Izanami did not have the space to be able to do so. You can see that Stone, Venogo, Repo are all going to be itemizing quite defensively because they're meant to form the frontline bulk. But they're not able to fulfill that responsibility, which causes issues, right? Nets, he gets that Divine Glaive as a third item. Instantly, the Athena Shield and the Radiant Armor on Rippo and Storm become non-effective, right? It's not going to help them at all. And you can usually tell how comfortable homeboys are in a game based on how greedy they are itemizing, right? Chibi, able to get Brute Force into Oracle, into Guardian. Typically, you would have to switch one of these around based on how tanky the hero needs to be. Sapat, he has War Axe, Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar. So this CC as well is just completely unchecked.
I'm not gonna lie, like considering now I've seen this, right? Sapat actually got his War Axe before 6 minutes, whereas Repo got his first item, which is an Athena Shield, after 9 minutes. And by then, Sapat has pretty much completed his second item. So technically, quote-unquote, based on this itself, the XP lane was just completely stopped by Sapat.
Yeah, we've seen some examples even today where Ripple had to make early rotations just to keep Lo Liao's lane afloat. We saw that how SRG was able to condition that to happen, and that is the exact same thing in this game. I think KG also had examples where if you put Smooth on something like a Baraz, he tends to gravitate to these early rotations when the early game doesn't go well. And the highlight basically reflects this very well, right? RGMY just felt that they needed to go into plan B, but that plan B wasn't really what Merkel was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, the plan B for Homeboys was very evident. All the way from the drafts, they had the early or the late game insurance within a ton. So as long as they were able to look for these fights, and even if they lose, they were all really just looking to weather the storm out, right? Because a few of these fights, it actually looked kind of bad for them. Like at the start, like this fight that we saw earlier, but then obviously they were able to come back because RSG Malaysia, they weren't able to target the right targets. And then again, I think RSG Malaysia, they felt in the 7th minute of the game that they were falling way too behind. 4,000 gold lead already in the hands of their opponents who were looking just to weather the storm. So they just continued to fight. But at this point, I think the game was already over, right? Even if they started to play coordinated at this point of the game, the gold lead is already a bit too massive, and Nets has already gone to his item power spike. So maybe, yeah, it would have mattered a little bit. Maybe they would have been able to put a bit more of a fight in the mid game, but still, I think it all comes down to that early game. As long as they are able to fight at the right times, which usually is neutral objective times, or target the right members in the early game, like Nets, a very easy weak side vulnerable laner, then they could do so much better. But yeah, I mean, technically for them, they don't really have a plan B. Their plan B is also just fight it out and brawl it out, and hopefully they get Nets.
It's not a reliable enough plan, right? And I think another problem with a draft like this that's so cooldown based is that I could use a metaphor for this. Imagine you're playing a video game, you're playing against a big boss, and you know their attack chain perfectly. You know when to dodge, you know when to counter attack. When you have a composition like this, Homeboys knows exactly what order of abilities RSG wants to play around, and it becomes very easy for them to decide how they want to circumvent this order and attack in a way where this boss cannot respond.
So there are two ways to go around this when we go into the part where we talk about adjustments, right? Does RSG and Y refine on this, Terrence? Or do we instill a bit of chaos into how they want to play out the game, just keep Homeboys guessing?
To be honest, I don't think the draft was an issue for RGMY. It's more on understanding when to engage in fights. That's something that I think RGMY did not get down. Because one thing I realized here, like just now, where RGMY, they were able to get a very nice 3-man Curse Blood, the first thing Homeboys did wasn't to fight, was to run, wait for the Curse Blood to expire, and then re-engage. That pretty much destroys the entire idea that RSGMY was trying to do, which is one-shotting everybody.
I guess that also kind of backs up what Merkel was saying, right? Like RSGMY felt like they needed to fight, and they just kept on going until they eventually bled out. I think so far, Homeboys, they've been living up to our expectations, right? They are coming off a huge momentum. But I want to hear what Rose has in store for us in the crowd. So, Rose, stage is all yours. Tell us what you got in store.
Terima kasih kepada kasih-kasih kita. Hai semua, this is Rose dan sekarang saya dengan Daddy Hood.
Hello, hi, Assalamualaikum.
Okay, Daddy. First of all, sekarang Homeboys tengah main di lower bracket tapi ada nampaklah sikit the light is shining towards grand final. As Homeboys punya owner, how are you feeling, Daddy?
Happy dengan performance sebab kita memang suka sentuh semua bracket. To be honest, kita memang suka semua, lalu semua bracket yang ada sampailah nak jadi champion. Last season kita dekat atas champion kan. Kini kita nak cuba lalu bawa champion.
Ini macam nak capai-capai sikit lah.
Betul,
selalu atas tu
insyaAllah.
boring sikit. So cuba turun sikit,
Betul.
naik balik macam tu. Okay, Daddy, kita main di lower bracket ni, ramai orang cakap you kena macam ada mental kuat. Now, as a Homeboys owner yang pernah lalu lower bracket di season 11, lepas tu musim ke-12 pula upper bracket, sekarang back to lower bracket dan nampaknya high chances masuk grand finals. Apa yang pasukan ataupun players kena ada untuk manage to conquer lower bracket ni?
Okay, sebenarnya advantage dekat kita lah, sebab kita tadi menang. Kita lawan tim yang kalah. Faham tak? Maksudnya walaupun diorang di upper bracket, diorang sebenarnya hari ni condition diorang datang dengan kekalahan dan akan kalah lagi sekali lah. So saya rasa memang advantage untuk anak-anak buah saya. Cuma ya, jangan overconfident je untuk mereka-mereka yang tengah bermain. Apa bracket pun, mana-mana bracket pun kita okey je. Kita pernah lalu play in, kita pernah negatif 8, kita pernah macam-macam.
Okay, Daddy, you cakap pasal overconfident. Now, kita tahu kan, kadang-kadang players Homeboys ni known to be macam suka main-main sikit. Especially di match point. Regular season banyak kali jadi. Bila benda ni jadi kan, apa yang Daddy selalu buat? Daddy marah ke?
Saya, saya dah berapa season dekat MPL ni. Saya dah tak marah dah pun. Saya cuma cakap, main untuk diri sendiri, main untuk family, main untuk nama baik sendiri. InsyaAllah, jangan main-main sangat. Fokus je. Tapi kadang-kadang biasalah, kadang-kadang diorang ni nakal sikit. So saya pun faham lah perkara tu.
Okay, tapi kali ni, since semalam RSG sweep Homeboys 3-0, you rasakan Daddy, player-player Daddy, anak-anak Daddy ni akan main-main tak kalau dapat game kedua ni? Ataupun sapu terus?
Okay, dia macam ni. Sunfrost pernah berkata, jangan bermain dengan emosi Homeboys. Jadi semalam Ripo dia menembak-nembak. Bila dia dah menembak-nembak Riponya, so bila dia dah menembak tu rasa macam terbakar. Kan? Bila dah terbakar ni, tu yang tadi kita belanja chip tu.
Okay, pasal belanja chip kan, Daddy, one last question. Hero apa yang sepatutnya opponent ataupun enemy memang kena jaga-jaga lah nak lepaskan kepada tangan Homeboys ni?
Semua hero rasanya. Slot ban tu kalau boleh lepas ni Monton naikkan kepada 200 ke.
Semua
senang.
hero je lah.
Semua hero band je senang.
Lepas tu bagi main hero macam OG je lah.
Minion je main. Minion saja
tu pun boleh menang.
InsyaAllah.
Alright, Daddy, before we start game kedua, apa yang Daddy nak cakap kepada anak-anak buah Daddy yang tengah dengar sekarang?
Okay, kepada anak-anak buah saya, buat yang terbaik. InsyaAllah kita kena yakin dengan kemampuan kita. Tapi ingat, kita mampu merancang, Allah je yang menentukan. Banyakkan berdoa, banyakkan juga tenangkan fikiran masa dekat atas stage tu. InsyaAllah kita ke grand final dan cuba untuk back to back lah, mudah-mudahan.
Alright, thank you so much Daddy Hood. Okay guys, kita nak tahu siapa yang akan menang lower bracket game ni. Adakah RSG akan dapat piala nombor 2 ataupun Homeboys akan buktikan dorang boleh dapat back-to-back champion. Let's join back to the casters to see if this will be a match point or a 1-1 game. Casters, silakan.
Thank you very much, Rose. Wise words from the man who has been here since the beginning, Daddy Hood. And of course, both teams, like Rose mentioned, are chasing for the second trophy. One is in 6 seasons ago, the other one a back-to-back. And Homeboys, they've been to trials and tribulations. They've been to the lowest lows. They've experienced the highest highs. And right now, they're looking to repeat that experience, Terrence.
You know, that's the thing about Homeboys, right? They have experienced so much things to a point that how the heck does Homeboys do it, right? There was a time where they first came in, they were the powerhouses, expected to win. boom, didn't win. Second time, came in, had a little bit of a penalty, which nobody expected them to qualify, somehow qualified the playoffs, and then play for next season, and then kept on going and going as the strongest powerhouse here in MPL MY. And now, they're going to try and do it again. This is something that I think no other teams besides Toda once upon a time has ever done it.
It's called against the odds, right? Homeboys have fought against that. Mirko, do you have any stories from MPL Indonesia where a team just fought against the tidal wave and swam against the currents?
I think we haven't really had a hero story yet. Unfortunately, we've only had 3 champions ever in MPL ID. I hope that changes, if you know what I mean, this season. But
Yeah.
I hope this is going to be the season where we finally get that, a team that goes through the wave and approaches as the victors.
Yeah.
We know.
This feels like the closest it's ever gotten, right? Like first place from the regular season, playoffs coming in just a week. I hope your boys make it through the end. But Sadafa, I want to get your thoughts on this, right? This upcoming hot topic, because it's very important for us when we talk about these two teams to look at something such as, will there be any surprise picks in this series? And I know you got an answer already, but I want to hear you expand on that.
We've already seen surprise picks from Homeboys. Literally today with the Leomord Angela. We've seen these players do interesting things in the past. I still recall back to when the Chibi Hellcat was something that would just randomly show up in the most unexpected of times. Still haven't seen a lot of Hellcat this season, so who knows. As for RSGMY, unfortunately, I feel like they're in a state where they do have to stick to the basics. I think the team doesn't quite have it fully together just yet.
Okay, interesting enough, before Hellcat was kind of popular, Homeboys brought it and still won a game. And now, recently, Hellcat got a rework. We haven't seen too much in Malaysia, but I know MPL ID does have a lot of Hellcat coming from Bloisky. What are your thoughts on that hero in particular in this current patch, Mirko?
It's very hit or miss. It's like, it's a big gamble to play the Hellcat, right? Because if you have a player like Beloyski who understands how to utilize these kind of assassins in the roam position, because obviously he's a very experienced Antalya player as well back in the day, M3, I think we all remember the Beloyski M3 days when he was in Onyx PH, but we've seen him, the Hellcat, played by other players in Rome, and it hasn't worked out. I think it's at a 0% win rate if it's not on the hands of Beloyski. And we haven't even seen it playing in the jungle. So initially, us on the broadcast, all the other casters and the analysts, we thought that it was first picked by GeekFam because they wanted to utilize it as a flex pick, Beloy or Ray in the jungle. But it turns out it's just a really, it's a prio pick for Beloyski. It actually became a meme kind of in MPL ID or in the Indonesian MLBB scene where if you're not Beloy, don't pick Hellcat.
I think I saw that meme, right? Like not just Hellcat, it extends to like don't pick Saber Roam. That's something that Beloyski also kind of popularized.
Only Beloy can commit war crimes.
Exactly. Only Beloy, he understands the Bible enough to commit blasphemy.
I think we had a similar thing a few seasons ago where if you weren't Humes, don't go Fanny Row.
That is true. I mean, we had our fair share of weird shenanigans. But I know we saw like the Selena Novara, more like a pocket combo from RSGMY. You talk about the Leomord Angela. What about you? I know the Odette at one time was a RSG thing.
I think the Odette was something that people were still experimenting to deal with chips, right? Like when chips first came out here, people were trying to experiment. What's the best way to counter? For me, I think as a chips player myself, the biggest threat that I've ever faced is these two particular heroes. One would be Carmilla. Second would be Odette in particular. Previously, people were saying like Gord is a pretty good one, but so far I think Gord is manageable because once he gets the Pistic Gush Cups, if you're a chips, you go for the roam, you just knocks him out instantly, no damage whatsoever. So I guess these two are the ones that really stand out for me. But nowadays, I feel like Odette is still 50-50 because it comes down to timing, right? Like rock, paper, scissors, if you cast a spell first, I'm gonna go and knock you up. But if I'm charging you and rushing you with a shortcut, nobody's gonna be able to knock you up. So it comes down to like, who gets the first jump first.
I suppose having the extra shield coming through the shortcut also
makes it even harder now.
Makes it even harder, right? So it helps you a little bit. But strengths of chips, Mirko, is it any different in MPL Indonesia when a chip gets picked up?
I think the last time we saw it was before the whole like kind of shield that was added into the game now. So the way that we've seen a lot of chips is chip gameplay is, well, initially when it got released, it's just, brawls right around the map. You want to look for those pickoffs with the mana advantage that you can get with the shortcut. But then we saw the progression of how people finally understood how to use the chip. And I think also it was Beloy who started using it in a way where it was just to gain the macro advantage. He would use the portals to give the team so much more pressure, not just to pick people off. Obviously, you can still pick people off, but if you're up against a Carmilla, he uses it to get macro advantage, where the Carmilla looks for these team fights and the neutral objectives, they would use it to trade. So if the Carmilla goes to the neutral objective, he would go to the opposite side to get the turrets with the team. So there's a lot of dimensions, I guess, that you can play with the chip, going back and forth as well. On top of putting the shortcut down, you also have so much, you're kind of like a walking ward. You can kind of say that, right? Because you can get out and into so many weird places that you can kind of create angles for your team.
And I suppose it's great to hear we have not fully explored the potential of Chip. But I want to talk about GPM as our next point of interest, because top 5 GPMs in MPL MY thus far has been quite a doozy, with Chibi in first place, 1,130 GPM that came from Week 4 Day 2, Match 2 Game 1 on the Nolan, followed by Sujin, Innocent, Loleo and Shizo. So 4 gold laners and then a jungler. I see Mirko, his mouth was agape. It's like, what the heck? How did this even happen? What's the highest GPM from MPL ID? Do you remember?
Yeah, dude, I think it's like 1,100, I think was the highest, or 1,080, I forgot, but it's just dominated by gold laners. I think we have one jungler up there. I think it's Anovel on the Ling. But yeah, to see number 1 and 2, the top 2 being junglers in MPL Malaysia is crazy, for me at least, right? Looking at MPL ID, I think even in MPL PH, it's just dominated by gold laners.
Yeah, and I remember as well, I think the exact stats was like Chibi had the highest ranking out of all the regions. This was before the playoffs of MPL PH was finished, right? So, and as of now, based on what we've seen so far, it's funny to see how... Wait, I remember casting the game because he was on the Nolan and he was level 15, 11 minutes into the game.
I think I remember that as well.
Yeah,
right?
I believe that was the case. He was just snowballing so heavily off of kills and ganks that he became an unstoppable force in itself. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to recreate this now with the recent changes where it's a lot more difficult to invade into the jungle, tank junglers becoming a lot more prevalent, and people just figuring out that you need to not give Chibi space on Nolan.
Which makes it very interesting, and I want to kind of toss the ball to you, Mirko, right? A lot of teams, they don't Nolan through, most teams don't pick it up, but Homeboys consistently has Nolan banned against them. So what are the conditions that Nolan needs to have to kind of thrive like Chibi does?
Well, I think Chibi plays it in a different way. Number 1, I'll just get that out of the way, right? Because the traditional way of how you want to utilize Nolan is when there's a lot of squishy picks, obviously, when there are a lot of vulnerable picks, but somehow Chibi still makes it work up against these tanks, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, traditionally, you want to just have very, very easy people to target, right? In the mid laners, if you go up against Novarias, even Vixanas to a certain point, it's still okay, it's doable. But then when you have heroes like Valentina on the opposing team, you kind of don't want to go for the Nolan. It's a bit tough to catch these Valentinas, these very mobile heroes. So yeah, I think it depends on that. But also at the start of the season, obviously, it's when you actually want to go for a mage in the gold lane, right? To add more dimensions to your damage output, you want to go for the Nolan in the jungle or an assassin.
Okay, seeing how this has happened so far here, surprise picks, to be honest, I'll be surprised to see the Nolan again, just because I have a lot of skepticism on this hero, especially in the recent patch as well.
Agreed.
Seeing how Homeboys was playing it yesterday, I think.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yes.
Oh yes, it was
Game
yesterday
1.
as well. They brought in the Nolan, got completely destroyed by RGMY. So RGMY was able to kind of read Homeboys' rotation based on their usual playstyles from regular season. But today itself, in this particular match, Homeboys kind of made a little bit switch up in their usual rotations, and I feel like RGMY wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah, and I want to bounce that off of you, Terrence, and I want to get your thoughts on this, right? We saw the Homeboys game yesterday. You were asking, what the heck happened to RGMY, right? What did they have during the break that made them so good? What changed for Homeboys yesterday and today?
Firstly, the patch hotfix changed a lot because we know Zorn. He wants to invade, he wants to make an impact, he wants his enemy to see him face to face right when the game begins. It's no longer safe to do that because he's gonna take that extra damage. So we can see that when he's not on the chip, he actually starts playing a bit more passively compared to before. Because of this, Homeboys doesn't have as much information early on to work with, which means they have to play more towards their early side laning phase instead of directly invading and ganking. Because of this, we saw teams like King Empire take advantage of that by using superior map movement to take kills, to get snowballs, and push Homeboys back. What separates Homeboys is that they're still capable of identifying pivot points during the mid game to take control of the game again and scale up for late game. So it is that patch difference, as well as Homeboys attempting to adjust their approach to the game based on the heroes they have and based on the meta as they see it.
We're going to head into the drafting phase and see if that is going to be the case for Game 2. RGMY, one game down this best of 5, which means they're one step closer to elimination. Any expectations coming into this? Let's start with you, Mirko.
Expectations? Well, maybe it's first. RGMY maybe taking the blue side. You can dictate a lot of how the game will go with the drafts on blue side over red side. I think overall, in a lot of different regions, blue side has been getting so much more success. But yeah, they ban out Chip too. If they don't want to pick it up, they gotta ban it out.
Okay, seeing how this time they are still going to be respecting Homeboys here. Both teams kind of started this off in game number 1 with a unusual ban playstyle, right? Like usually we kind of ban the S tier bans or even meta bans here, but even in the first game, it was pretty apparent that RGMY are just banning off comfort heroes coming from Homeboys, and Homeboys is banning off comfort heroes coming from RGMY. So this time they are respecting the Nolan as well as the chips. These are signatures coming from Zord as well as Chibi. Meanwhile, Homeboys, it is going to be the Moscow for Lodios, Yujong for Repo, and the Novaria for Izanami. So 3 gone through. Loi completely ignored, but RGMY not taking it, but prioritizing it in the Matilda instead.
Yeah, I do find it pretty surprising, right? I guess there are 2 ways around it. Last game is the same as well. RGMY had to ban the Matilda. Now the Loi goes through with the Fredrin. Nothing much changes on the side of Homeboys, but will RGMY look at Loliel's hero pool at this point of time? Because ain't getting Moscow, but there's still Natanda.
I think they will prioritize going for Loliel. RSG generally likes to give Loliel his hero as early as possible, especially if more than one marksman has been banned in that first phase. And looks like, yes, they will do so. They grabbed the Natan. What kind of does interest me is the fact that RSG has been consistently banning Hardif even on blue side, because this used to be one of Loliel's signature heroes. I think he's still very good with it. So I actually don't know why they decide that it's something they have to get rid of.
I mean, usually when RSG and Y are put in a spot like this, that's where Ripple starts to tank a little bit, right? Because his hero pool is going to get targeted. So Mirko, from an XP laner's perspective, if you are put in the spot where your hero pool is going to get hard locked, are there any alternatives out of it? Like, what is the way to remedy this? How do you adapt to it?
Just try to get a winning matchup for Repo. I think that's the way you remedy it, right? I think they had a chance as well to do that in the previous game, but they obviously opted to gamble on the full team fighting composition with the Carmilla last pick to flex over the Barats into XP. That was a cool little idea that RSG Malaysia tried to make happen, to try to make, work. But I think this time, go back to the standard, which is Repo getting his comfort picks. Because the Barats versus CC, it's kind of an annoying lane for the Barats. You get kited so easily, and these all-ins just do not favor you. I think overall, CC just does better against Barats, right? So right now, I'm thinking of Repo getting a pick that can either make plays happen in these neutral objectives where he doesn't get poked down, or, yeah, winning matchups. I think winning matchups plus the playmaking would just be the optimal choice. If they can get like a good Lapu Lapu or maybe an Arlet game, it will be very, very good. And they ban out CC, so kind of already sets up for something like that.
Besides those as well, we know that Rippo likes going for these playmaking style of EXP laners, right? He really popped off with the Terizla during day 1. Well, Homeboys, they know that. They're not going to let him have it. So still a lot of focus towards that EXP lane. In fact, even the Edith is something that Rippo has played EXP lane quite a few times. So making sure that Sapat has that ideal matchup is going to be important, especially if they're going to try and create space for nets on the Claude.
I think it comes down to comfort picks as well as priority picks, right? Like Homeboys has been targeting Repo as well, and almost every single other team who's faced up against RG has done specifically that. I agree with Repo, Lapu Lapu isn't too bad, but I like this adaptation coming from RGMY, right? They are banning the Lolita because of the fact that when they faced off against SRG, there was nothing Lolios could do against Yums in that scenario. So this is a little bit of trauma coming in, but it makes a lot of sense because whenever the entropy comes in, the shield comes out, means that if he shoots, none of his teammates none of Homeboy's composition is going to be able to take damage, and instead his teammates is going to feel his own damage instead. So I like this adaptation, but what is Repo going to play? Because if he goes Lapu Lapu, is he able to rotate faster than whatever Homeboys brings to the table? Because Homeboys has been known, especially for Sapat, he's played Paquito, he's played a lot of things, but no way.
We're getting the Zorn Kufra. The Zorn special has been missing for a whole season up until this point. I mean, there's a lot of ability on the side of RSGMY, but Mirko, this cool fry came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it really did. I think, you know, I was actually hoping to see something like a Kaja as well, something that can utilize the flanking potential of the diversion, but hey, I'm very curious to see how the Kufra does. Technically, getting him into these flanking positions will be great because they want to go for the Natan. Thing is, I'm pretty sure the Natan will be going for Purify anyways, and they have that Mathilda to get him out of places, and on top of that, Valentina as well, right, to play with diversion. So I think, but that's really smart by Homeboys, because I think, I don't know if, yeah, they want to just get a winning matchup for Sapat at this point, right? They've already banned out so many heroes for Repo. They're denying him a lot of these heroes, and now with the Arlet in the XP, Homeboys can pick up these. I mean, to be fair, they can go two ways right now. They can go for the full win in the XP lane as well. Just get like a super strong pick. I'm thinking, wait, with the Yuzong and the Terizla banned out, you know what? Just go for more playmaking, I feel, at this point, right? I think if they
Esmeralda maybe?
Want?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think
Esmeralda. Personally, it'd be like Xborg, Tamus, Paquito if he wants to lean for comfort. One of these options, I think.
Every time I see those fist bumps from Homeboy's side, I'm thinking Sapat is going to get some nasty pick. Sapat perhaps?
Well, we shall see. 5 seconds left. Seems like Homeboys, they've made that decision. It is going to be Tamus. Good shout there coming in from Staffa. But now seeing this composition here, oof. First, the Kufra. The one that got Zorn his championship title in MPO Season 3. What do you think?
I mean, it's a blast in the past, right? But Mirko, final thoughts on the draft before we send you off.
I love the draft from Homeboys this time around, you know? Hopefully RSG will be able to get things done, because technically their composition looks really good. But Homeboys have so many winning lanes in that XP lane as well, and they have so many angles to attack from. Let's see. RSGMY, they have plan B though.
Well, that's Mirko's analysis. We're going to get ready to jump into game number 2, and RSGMY, they definitely need to find an equalizer to have a chance.
Well, a surprise factor here, a surprise hero pickup has been brought to the table, to the Land of Dawn, here in the playoffs for MPL MY Season 13, day number 3. Now, the lower bracket finals, game number 2, Homeboys versus RSGMY. Homeboys with 1 game ahead. This is going to be something that a lot of us are hoping for. Can Homeboys take the clean 3-0 to get their revenge against RSGMY, or will RSGMY adapt and fight back?
A lot of storylines kind of being concluded in just a little bit, right? It's about the revenge, it's about the 2-time grand finalist, 2-time championship, at least wildcard slots secured for MSC, but most importantly, they need to go into the grand finals as dominant as humanly possible.
Absolutely. And Homeboys want to feel as good as they can if they're going to be the ones moving on into the grand finals. RSG, they're going to do anything they can to stop them, but I'm personally going to be the most curious about Zorn on this Kufra. Udil already being forced to flicker, but how aggressive can he play on this hero, considering this is actually its debut in Season 13?
To be honest, I actually like what the RSGMY is doing, right? They're learning on how Udil usually plays his low E, because the game that they played against Udil, especially Udil going up against King Empire, Udil has been known to just harass the mid lane every single time, but this time he's getting a taste of his own medicine now.
And Zorn might coming from a gank.
Okay, great start to start things off, but he's gonna try and harass here. Nuts immediately rushing over, but not gonna be able to get too much value damage off it.
Just lock Lolio out of the wave, so Nets think he's going to start looking for a freeze. He has double cannon minions on his side, so this is going to be lethal. That wave will start stacking out, and with Zorn in the bush, Lolio can walk up. He needs to call for help.
Yeah, the ideal actually for Homeboys would be to call one more person over, then they can dive the tower with the double cannon minion. But looks like Homeboys aren't going to risk that this early on, considering that we cannot underestimate the amount of damage that Natan can output at a level 3. They're going to play towards that turtle timing instead. Chibi and Venogo both going to be hitting level 4 around the same time, so this is pretty even so far.
Stone is not even close to getting 4. He's been babysitting Venogo and Izanami for the most part the first 2 minutes. So no ultimate for Matilda.
Oh, this is going to be a very important factor here for Nogo. He does have the level advantage, but as soon as he hits 5, he is going to make the dive. Udil doesn't have his ultimate, but I don't think it matters for this scenario here. Repo with a flicker play, plays into the final stash as well. Here comes the Total's welcome, connects on 2, but Venogo is dropping too low, but Zorn with a Tyrant's Rage stops them apart, and now RSGMY, they can completely turn apart and Uno reverse card. They will be the ones that lose members instead.
2-for-1 in favor of Homeboys, and they get Turtle Izanami killing off Supa with a stolen Tyrant's Rage.
Oh no,
and Storm. He might go down almost.
Okay, but Nogo is going to be joining the fight as well. Zorn, is he going to be able to make out alive as well? He's got the sidestep as well. He's getting stunned his way through, but his passive heals him, and I think he's got the quantum charge. Oh my goodness, what a player.
I didn't even realize it was Kufra with quantum charge. Okay, that makes a big difference there. Zorn showing us how it's done. This is one way to debut a hero in the season at the playoffs of all things. We can see that if Zorn is able to get these comfort picks, it doesn't matter what the hotfix has done. He's still able to invade. He's still able to very innately understand the limits that he can bring his team to.
I guess when you look at the composition of Homeboys, one thing that is apparent is it's being a big AoE team fight, right? Lori Yin Yang reactions, the Kufra engage, and then you have this Claude that's ready to come in with the Blazing Duet. RCMY, it feels like this comp is a bit more split up. They can play a bit more push and pull, but if they get caught by Homeboys without a Purify, that's going to spell disaster.
Well, now here comes the circling eagle, instantly blocked with the ball, Kufra ball now. And Chibi looks to re-engage with Thorn. Vinogo getting chain stun. Appraisal round comes in. The Bulldogs welcome a little bit late here, but he is going to be burned down by Nets with the Blazing Duet. RSG MY now in a little bit predicament here. Udil, whoa, big boy damage coming from Udil. Now Divergent immediately forces them out as well. They are going to try and make a attempt on Leos. Can he get out? Sword! He's going to try and dive this as well. Leos with the Purify. He gets out. Nice attempt from Homeboys, but so fast-paced coming in from Homeboys. Izanami, he's got the Tyrant's Rage, but it's only just him.
I mean, I don't care if that's intentional or not, but Zorn diving into the Daytona's welcome as if he's going for a stuntman trick shot actually worked out in Homeboy's favor and blowing Loliel's Purify right after that. Homeboy slowly getting incremental leads.
Zorn is way too good with these classic tanks, man. I'm pretty sure that was intentional. Diving in front of the Daytona's welcome so Vinogo couldn't use it to escape. The instant diversion, the hunt down Lolil in the bottom lane, force out the Purify. You can see how different Homeboys plays when Zorn is confident, when he's on a hero that can actually create this space. They already have that 1k net worth lead, controlling the turtle now.
Well, Izanami getting zoned out by Zorn. Zorn, they have a rough idea on what they are doing as well. Vinogo is able to get out for now, but with the turtle dropping down pretty low, they are going to commit again. Vinogo getting pinned away here. Tyrant's Rage comes in from Izanami. Counterplay comes in. The Homeboys, they secure the turtle. Zorn, he actually managed to survive the re-engage. Reaper also going to fall as Homeboys is able to flip the table once more. Izanami, a beautiful play, but doesn't seem to be enough. But right now, Homeboys, Nets, he finally showed himself here. He's not going to be able to get a pick, but RSGMY, they have to be careful here. Chibi is looking for a gang, but okay, that's all for now.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys had to use all of their battle spells except for Nets in that team fight, but Sabat and Zorn just manning the front line and whittling down RSGMY. That is the power of the Tamus in this early game, especially when you're ahead and has a Vengeance, Courageous side done. It's going for the Gordon Helmet or the Athena Shield next, but regardless, Homeboys right now, they're just in such a strong position.
Yeah, the setup is so good. Like, in that last fight, I thought for sure that Zorn and Sabat, they were gonna eat it there. That was a really nice stolen Tyrant's Rage, but just the survivability and the Quantum Charge coming in clutch again for Zorn. Walks out with a sliver of HP. Homeboy's going again.
Okay, Chibi makes an attempt. Izanami is like, you know what, I've got Spell Vamps, but speaking of Spell Vamps right now, he's does have a decent amount of level. He's actually out-leveling Chibi now, but no, the drop comes in right on top on Storm, but he's able to get out with 1 HP. However, Lulil, he's left alone here. He needs to find a way to get out. Entropy comes in, but no, Vinogo is able to save him. Chibi, he's gonna get pinned, and he's gonna go down. Final Slash doesn't connect. Homeboys over-committed to this, but what an outplay from Storm with that initial fight.
It's an overextension for Homeboys. They dropped on top of Stolen, wanting to get to Lo Liao. Stolen gets out. They still went for Lo Liao. At the end of the day, losing Chibi, not too big of a deal. He's still decent in terms of levels, even with a no-go. And Sabat, he set up the top wave, so that top tier 2 is going to fall regardless.
But I really questioned the decision. Like, I feel like Chibi got a little bit too desperate just to finish off the Matilda there. Once the rest of the cavalry showed up, it was time for Homeboys to back it off. And that's at least going to give RSGMY something here. But Homeboys still not going to let up the pressure. Even with the turtle coming up, they're actually splitting the map in half.
Oh, Lodios, he's swapped the entropy preemptively here, expecting Homeboys to make a jump, but at the same time, as soon as they see this wall, Homeboy says, you know what, back off. We've got to secure the turtle. RGMY nowhere close to this fight. And it seems like turtle secured. But immediately as soon as I say this, RGMY, they make a jump, they find Ness, that's a big catch. He's dead, he's gone for Ness. Homeboys, they're gonna try to make a counter play. Zorn misses the stun here. He's gonna get pinned away. Entropy still alive for Lolios as slowly people in bound, but Udil with the two-man yin-yang. Gonna stop the tempo right now, and here he comes. The saves from Izanami, the stolen Tyrant's Rage, stopping Serpan and Chibi, and he's able to get out with the guiding winds.
Oh man, I cannot believe Chibi saved Zorn that time. The energy eruption to taunt Izanami and Lolia to prevent the finisher onto Zorn. This guy is getting away with daylight murder. He has 5 assists, 0 deaths, and that is because sometimes a stroke of light, sometimes his team is just there at the right time.
You know, it doesn't matter how much damage Zorn takes because Cooper has made out of bandages. So he's already just prepared to get out of there alive regardless. But Izanami is making some really nice Tyrant's Rage steals as well. Homeboys actually does need to respect the damage coming out because Lolil is starting to hit pretty hard. Net's already got punished once, only just finished that Corrosion Scythe. So even though Homeboy still has the net worth lead, we're reaching a very important point in the game for both sides.
Oh, great side step. Oh, what a catch coming in from Repo as well. And now he is going to fall just like that. Very, very clean execution coming from RGMY. Homeboys definitely wasn't expecting that.
That's going to help Venogo recover in terms of experience. He will hit 11 and just get a bit closer to Chibi in terms of that resource. But Homeboys, you gotta start respecting RGMY, not just in terms of damage, but in terms of the cash potential. Arlet is a pivotal tool that has been missing from RGMY arsenal for the past few games, but now that they've brought it out for Rippo, Homeboy, you gotta give a bit more respect.
Yeah, up until now, Chibi has been playing Fredrin very aggressively, using his body as a way to engage fights, using the energy option to initiate. But against this composition, with a Barats, with an Arlet, he cannot afford to do that. His positioning needs to be safer and closer to the rest of the Homeboys to make sure he's not feeding more kills to RSG.
Yeah, and seeing Homeboys, they are finally playing a little bit more defensive here, knowing that their lanes are, their housekeeping needs to be checked right now. And most of the lanes are pretty 50-50, is not giving any kind of advantage at all. And the Udil using a Divergent to scout RGMY's rotation. Are they going to be there? But guess what? Here's the stolen Divergent themselves. RGMY, they make the drop on Serpan. They're trying to go for it, but I don't think that's the right target here. And Repo, he's got to run for his life. He flickers away, but here comes a Praises Wrath. But it is going to be scaring Repo off. He needs to recall back to base very, very soon. Storm gets in out to safety. Lord already engaged by Homeboys for now. Now, Zorn getting poked here. Lolios popping the entropy once more. They're still damage checking onto his this, but here comes Funny Slash, catches up on this time. Vengeance keeps him alive. Does he survive? Yes, he does. He's gonna walk out, but the Daytona's Volcom, he catches on Chibi, but Udil, he's able to get a 3-man yin-yang reaction. Just like that, they get 3 down from the side of RGMY. What a catch from Udil.
What a catch from Zorn. Zorn again, the flicker, Tyrant's Rage, the pin tree into the wall, and that's the wombo combo we've talked about. Homeboy just laid everything on top of RGMY, and they started from Serpan surviving with a sliver of health again.
And the Yin Yang reaction's just doing so much damage overall. Udil topping the damage dealt rankings. And man, if I had a nickel for every single time a Homeboys player walked out with no HP, I would have a lot more than 2 nickels here. That's gotta feel bad for RSGMY. Instantly, the net worth lead bloats to almost 7,000. RGMY, they can still somewhat depend on Lolil to scale up into that late game. The Tan is still 0-0-2, so his farm should be pretty matching to net. But Homeboys now has control of the map.
Oh, speaking of map right now, it seems like Homeboys has just got a huge lead against RGMY, and the comeback from RGMY seems to be very similar to game 1, but this time they've got better tools, but it comes down to execution though.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, RGMY, they should be able to keep the Horde away and keep the inhibitor alive, and Lolia himself can handle the Lord pretty fine just with that entropy. But even then, Homeboys, they have amassed such a lead that RGMY, they can't afford to get caught like that. Again, Homeboys are trying to burn their battle spells before the true fight begins, and RGMY, they gotta start realizing that. Gotta start with taking back space, and that means using Ripple and Venogo as an asset.
If you ask me personally, this is one situation where I'm not a fan of Zorn actually spam recalling there. If he was hiding himself, RGMY would have the position a lot more afraid because they're not sure of where the Kufra is. As long as Zorn is actually showing his face, it's allowing RG to...
No Leos. He went for the entry forward here. He's gonna force Suppot's out of it, but at the same time, he needs to get out. Izanami narrowly escaping this, but no goal. This is going to be the only one left stranded as Chibi locks him down as Homeboys finds the pick. Despite all the engagements, RSGMY loses only Vinogo. A nice little attempt coming in from Lolios, but it seems like Homeboys is just so much prepared for what's happening.
And Izanami stole the appraisal's wrath, so gotta get rid of that soon. And I guess, Sadafa, you said that Zorn being out in the open is not good because RGMI knows where it is. Not when you have divergence, I guess. It's like it's like a magic trick, right? Now you see Zorn, now you don't.
You know, maybe Zorn is the diversion all along. Or maybe he's just baiting them. It's like, oh, I'm right here. There's no way you'll get caught by anything. Boom, Udil shows up out of nowhere. AK net worth lead now. Udil already having the Blood Wings and the Divine Glaive. This Loi is going to hurt a lot. Even triple Radiant Armor on Zorn, Chibi, and Sabat because they know that Izanami, Storm, and Lolil all deal magic damage. Unfortunately, a little bit front-loaded in that regard, making it easier for Homeboys to itemize, and that's why a lot of them are surviving with the tiniest bit of HP.
Well, speaking of HP right now, RGMY, Lolil, he does have the damage to turn things around. However, he just needs to find the perfect angles to fight with. In this case, Zorn has been making it very, very difficult for RGMY to do so. And Suppot as well, extremely tanky. He's got the Vengeance, which is a big problem for them. Lolios, oh my goodness, 1-2 slaps. Udil just almost deleting Lolios from this game. But fortunately for them, Guiding Wind keeps them alive, but the Lord already being started from side of Homeboys. Half HP Vinogo is now or never. You got to get the biggest catch, but Udil once again pins them apart as Suppot blocks their entry, and Zorn from the sides! He catches Repo. Izanami tries to get out with a diversion. Is not good enough. Too much damage from Homeboys, and now they are going to be knocking in towards the inhibitors. They're diving past the tier 3s, but no go, getting focused down as well. Udil barely surviving it. Nets finally takes out the tier 3. Storm now, the Razor's Wrath drops on RSGMY. They have to reset, but Homeboys, they have to back off. Repo's going to be back in 5 seconds. In this case, Nets, he's running for his dear lives.
The game is not going to end here, but still, Homeboys now more than 11k goal advantage. This is literally a checkmate situation. RGMY managed to hold back the wave, but Homeboys, they got the divergence coming back up soon in just a little bit. They are ready to fight another time.
They actually used it just for Udil and Nets to get closer to the fight here. The Lord gonna be crashing up top lane.
They need them. They need them in this fight as well. RGMY, they need to find where this Claude is, and it's gonna be tough. Vinogo looking for the catch. He does have the Daytona's welcome here. The Glass comes in. Chibi, he might fall.
Oh my goodness!
The ball, but the catch from Homeboys once again. They find Lolios out of nowhere. Chibi trying his best to stall Storm here, but again, Zorn with a 3-man catch. They're collapsed all over on RSGMY, and Udil wipes the floor with RSGMY. 2-0 for the Owls. 2-0 for Homeboys, and one more game to the grand finals.
Welcome the Tyrant himself back onto the field. Zorn put up a masterclass performance as him Kufra never left. And Udil pointing is 2, about to be 3 in one more game. The game changer, the last fight, was Chibi slamming that appraisal scrap right on top of Loliao before the immortality pop, and Loliao going down right afterwards to Udil.
That was so much damage. Chibi continuing to show the extent that utility junglers can be played. Oh, you think I'm a tank? You think I'm here for defense? Nah, man. I'm here to turn you into mince meat. The defending champions are in fighting form. One game away from guaranteeing at least a slot at wildcards.
See value in him? You should, because Chibi is playing him like never before. One more game and his wild cards guaranteed for MSC, and another repeat visit into the grand finals for Homeboys.
Oh boy. Revenge might be sweet, but again, I am not going to jinx it. I'm going to touch wood right now for Homeboys fans. But it seems like RSGMY may be in for a very, very difficult time, because now, in order for them to make their mark into the grand finals, they've got to pull in the biggest miracle ever. And in this case, it seems to be a little bit difficult here. Now, who do you think the MVP is?
It could be anyone. It could be Chibi again, right? Like, Chibi played a phenomenal game. But you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb and I say Zorn is the MVP, because he brought back the Kufra. Udio, fine with it as well. Loi played impeccable across the map. And Mirko, you called it right. You like Homeboy's draft, but did you expect this to be the result?
Yeah, I kind of expected this result, you know, a very dominant game, because they had 3 winning lanes, basically, with the jungle as well doing pretty good, right? We know the Barrage nerfs, we know that the Fredrin is still a bit more prio, and how do you want to utilize a Loi, right? How do you want to utilize a hero with teleports that can get so much map pressure, like the Loi, like the Chip? It's with winning lanes. With winning lanes, you get so much more pressure when you use these diversions, and we didn't even get to see technically the combo from Zorn on the Kufra with the diversion. He usually just tries to go and he plays with the team usually. Like we didn't see any crazy angles for that Tyrant's Revenge or Tyrant's Rage combo, but hey, he did his job. He was able to enable all these winning lanes to be even crazier monsters in these team fights. So shout out to Udil, man. This guy, he's gotten a lot of hate moving to Malaysia, you know, at the start by a lot of Indonesians, but I think from the start, I'm a big fan of him, and I'm glad to see him find success like this. All the way from the start, he was doing really good.
Yeah, your boy is eating well. He's eating well. He's cooking well here.
He was eating them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at the same time. Loi as a hero is designed to punish messy team fights. Like, if you are not paying attention to your positioning, that yin-yang reaction just melts you so quickly. And we literally talked about this during Game 1. RSG's players tend to position kind of messily. So Udil is just able to continuously pelt them over and over again. But man, I really gotta highlight, I missed seeing this kind of Zorn gameplay.
Yeah, Zorn, you know, this is the one that got him his first championship, right? Like, this is the one that got him Season 3 when he was playing with GFAM. And guess what? He also, if I do recall this, they also brought the Kufra last season for Homeboys to win their his second trophy. But again, back-to-back is something that Homeboys is looking forward to. And personally, I feel like this composition, I think Merkel mentioned as well, is so good. The Kufra bouncing ball has been extremely annoying for RSGMY in particular, because of the fact that it stops the guiding winds or whoever that Storm is trying to save. It does somewhat annoy Storm in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, Merkel even also said that RSGMY, the objective is to look for winning lane for Ripple. But we look at the stats, that's not really the case, right? Ripple, he's been getting some great setups with that final slash, but it really felt like RSGMY couldn't really go for the finisher. So this winning matchup kind of blew up in smokes, Merkel.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a winning matchup, right? I think it's actually a bad matchup for him with the Arlet up against the Tamiz. That's why technically he had a chance to go for a winning matchup in Game 1 when he was on red side. I think the red side gives you that opportunity to go for, you know, a counter matchup for whoever it is on the last pick. The Homeboys did a very good job picking that Tamiz late, because that was the lane that will bully Repo. I think all the way from the start, Repo was just finding it difficult to actually look for the advantage in lane. All he had to play with was the final slash flicker, and after that, the combo. Once he uses that, he's not like Arlet. When you all in, you need to find that burst, and you cannot burst this team right now from Homeboys. They also have the balancing ball, obviously, from Zorn that can re-engage. I think in the first turtle, when he went for the final slash, he kind of hesitated a bit as well. They had a level advantage, a mana advantage for a while, but then Zorn took the full wave in the mid lane, got level 4, and was able to re-engage on RSG, who were just all caught up in the turtle pit.
Yeah, you can see the punching back. Vinogo, 172,000 total damage. Doesn't really feel like there's much of a choice for this Barrage, right? He's just getting sandbagged all the way.
He is the main frontline. When you have the Matilda as a roamer, when you have the Arlet as EXP, there's not much of a choice Vinogo has but to be the one taking the bulk of that DPS. And unfortunately, with the nerfs to Barrage, it's no longer quite as easy for him to survive all of those and and secure objectives at the same time. So this was already setting up RSG for much more difficult team fights. So it really hits home again the genius of that Tamers pick, because RSG is so reliant on having Ripple around to set things up with the final slash. As long as Sabat there on the Tamers is keeping him in lane, he's already doing his job, not to mention him winning.
Yeah, and seeing, I don't know, man. This feels like a bittersweet revenge here coming from Homeboys, but again, 2-0 against RGMY. Like, RGMY serve it up to Homeboys on a silver platter, instantly humble, and for Homeboys to make a full reset after one day. This is something that I think RGMY may need a little bit more time, right? Like, think about this. I think Homeboys was playing this with momentum, whereas RGMY, they had a devastating loss in the morning, and then do they have enough time to reset and then join this fight? Because it feels like they're adapting, but they're warm, but I don't see the fixes.
I mean, the time is limited, right? You got to work with whatever you have. The fact that the total game time for RSG series against SRG, if we disregard the draft, was less than 40 minutes, that says a lot of the state that they lost in. But Mirko, push comes to shove, this could be RGMY's last game. We already went through some pocket picks, some X factors, some adaptations. What is left in the tank for RGMY? Like, what is going to tip the scales for them?
Well, again, I still think, a lot of RSG Malaysia's success comes from how Repo can make these plays, can get an advantage in the XP lane. Looking at this game, RSG, I think it's all about understanding their game plan, because in both games, I think they kind of failed to understand the game plan of their drafts. For game number 1, they had to be the proactive ones. For game number 2, they had to be the reactive ones. They had to just be the ones to weather the storm out, but they continue to just keep on fighting in the second game. It's almost like their game plan in game 2 was what they should have done in game 1. So it's really about understanding the game plan, but maybe for Repo, the one change you can do for RSG in the draft is get Repo's pick early, because if you leave his pick for the second phase, he gets eaten alive, man. Homeboys have completely denied him of any of his comfort heroes, and it's hurt RSGMY a lot.
That's what we saw from Homeboys, right? Like, they have banned the Yuzhong in the first phase in both games. And that's what RGMY likes to go for, Yuzhong first 3 picks.
I think this is something that RGMY is currently facing, where they are facing a similar incident with King Empire. And Homeboys has done this exactly towards Smooth. And almost every single team who plays against King Empire has done this. And now RGMY has finally felt it. Usually, we kind of see this being targeted on towards the gold laner, sometimes Loleo, sometimes Izanami. But Izanami has proven himself. He can play a lot of mages. Loleo has proven himself. He can play a lot of marksmen. So Repo is being put to this test. And so far, I feel like his Arlet, he's doing the okay things, but personally, I feel like Vinogo hasn't been winning his early pre-fights for the past, I don't know, like 5 games, if you think about it, right? Like 3 in the morning with SRG, 2 now this game. Every single time the first clash comes in, most of the time Vinogo is under-leveled compared to their opponent's jungler. And that one time he was ahead, they still lost the fight.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Hall of Fame, I think it says a lot about, well, Vinogo, right, being the sandbag, taking the most damage this game. Udil, Net, Zorn, they all deserve their spot. And I think Vinogo now, it has been a hot topic. We kind of brought it up at the start of the show. Sadafa, I want to kind of come to you, right? And I want to get yours and Mirko's outlook on this, starting with you, Sadafa. Is Vinogo not performing up to expectations, or he's trying to, but he's not provided the tools to do so?
I think that Vinogo is unfortunately not pulling his weight enough. I think RSG is honestly giving him the tools that are necessary, right? Obviously, this game is not a very good example of that because they had a lot of losing lanes like we mentioned, but there have been many situations in the past where Vinogo has all the tools he needs to secure retributions, to make plays for the team, and we're just not really seeing it.
Yeah, what about you, Mirko? We saw the SRG game, we saw game 1 and 2 against Homeboys. Are your thoughts on the same boat as Sadafa's? We'll check in with Mirko in a bit, but what about you?
Yeah, definitely. Most probably. Yeah.
If Mirko sounds like that, he's going to get disowned by MPL ID okay, in an instant. But what about you? What about you?
Yeah, to be honest, I think coming to this situation here, like just based on seeing all these fights, right? Vinogo, I think he's starting certain fights, but most of the time when he starts a fight, Homeboys is just able to just react to him. And it feels like there are some instances where he needs to be given some sort of a reassurance to ensure what's the next game play. And and I feel like that should be Storm's play here. Maybe to be stopping Zorn's Tyrant's Revenge. Maybe someone that stops Chibi in terms of combo. But what I do know is that Venogo is not able to just continue his combo. Look at this, like every single time he's trying to re-engage fight, he's trying to build some sort of stacks, but there's just no value because every single time he drops a spell, Homeboy just, just ignores it. It's like they're just kiting him around and there's just nothing really much he can do, especially when they need somebody on top of him.
I know we saw an earlier stat where Venogo has the second highest total deaths in the entire league at like 97 or 95, followed by Storm. I wonder who's the first place. That is my only question. I want to know who died.
I believe Stone was first place.
Stone was first place.
Yeah, Venogo was second.
Stone. They have the most amount of deaths. And considering that Noir has died 12 deaths in a single game, I was very surprised that Noir is not there. But also RGMY has played more games, that's one. But for them to make it all the way here, like, how did they actually pull this off?
I think this is what Sora needs to pick his brain, right? How do they pull this off? I think Mirko did pointed out, get Ripple's hero early, but we know RCMY, if early hero for Ripple, usually it means a Yuzhong. Without a Yuzhong, what are the alternatives?
The thing is, right, I do actually want to discuss this a little bit with you, Mirko, right? You mentioned that it should be important for them to grab Ripple's hero early on, but typically when it comes to EXP laners, we want to leave it for later so that we can counter pick, right? So how do you balance that?
I think it depends on how they go for, which side they go for first, right? If they want to go for blue side, I think they need to pick up his hero in the first phase, because going for a winning matchup, it just seems like Homeboys, their whole plan is to deny Repo of a good lane. If Homeboys get red side, they're always going to try to force out these bans if Repo don't get that first pick in the first phase. So it depends on the side, but if RGMY do get red side, sure. If you want to keep that final pick for Repo, I think it can work. That winning matchup could still be a possibility for Repo.
Well, seeing this possibility here right now, RGMY has only one chance left. They need a miracle. And in this case, Miracle, you are the boy wonder. You are the guy that makes the miracle here. You got to make a prediction here. Is it Venogo or Venogon?
It's RS gone. I think if they continue to play like this, the whole RSG are gone. I don't know what it is with RSG, by the way. It's like RSG MY, RSG PH, RSG SG. They're all very momentum based. And if they find themselves in this kind of spot, it's really hard for them to come back. I've seen this so many times from RSG. It's super sad, but I don't know if they can make those adaptations just in, this short break.
I mean, just a short segue. There's actually a parallel storyline going on with Homeboys as well. Like Homeboys Singapore is no longer part of the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
The academy team Homeboys Syndicate finished second in the recent MAL. So this is the only remaining Homeboys team that has a chance to lift that trophy to complete the season. But I just got word that we gotta check in on our PCU milestone. That is my favorite part of every MPL playoffs. Let's put it up for all of you guys to take a look. The PCU milestones right now currently sitting at 303,926. We've completed 2 of the milestones, surpassing MPL MY Season 10 and 11, but we're looking to surpass last season, which almost doubled Season 11.
Not gonna lie, we set a very, very big benchmark last season here, and we are hoping to set a new record once again, because every single season of MPL, we have always hit the target. This season, we gotta need your help. You guys at home, you guys gotta share, you guys gotta like, you guys gotta tell your friends here your favorite teams are playing to help us achieve this. And in this case, I feel the most important thing is we gotta enjoy games with friendship.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I'm not sure if you checked the group chat, right? But on TikTok, I think today's stream had like 1.2 million views. I don't know how the algorithm works, but the fact that we're in the millions in terms of views, that is crazy. I think LaFell shared that screenshot. You can go back and check it out. Out of this world. Mirko, I'll send you that after this, because it's quite insane.
what do you mean? Indonesia's got 1 million. You know, Mirko is like, oh, come on. Yeah.
He
Yeah,
was just-
secretly in
he was-
Mirko's mind is like,
mean,
come on, man. I'm Indonesia's best caster, man. Yeah.
That is true. I mean, Mirko's Mr. Worldwide. But you were just talking about enjoying the games here, and now you're gloating about other regions. Get out, get out.
No, I'm
the
just
desk, man.
reading Mirko's mind. That's all. Like he doesn't want to be his usual biasness. He's like he's super critical. You know, today he's just super neutral. What's up, Mirko? What's wrong? You
Man,
know.
he's wearing a Bigatron jacket, right? Yeah. I mean, you can't.
So did the
you can't
previous
gaslight
two
me.
guests,
You can't-
Trex and as well as Naisu.
Yeah, you can't gaslight me into believing something that is literally not true in front of my eyes. But I wanna.
But he's smiling. He's not denying though.
He knows
He's
it's true.
You can't take that as
He knows it's
approval.
true. All right, gentlemen. Coming back into this, we've gone through certain elements. You know, it could be RS gone. We talk about Zeno gone at this point. One last chance. If there's a pocket pick, right? What can we expect out of RGMY? What is that one pick that makes a moment that turns everything around?
Lolil Harry.
Okay, Lolil Harry. If that ever goes through, all right, Terrence. What about you?
I think just let it through. Like pick something they're comfortable here. Like just the reason Lolil was able to carry the game was literally him playing on his iconic hero, the Moskov. Just prioritize and hope and pray Lolil carries the game hard, so hard that RGMY makes it through somehow.
Okay, so these two are talking about perma-ban heroes. What about you, Mirko?
I think for every single one of them, it's not one pocket pick. I think everybody just needs to use their pocket picks, right? Like, at this point, go for the individual playstyle because it seems like that's how they get the wins. If every single one of them can individually utilize their pocket picks, their mechanical picks, and look for these team fights. It's all about the team fights right now for RGMY. That's how they win. That's also how they lost game 1, but at this point, just bank on that, man. Bank on your skills because it's match point. There's nothing to lose anyways. Homeboys are going to play their game.
You know, that's right? You just bring it all out, bring all the pocket picks out. Venogo, let's go, Fanny.
All right.
Okay.
I like that. All right, 50 diamonds on the line, right? You say the Fanny. Are we going to see Selena Novaria again, Terrence?
I'm just a little bit stunned here because we've got the fans showing off their dates, and unfortunately, none of us here has our dates on the table.
I mean, don't pull me.
We're
into
not
this,
allowed
right?
to.
Yeah,
right?
we're not allowed.
Aw.
To. You can-
I'm jealous. Mirko, do you have a date?
I do, but I mean, she's not here.
Does Mirko have a date? What kind of question is that? Mirko got the wrist, man. All right.
Okay,
Drafting
okay.
phase for game number 3. Speaking about wrist, Terizla has been a hot topic. Ripple does not get to touch him alongside the Yuzong at all. RCM needs to be on the red side for that counter pick to happen for Ripple.
Actually, right, we talked about how if Ripple wants to pick that EXP lane hero early, it should be the Yuzong, but maybe the Terizla could be an option as well because it's quite commonly banned out in the second phase. As of now, though, Homeboys will be on the blue side, RSG on the red side, so we'll see whether or not that's something they go for to make sure that Ripple has a good time at least.
Well, seeing these drafts here, it feels like Homeboys, do they want to kind of replicate the Chips playstyle once again here? We gave it over to RG. We gave it over to Homeboys twice now, I think. No, once now, and it's something that I think RGMY just has to deal with it here. And Moskov being banned once again, I feel bad for Leo. Like, he needs to play something that he can hard carry, and so far, he's tried with the Roger, he's tried with the Natan as well. Nothing is working out for him.
Yeah, most of Homeboys bans has not changed in the first phase, right? Still targeting Izanami, the Novaria, Yuzong, and Moskov. I know when RGMY are pushed into a corner, the Faramir kind of comes out, and this could be indicated if they ban out the Valentina at this point. Mirko, we see RCMY on that red side. Does that mean Ripple can afford to wait until second phase?
Yeah, I think they can. They can try to do that again. For RSG Malaysia, I think on red side, number one thing you can do on red side is just to go for counters. So if they do want to take this game the way we said, go for these pocket picks and just try to outfight it. Oh, dude, Zorn is already pointing out.
He's already calling it.
He's calling it.
I got the chip. It's done.
He's so happy, you know, like the moment he saw like, oh, they didn't ban my chips. Okay, great. And at the same time, Frederick being banned here, I feel like Venogo was struggling the most when he's facing up against Frederick, right? All his matches so far has been, well, him losing out as a Frederick as well as facing off as a Frederick. So I think it's come to a situation where I think he may be comfortable to face off against a Baxia instead.
Yeah, I personally am looking at RCMY to give Storm a good hero that can set up, right? Like the Arlet. He was known for Arlet, Rock, Ruby, but he's not getting those tools thus far to today, especially like yesterday, he got everything he wanted, but today it felt like RCMY, some gears shift wrongly and they're playing a more conservative style. And when they want to go, kind of balls to the walls, they don't end up winning against their opponents.
Yeah, I don't like it when teams go conservative drafting styles. We literally saw it earlier with KGE as well. Not really in the draft, but in their gameplay. Started to become very reactive, very respectful, a little bit afraid, in fact. Play your own game, especially now that you're pushed against the wall. Just go all out and make your exit a bang if you have to go. But I do like that they take the low Yi at least. If you give homeboys both teleports, the game is just over.
It's gotta go down swinging. Mirko, I mean, RSG, first 2 games they have tried, like you said, right, kind of polar opposites play style. But in this game, does RCMY want to bank on we just take the fight to homeboys, force an issue, make them earn the space, or we just fall back and get a late game insurance for Lolia?
Nah, fight it out, dude. Fight it out. That's how RSG Malaysia were able to beat Homeboys the first time around. That should be the game plan as well. Homeboys already want to try to stop that with the Vixana. It's very good peel, very good cover for the carry. But I think for RSG, they can do 2 things here. Either they pick up a hero for Repo, something like a Terizla early so that they can actually force these fights, or they go for the Carmilla and they flex it later. Oh, they go for the Edith.
Wow.
That's actually a really good choice too. That's another that's another way they can go. That's a good flex.
This is something that I think RGMY has shown multiple times now. They love flexing the Edith here. Maybe XP, maybe Roam, and Homeboys was banned. Homeboys actually banned the Edith in the previous on game number 1 against RGMY, which cost them in the situation where what does Repo play. So I think this is pretty much RG's way of saying that I'm securing the Edith for Repo. But again, I feel like Homeboys has a better understanding of what their draft wants to play around with. Because think about this, right? Chips is the type of hero that is always going to be looking at those flex. So you need 2 very, very strong frontliners. And Vexana is one of those great heroes and majors that provides that extra bodies in team fights, which can soak up damage or even push your enemies away from the backlines, which is something that I think Homeboys understands, and they tend to lean on triple tanking compositions. This time, without the Fredrin, I feel like Chibi and Sapat, they are going to be remaining on tanking compositions again.
Yeah, we see the Carmilla ban up by Homeboys instantly. Just don't want to give RGMY that team fight potential. But RSG, they also go for the CC ban, right? So regardless, Ripple is going to have a slightly decent lane unless we see that Tamus become a pick for Homeboys again. This Edith is kind of what allowed RGMY to pivot yesterday's Staffa.
Yeah, I think banning the Tamus honestly wouldn't be a bad idea here. Because, yes, Sapat can still go things like the Paquito, he can still go things like the Benedetta, but the Tamus is just a brick wall that you can't break through. And since Homeboys already have the carry and the Vexana, they're going to be looking for more tanky options. Getting rid of it might be a good idea. I'm personally hovering on the possibility that Homeboys might bring out the Nolan this game.
Did he have the chance? I mean, Nolan was let through, you're alright. Is it a good environment?
Oh wait, hold on, it is banned.
You got me there. Akai does get banned out by RSG. Mirko, I mean, how is RSG looking right now?
It's looking kind of tough for them, right? The Edith is still a very good pick, but I mean, with the Akai ban, it also just sets up for this all-in kind of gameplay, this long teamfight kind of gameplay with the Edith, because the Akai would be the optimal choice to disengage once the Edith uses the Primal Wrath. Once you get that out of the way, you can then re-engage with the rest of the team, but now with no Akai, Homeboys technically, it just seems like they need a jungler that can go back and forth. I think for both teams, it'll really benefit both these teams if they go for junglers that can completely just kite back and forth. I don't know where this Edith is going to go, though. That's number 1. That's the main question that I have in my mind right now. And I think they're going to keep that flexed. They're going to keep that question not just on the caster's minds, but also on Homeboys' minds. So maybe picking up a jungler here would just be the best choice for them. Oh, wait. Is that... Wait.
It could be flex.
Can that be jungle?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be jungle. It could be XP as well. Wow. They are going to be in this situation here. But Homeboys, again, replicating what they did earlier against King Empire.
He's back.
Leomon, 3rd game.
Never forget.
Are they going to bring the Angela this time?
Nah,
not this time.
Way. Never forget the Leomon that clutched out against SMG last season, right? The one that stole the Lord 1v4 right before his death. That was what gave us the best comeback.
Sapat's face was like, bro, what do I play?
Might as well face Sapakito at this point.
He's so lost.
I think that works, yeah.
Yeah, just play Sapakito, right? I mean, regardless of who you go up against, if it's an X-Borg, say bye-bye to your Ferraga armor. Technically, RSG MY have 2 flexes. I know RSG Philippines that did give Demon Kite the export jungle, but this is where we see the full draft of RSG, Mirko.
Yeah, it just comes down to how they flex this. The Edith is going to go XP, is going to go Roam, Xborg can go jungle too. Up against the Leomord, I think it's kind of tough for him to kite in the jungle with that Xborg, but I guess we'll see with the Paquito as well. It kind of puts him in a tough spot if he actually flexes that to XP too. Go to Rizla. I think, yeah, that's a safer choice. You don't want to put the Xborg in lane with the Paquito. He's going to get bullied. That's the winning matchup, I guess, that we talked about for RSG, for Repo to make plays.
Okay, Ripple with the Rizla is back. The 9-1 to Rizla from yesterday showing up again. Is this enough, though, to shut down Homeboys? Final words from you, Mirko. How are the drafts looking like?
I think this one is a bit more 50-50. RSG have the win, like they have their win cons now. They have their prio picks. They can just out-mechanic it. But Homeboys are taking them on to that 50-50 battle, man. They're ego drafting at this point, right? This is what they like to do when they're on match point and the momentum's on their side. So, you know, I'll say, just to make it intense, RSG Malaysia, hopefully they get it done.
All right, RSG Malaysia, extended lifeline, Adrian.
Oh, it's gonna be an interesting one because I agree with Mirko. RSG has strong lanes, but they're playing against Zorn's Chip, which so far is a near 100% win rate. Can they do it?
Well, we have to find out here. Is this going to be our second grand finalist ascending to the grand finals? Or will RSG MY kind of make things interesting for us and drag this to game number 4? Because they definitely need a miracle. And will we see a miracle right now? Because as of now, Homeboys going up against RSG MY game number 3.
I gotta be honest, I never expected to see Leomord even once in the seasons, let alone twice, courtesy of Chibi. But again, the pressure for Homeboys early on, despite Ripple getting the Terizla, they are still not afraid to just get Sabat ahead, or at least put some presence in the top side with Voodoo around.
My God, look at how hard they're aiming Rippo.
Oh, they're just walking up.
Wait.
Chipping away at his HP here. Zorn almost losing his life, but Rippo is going to be forced to recall back. Instantly backs off. Meanwhile, Stope also taking a lot of damage here as they try to apply pressure on this Neomon. And it seems like RSGY, they're getting a little bit aggressive themselves, while Rippo's got to somewhat hold on himself as well.
Sabat's going to freeze the wave. No need to hard shove it. Maybe you get a sneaky trade against Ripple. I just feel like Ripple probably saw Sabat walk into that bush, but the fact that Sabat can now stand behind Ripple's cannon minion as a Paquito into Terizla, that is something else.
It's quite annoying, but I think both teams also recognize that this is going to be a speedy game. There's going to be a lot of team fighting, especially once that first turtle comes about. There's 3 quantum charges on both sides, a good amount of movement speed, penetration all around. No defensive emblems being picked up this game at all. Looks like RSG is taking our advice, go down swinging, and we'll see if that happens.
Oh, Repo once again faced with a lot of pressure. This time calling the no-go for a little bit of backup, so that's going to help him a little bit more. Now, they get the catch here. Storm! Oh, wait! What?
Lethal Ignition!
No way!
Good stuff from Izanami. I mean, it's been quite a while since Udo got slowed down like that, but that also means he's not going to hit 4 anytime soon. No flicker for him, most importantly.
Well, Divergent comes in. Zorn, where were you looking? You are going to get shot from behind. This time, Repo will take a huge jab on Zorn. Now, Sabat looking for the flank, but this pretty much is going to be an RSG MY server. There's no way it's going to get stolen, right? Okay, there's no way. That's impossible.
Breath of fresh air. RSG MY off to a definitely more stable start. Just disregarding whether they get a lead or not, the fact that they were able to pull this off is good enough.
The Storm being... Oh, hold on.
Oh, Repo penalties though, trying to buy a little bit of time, but he's going to get everyone dropped on top of it, instantly executed. Homeboys, very flashy here.
Homeboys hitting back instantly, and they do need that. They've already been slowed down in the early game, with Stone finding a nice hiding in that bush to punish Udil straight away to secure that first Lord easily for RSG. Despite this though, the net worth lead not going to be too notable. Homeboys still keeping up.
Adaptations being made from RSG MY as well, but no go. He's looking to finish off Udil. He gets a solo kill all by himself. Homeboys not able to respond to this as well. Loleo is able to get a huge chunk of the gold plating down bottom because of the fact of that earlier rotation up top with the shortcut.
And then Udil does not have the flicker. That's why Venogo can just run him down without having to use the last insanity. I can't believe I didn't think of this theory earlier, but I feel like RGMY is Ripple is getting hard targeted by Homeboys just because he taunted Homeboys yesterday.
I think maybe yes, that's part of it, but Homeboys also recognizes that EXP lane priority is very important. RSG though, doing a great job of playing this map, even against Zorn on this chip.
Oh, Storm looking for the setup. Eternal God comes in to try and scare off. RSGMY does have a little bit more control this game compared to the previous one here. As Homeboys, they need to figure out how to play around with Chibi, because as of yet, he's struggled on this Leomon every single time.
It's not going to be easy. But RCMY at least getting lowly out a good lane. Teresa doing decent as well. Even Vinogo, he's doing fine, but Izanami topside.
Oh my goodness, topside Izanami going to be completely doped on as well. Homeboys, they just brought everyone with the shortcut. No way for RSGMY to kind of stop this as well, but Izanami is going to be priority. The Homeboys, they may have lost a turret down bottom, the gold plating here, but Udil once again, he gets caught out. Storm was able to find a pick on him once more. Udil, 3 deaths, almost 5 minutes into the game.
It's a small price to pay. They still get the top tier 1. Homeboys give away the turtle. Not too big of a deal at this point because Chibi, he is still power farming. So he's keeping tabs to Vinogo in terms of levels and experience and gold. I think Homeboys are fine with it. RCMY, the most they got was an equalizer.
Yeah, I think Homeboys are actually reverting to the same style they approached the game when we saw them playing against KGE, right? When they're behind in that early game, they start playing it slow, playing it more deliberate to make sure that they're able to stay somewhat even with their opponents to allow nets to scale up. And if RSG has learned anything from watching Homeboys earlier today, they knew that they need to step on the gas here and not allow Homeboys the space they're looking to create.
They saw the NOD done by Udil, so some healing reduction, good utility, concealed by Storm.
Oh, conceal Rebo with a catch and a follow-up setup as well by Storm. Instantly gone. Udil and Chibi completely shut down, but Nogo still fighting against Sapat. He's going to try and drag him back a win as well. Sapat trying to run for his life. He is going to be fine. Zorn, however, looking to re-engage, but his teammates still not respawn yet. He does have the shortcut. He finally goes for Conceal Blade. Finally drops it. They want to re-engage this. Repo, no penalty zone. They want to retaliate. It's Tsunami. First of all, here comes the Phantom Seed to try and turn things around. RSGMY, they lose only 1 with this counter engage by Zorn.
Great combo from RSGMY, but Homeboys at least clap back with 1 kill. They waiting for the respawn timer to almost come true, and Zorn instantly drops the shortcut to allow Nest to pick up his 2nd kill of the game.
I literally just mentioned RSG needs to step on the gas, play the tempo quicker, and they did that. They found a nice play with the conceal, but Homeboys actually not allowing themselves to play too slowly. Nets though, is he gonna get caught here?
Oh, he does have the flicker, so he is gonna be in a very, very... Well, he's gotta have fast fingers, right? Considering that usually we kind of see Purifies coming from Homeboys, but this game, RGMY, if they hit those stuns on you, that is gonna be perma lock on Homeboys.
I think RSGMY, they just want to get this mid priority.
So close, he caught Nets. That's going to be a combo coming in. And this is what I'm talking about. No Purifies means you are dead.
Yes, not even using the flicker, knows that there's no way he gets out. The fact that Homeboys lost that tier 1 mid so early on means that RGMY, they can keep doing this, just to keep applying pressure, right? Just put the pressure point. Homeboys relying on Subba to create side lane pressure on the other end.
Things are definitely looking up for RSGMY. Probably the best early game they've had the entire series. So the net worth difference, not that much actually.
Now shortcut comes in, they go in for the collapse. They're all fighting for the fight. Chibi looking to try and clean house as well, but the pin on the penalty zone by Repo catches on do. Sapat and Chibi will fall to everyone, and RSGMY just finds a double out of nowhere. Repo, whew.
Man, you'd think that RGMY would at least have some semblance of lead, but it's again an equalizer, right? Homeboy stealing the turtle, that's the icing on the cake, and Nets finding another kill off of that team fight. They had to sacrifice Chibi and Subbat, but damage still done. At least Lo Liao gets the top tier 1 finally, and that kind of should have been the case a while ago.
I'm honestly impressed that Homeboys are still fighting so aggressively despite the fact that they know RSGMY is a little bit stronger than them at this stage of the game, right? The portal comes in, even the non-mobile members like Udil are just walking straight through despite having 4 deaths. having that faith, having that trust that it is going to contribute to their team. As of right now, the net worth difference between all the players actually not that much, despite the pressure that RSG has been outputting, and Homeboy is actually still itemizing quite greedily in terms of damage.
Oh, wait a minute. Zorn conceal play. He's going to focus on Lolios. Here he comes. Shortcut. Everybody's going to be diving on him as well. Fantasy tries to catch him off guard. Chibi from the flight. Goes for the French, but Udil with the dream and eternal guard. Catches one. Nets picks Storm apart, and now they're on the run, and Chibi is going to run them all down. He gets one, but it's so low. He's going to die to Vinogo, but the damage has been done. They've got 3 courtesy of Zorn from Homeboys.
Zorn coined the backup soon as they were ready to fight. But can we talk about how Sabat flickered KO punched Loliao back into the fight just to make sure that this Roger died in an instant?
Yeah, I saw that. That was such a play coming in from Sabat here to make sure that Loliao is kept in place. And you know what this game is reminding me of? This game is reminding me of classic Todak. When they're behind, they throw bodies and somehow get the lead.
Out of this world. They have the lead now. A minor one, but still something for Homeboys. Nets has 4 kills right now.
They're funneling this carry. They're making sure that Nets is getting attacks on everyone. Even if he doesn't get a kill, he's getting an assist. Chibi and Sabat seem willing to throw away their lives, in fact, just to chip people down and secure more farm for Nets. Homeboys have a game plan here. RSG need to figure this out.
Yeah, in this case, they're already setting up for diversion here down bottom. RSG MY trying to check exactly where is the rest of members from Homeboys, but they're also preemptively recalling. They're sending Udil back to the base. So this is interesting to see RSG MY, you know, just so afraid of just pushing out of the base because of the fact that they don't exactly know where Zorn is. And this is actually frustrating from RSG MY.
Yeah, I mean, how the momentum has shifted, right? RGNY, they were the ones taking fights. Sometimes Homeboys were running at them, but RGNY always felt good about these fights. Right now, that's completely changed. RGNY deciding to slow down a little bit, especially when the first lore is on the table.
Looking at the items, I like that Udil has gone for that Bloodwing second item. He needs a little bit of that survivability considering what he's been through up until that point. Izanami actually matching as well with the Bloodwing second item. Lolial going for the Windtalker Endless Battle Malefic Roar build. So not Trinity, not Great Dragon Spear as far as I can tell. Rippo actually going for full tank here. Sometimes you will see Terizlas go for at least 1 damage item, but no, Antique into the Athenas. He wants the front line.
Now here comes the divergent play. They're calling everybody, but no one's not there. They're actually having 3 men. They're gonna try and burst down Chibi. They know exactly the timings for the purple buff. Gets the fast drop in. Zorn looking to try and re-engage, but they say, you know what, it's okay. We still got time. But speaking of time, 25 seconds for Chibi means that he will be able to rejoin the fight with the shortcut. But as you can see, RNGMY, they are gonna try and rush the Lord for now. Sabat looking for the flank. The Lord dropping pretty low. They have to make a play, but it's not enough time. Chibi, 11 seconds down means RGMY gets this Lord away for free. But the divergent up top, here he comes. They find Zord. They're looking on Nets. Nets fights this with the flicker. He dies on forward, but he still dies on Lolios now. Zord manages to escape this, only losing Nets from the side of Homeboys.
Hey man, Nets went down swinging. He went down looking cool. The flicker underneath the inhibitor to dodge a penalty zone, knowing that he's most likely dead. Damn, I mean, he was just a few hits away from taking out that inhibitor despite his team not getting the lore, and that itself, I think, is good enough to put RGMY in a potential negative if they don't make a use of this first push.
In actuality, if Zorn was just a little bit quicker with his rotation up the top lane, he may have been able to catch RSG right as they TP'd in and pulled in his own portal to back up Nets, right? It was just a couple seconds too slow, but Homeboys don't seem to be fazed by this too much. Net worth difference still even for both teams, but RSG do have the Lord and they want to take as many towers as possible.
Well, already in position, purple buff coming in. Lord also going to be crashing on towards the base here. Zorn nowhere to be found as of yet. Udil, it's a nice little Eternal Guardian coming in, Eternal Guard coming in, but from behind, Zorn, he gets scouted out. Here comes the chain stun. Does he drop the shotgun? Finally, he drops it, but is he going to be able to survive? No, they do not. Shotgun also destroyed. Less than 2 seconds. Zorn sacrificing his life, but RSGMY, they're continuing their assault here. Sabat is going to try and trade a purple buff of their own, but I don't think he's going to be able to clear it in time here.
Yeah, thankfully,
Oh,
RCNY got that inhibitor.
Oh, they don't check it.
Oh,
They
Ripple
don't
didn't
check.
see it.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness, they didn't see Serpent. Oh, that was so unfortunate. So he's going to be able to recall back to base. RGMY continues with the pressure as Homeboys may need to find a little bit of space to actually make a comeback for this.
I mean, Homeboys have been playing with the lane sideways pretty well, right? Tier 2s on both side lanes down. They do have a top lane to worry about from time to time, but even that wave is shoved up pretty far up.
Oh, here comes Zorn. He's looking for it.
Zorn, he's got concealed play. He's going to try and find someone, but again, he's getting bursted down so quick. Lolios is going to go for the kill, and he is going to drop it as well. But the Eternal Guard, he was a bait. Lolios, he needs to run. Can he get out? But the concealed play keeps him alive. Now, Homeboys, they are the ones to get baited themselves here. What an outplay from Lolios, and now Nets will fall. Storm surviving, but nope, Udio will finish him off. Repo finally intercepts his under turret, and they will all fall. It is going to be a potential wipeout. Serpa clears the minions down bottom, but RSGMY, they've got a miracle, a sign of it, and they are going to focus down on the crystal, and they will take game 3, dragging this to game 4.
Homeboys decided to take a bit of risk, pull out the Leomore, and guess what? Both Leomore games have resulted in a loss. But they can afford to take such risks. It's 1-2, still in favor of Homeboys. A lifeline for RSGMY.
I like the idea of throwing bodies to get some lead, but I think it went just a little bit too far, and RSGMY did not let that go unpunished. There is still life in these former champions, and they are not going to let their ticket to the wildcards let go so easily.
Man, we saw the Terizla. That is the reason that we've all been kind of talking about. Merkel also emphasized it. Give Ripple his hero. Give him the Terizla. Homeboys let it through for one game, and Ripple made magic with it.
Yeah, and same time as well, Lodeo was able to kind of snowball his way in this game. He was doing a lot of openings here, and again, if you give him the comfort heroes here, he is gonna do it. But so far, first 2 games didn't really do well for him, but third game, he made a miracle here. Merkel, your prediction, spot on. Do you think they can do it again? Because initially it was like, oh, we were like RSG God, but now they bounce back. Do you see it dragging to game 5 though?
I think there's a big chance now. They kind of already fixed their issues. It's not all their issues, you know. There were still a lot of blunders that happened that game. I was yelling. I almost lost my voice just in that game alone because there were a lot of things. But yeah, that was good. I think they can do it.
Yeah, so I mean, at least there's a possibility, right? I mean, RGMY got a win today after 6 games. But we gotta take a look at the MVP backstage first. Finally going to RGMY's camp for the first time in quite a while. And let's see who is it gonna be. Lolia, okay, sending it there. It's Venogo on the Xbox jungle.
Oh, we were talking a lot about Venogo before this, and I guess he took that personally. He showed us what he truly is capable of. 4-0-8 on that Xborg. Really respectable performance, actually.
Yeah, he was just getting solo kills after solo kills, right? He was able to get a solo kill on Udio, which slowed up the entire momentum. And seeing how Venogo has taken it, like that's the thing, right? Like if Venogo is dying so much here, why not just give him a hero that has 2 disengages? In this case, the flicker on, sorry, not the flicker, the Firaga armor, which I think is a good way for him to disengage and also join fights and harass people.
I mean, he had a good time, right? His first item was literally Brute Force Breastplate into straight up War Axe and then Immortality, and then he goes for the Oracle. But that was on the red side, right? I mean, RSG kind of figured out that red side draft a little bit. We haven't seen them go blue side. There is a chance, depending on what Homeboys decide to pick for that game 4, that blue side, I want to kind of pick on Merkel's brains a little bit more. RSGMY got red side done. What about blue side if they go there?
I think on blue side, they can kind of replicate the same thing. They flexed around the XP so much to a point where they baited out the Paquito pick, right? They baited out the Paquito because they picked the Xborg. It looked really good for the Paquito in lane, but then they went through the Xborg with that flex and the Edith flex to then a Terizla. So they can play with a lot more flex picks, but honestly on blue side, it needs to start with a good foundation, right? That first pick needs to be powerful. And I think I have to go back to what Stafa said before game number 3. I think this time, it's the right time to let go of the Harriet. They need something like that to start this kind of flexible draft. They need something that's super, super strong so that they can actually flex later on in the second phase.
That's something that RSGMI has been constantly banning for the whole series. If they go blue side, I definitely do agree. There's an incentive to kind of let it go, Sadafa.
I am really shocked that it's something that RSG bans like 100% of the time, because I still remember when RSG MY debuted, when Lalil debuted, he got MVP of the regular season from having that Harif, from having the Alice when he was still an EXP later. So with them being banned, with it being banned out so often, it's unfortunate that we don't get to see a lot of it. But personally, I think the drafting from RSG this game was very, very smart, right? By leaving the Edith there, making people think, hey, this is likely gonna be Rippo's hero. Then they lock in the X-Warg, make him forget completely about the Terizla that they've been banning the entire series. And then, poof, here it is.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, when Rippo is able to make a playmaking, is given a playmaking hero, he definitely makes a play. And I think right now, it all comes down to whether or not can they out-soak the damage. And personally, I feel like the biggest problem that Homeboys has faced is because Chibi isn't able to do much. Because Chibi has been played, Chibi's role in Homeboys for these past few games, and even yesterday's games as well, his role has been the one to start the fight. But the difference between how RSGMY's approach to this fight is that now, in terms of the finisher, Lolio is the finisher for Roger. We know Roger is going to be that guy that finishes the team fights. But Homeboys has put the finisher job for Chibi. So in this case, the rotation sequence between the players on who starts the fight in terms of role has been completely jumbled up for Homeboys. And even then, I still feel like they could have won the game, but they're just not comfortable with the sequencing or layering of how they should be approaching the fights from Homeboys.
It is a big shift, right? We saw the Fredrin ban from RSGMY. It was a third ban in the first phase. That is an adjustment from them. And then we kind of see this low one. I partially felt like there are still options for Homeboys.
Yep.
What do you think, Sadafa?
I feel like there were still options. Homeboys just wanted to test out the Leon Ward again, and I will admit, with the chip, it makes sense that you'd be able to play around this, right? Roam around the map, get some kills. RSG does have squishy heroes, but they did end up getting punished for it. And I think Homeboys really needed to shift their focus a little bit towards that late game. I guess throwing bodies to get a lead is fine. It's proven to work before in the past. But the last person that should be happening to is Nets when he was pushing all the way in on the inhibitor and even flickering forward to try and get it. Yeah, that's not what they're looking for.
I mean, it looks cool though. Yeah,
it looks cool, yeah.
Cool, I know Mirko will agree with that. I'd probably screamed at it, but still, it looks cool. But Mirko, you also did say RSG, if they were to go down, might as well go down swinging, bring the fight to Homeboys, make them earn every single inch. That definitely worked in Game 3, but we also know Homeboys, they like to fight to you, head-to-head, literally the Langar style. So Game 4, RSG, MY, they maintain this? Do they just keep on running at Homeboys?
Yeah, I think they need to utilize the momentum that they got from game number 3 in game number 4 and maybe possibly game number 5. But for Homeboys, maybe don't play RSG's game, right? Maybe play it slow again, go back to their form, because yes, they can play that style. It looks to be okay as well, but maybe the tank junglers right now and getting a win will be a lot more value for them, you know, securing that wild card spot. Because RSG, there were still a lot of mistakes that they made in game number 3. They are making slow but steady adjustments. And if this does go to game 5, Homeboys are in for a lot of trouble, dude. Because RSG have already finally found a solution to their problems. The Terizla pick is just so good on so many levels because even Homeboys, right, they were kind of confused. They wanted to jump on Repo. They wanted to deny and stop Repo, shut him down from the early stages. But Terizla is just not that guy to get shut down. If you kill him 0-2, 0-4, it doesn't matter. Terizla is still going to be Risen. Terizla is still going to be Terizla, you know? He's always going to be able to just look for a penalty zone flicker to change the course of the game. And that technically was what happened in this game. He went 0-2, found a crazy penalty zone, and RSG just capitalized on that.
Yeah, on top of it all, even if he misses as well, he's super tanky to actually disengage from the fight, right? So I think RGMY, they definitely have figured out a way that suits their style. But personally, I feel like I want them to do this exact same thing with Homeboys playing something a little bit more familiar to us. In this case, meta-ish. Because this Leomon prick just... I don't know, man. Chibi just couldn't do anything at all. But now let's talk about the Hall of Fame here. Again, Izanami going to be the carry for the team. Rich Guy is going to be Lolios, and Zorn the sandbag and the best wingman for Izanami.
Yeah, we've seen some reoccurring trends. The Loyi getting let through, the chip as well, seeing a lot more daylight than we expected. Is it going to be the same, Sadafa? Is this Loyi that much of a non-factor to these two teams?
Actually, I think Loyi is a major factor to these two teams, right? It has been on the winning side almost every game this series. It's just so effective at punishing teams that want to group together, that want to run at you, that want to fight as a team. And it really messes with you, right? Because that is kind of how the game is designed to be played. You want to fight with your team, and now you have to mind your positioning because of these black and white balls that are flying at your face and causing you to smash into each other. It's not a fun time. I think it was very smart of RSG to let the chip through so that they could contest for the Loyi, and I think that played a big role as we saw Izanami being able to dish out that DPS.
Yeah, I mean, this whole game was just about brawls, right? For a good 6 to 8 minutes, both teams were trading blow for blow, and they are kind of even. Even when getting a Lord, it doesn't feel like the lead was a big one for both teams, but Mirko was that kind of a tipping point where RSGMY finally took control of the game.
Yeah, speaking of the game as well, like I see that Homeboys is trying to break tempo like how they did for game number 1, right? They have a rough idea on what they should be shutting down as well here. That was pretty much what they did to Izanami, but the moment they stopped focusing on shutting down Izanami and RGMY is able to protect Izanami in all these situations was pretty much the point where Homeboy said, oh wait, we kind of messed up because Izanami is just getting away with a little bit too much every single time. And even here as well, that's getting caught out. Again, no purifies, especially against a CC heavy composition like RSGMY. It's just asking for it, man.
Turning point for you, Adrian. Is that like which point did RSGMY finally like kind of caught the reins and kind of ran it away?
It was a little bit later on. It happened after the play where Nets flickered forward for the tower, where I believe it was Chibi and Zorn who got picked off by themselves individually that really cemented it in for RSGMY. Because up until that point, Homeboys were very willing to sacrifice members to make sure that Nets could get that funnel. And once they started losing the playmakers later on at times where it wasn't under their own control, that's where you started seeing the cracks show up because Homeboys could no longer regroup in time to actually respond.
Yeah, this was the one, the very stylish flicker that unfortunately didn't get the inhibitor. Like you said that, okay, Loyi, very pivotal. It's been on the winning side this entire series. But we've seen the bans so far being almost similar from both teams, right? Like occasionally seeing the turrets are being let through, but first phase, Loyi has always been opened up. It's Yuzhong, Novaria, banned out by the side, and Moscow banned out by the side of Homeboys. If they were to let one through just for the Loyi, who would it be?
This is tough, right? Like I think they should let the Nolan through. Like just for the sake of, like I know Vinogo doesn't play it, but I know if Chibi plays it, right, and if they find a way to deal with it like how they did it earlier, it's very, very doable because SRG has found the secret sauce to do it, right? The formula on how to deal with it was literally in SRG's playbook. But if RSG is able to replicate it, that's a big, sorry, not him. It's actually RSG that dissected it before. So if RSG is able to replicate it again, I think it's good.
Is that kind of the same way they deal with the Leomor, right, Mirko? Is that the direction we're going into?
I think it's a good direction to take, especially now in game number 3. It's still match point. I mean, game number 4. Still match point for Homeboys. Might as well take that risk because they have done it before. Hey, the Nolan, it's still more, viable than, let's say, the Leomord. It's not as all-in as the Leomord. You still have ways to actually escape, but hey, they've done it before, and if they want to get that snowball going from the start, they can start to try shutting down Chibi. I think that's a good strategy to start doing.
I can also agree with it, right? We've seen RCMI do it yesterday against Chibi. Perhaps letting that Nolan through could be a good option. Maybe the Loyi might get a ban. We just have to see. Quick input from you, right? If Homeboys were to ban Loyi, who do they let through? Moskov, Novaria, or Yuzhong?
Moskov, Novaria, or Yuzhong. Man, I don't think they can afford to really let any of them through. I think Homeboys need to pose a situation where it has to be RSG who bans Loyi. Because those 3 heroes are a bit too impactful.
Well, I guess I agree with that, right? I mean, high win rate for all those 3. I'm curious to see if the atmosphere in this arena has changed. So we're gonna have Rose again with some special segment for us on the sideline. Rose, the stage is yours.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hai semua, anda bersama dengan saya Rose dekat side Flame Boys, and guess who I'm with? Kita ada Debo. Hi Debo.
Hello.
How are you? Long time no see tau. Sehat. Okay, first kita straight to the point je lah, walaupun agak obvious, tapi hari ni Debo datang sokong pasukan mana?
Tengok baju lah kan, Homeboys.
Okay, now kita tahu that Debo ni used to be a pro player untuk Homegirls. Tapi sebenarnya sekarang Debo tengah buat apa? Sebab dah lama tak nampak Debo macam active in the pro girl scene kan?
Sekarang fokus pada live streaming lah.
Live stream dengan content creation. Best tak jadi macam content creator KOL ke you lagi suka jadi macam pro player, main di pro scene, wakil Malaysia?
Dua-dua suka, tapi mungkin rezeki lebih kepada live streaming kot.
I see. Okay, sekarang kita tengok game tadi Homeboys dapat mendominate 2-0, tiba-tiba RSG bangun dapat 1 point. You rasa Homeboys nak bagi 1 point je ataupun match ni akan jadi sengit dan seru sampai kita akan main 5 penuh game?
5 game?
5 game penuh?
50?
Tak, 5 full
game.
games ke? You rasa 3-1 is it?
3-1 lah, 3-1 sebab dah malam nak balik.
Dah malam nak balik. Dia ni tak suka talent dengan caster semua OT sebenarnya. Production. Thank you Debo. Harap prediksi awak. Betul ke tidak? Kita tak tahu lah. Tapi esok call time awal. Okay, Debo, I nak tanya kan. Right now, you're an ex-pro player, a content creator. Tapi Debo nak sampaikan apa dekat perempuan kat luar, wanita dekat luar yang nak try masuk dalam bidang esports ni?
Semoga maju jaya lah. Train hard. Nanti ada MWI kan?
Yes.
Sekarang.
So,
depan.
Yes. So, okay, kalau you boleh bagi macam words of encouragement kepada pasukan yang akan mewakil Malaysia di MWI, apa itu as an ex-representative?
Good luck and all the best.
Alright. Okay, Debo, any words for Homeboys sebelum dorang start game keempat hari ni?
Good luck. Semoga dapat grand final. Okay.
Wow. Flame Boys setuju? Nampaknya Flame Boys setuju. Alright, mari let's show it back to the casters to start Game 4 in this best of 5 series. Casters, silakan.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Debo. Words of encouragement. A big shift in the atmosphere. Yesterday, it was the Raiders celebrating, but today, Flame Boys are coming alive. We're heading into the draft in just a little bit, gentlemen. So we get to see if Dan Nolan gets led through by Coach Sora. Adrian, starting with you, how is it going to look like, right?
Let me see. It's gonna depend on which side these teams are, right? Because if Homeboys are on blue side, then maybe they'll get the chance to have the Nolan. If RSG decides that, maybe it's time to ban the Loi, but I don't think they're gonna ban it if they're on red side. It's more likely that RSG will ban the Loi if they're on blue side. And if they do, I hope they ban Loi and pick Harif.
This is gonna be a tough one here, Mirko.
Oh
no!
Just ban them
both. No way! Why? Why would they do it again? Come on!
At least they ban Nolan. You know, Mirko caught it. I mean, all of you guys caught it for the Nolan ban, so that's an adjustment. Chipped also taken out.
I want to see something new.
I'm pretty sure we will, right,
Like,
Mirko?
It's same bans again from game 2.
Same as
It's kind of the same, but I think for first pick, it's always going to be Loyi when it's open. I mean, to be fair, right? It's such a prio pick. Maybe Fredrin could be a contested first pick as well, but hey, Loyi gets you too much pressure. Now RSG, they have that solid, strong pick that we spoke of, right? That's what they needed. Now it's all about the flex. They can either go for flex or even more strong lanes. They can go straight for the Roger if it's not picked up again, and then they can start with the flex.
I think the one thing that RSG MY did ban out last game was the Fredrin, right? So now it could be back in Homeboy's hands. The Matilda is still open. Fredrin's gonna be picked up instantly. That's a no-brainer. But Matilda, Roger, couple of options, Adrian.
Matilda is not so bad, but I feel like based on how Zorn has been playing, it may be a bit limiting because he really made things happen with that Kufra previously. They're still gonna go for the Matilda regardless, so I guess that's fine. RG probably want to get Edith in this first phase.
I think if they should definitely prioritize on that here. They have flexed it just now on how they are going to be prioritizing it for maybe Repo or even Storm here. So it's going to be a little bit of a nice one. Yeah, Roger, either comfort picks coming for RGMY. And I think, again, I've asked for this, right? If they play this exact same comp from game number 3, how would it look like against Homeboys instead of Leomon? So this time, now, Homeboys given the tools for Chibi to do his shenanigans again with this Fredrin. I think Homeboys has a rough idea. Do they want to give RGMY that chance to do exactly just that on game 3? Or do they just completely ban it off altogether?
I feel like that probably is going to be a ban angle, right? Again, Ripple's pick is not going to be proud. Well, it's half prioritized because of the existence of the Edith, but the Natan does go over to Homeboy, so you have that late game insurance already. You see the Terizla instantly banned out. Merkel pointed it out. This Terizla does not matter how many times you take him down. He is always going to be the Rizzler, the ultimate Rizzler of this game. CC banned out by RSGMY. What is Homeboys looking for, Merkel?
I think for RSG, it really comes down to how they will... They want to try to find something similar to Terizla. I think the Edith would work, honestly. Right now, like the Edith could still be very, very good as a flex pick towards the XP. So I think for now, RSG will probably just start to ban out these other XPs away from Homeboys. Maybe also a little bit more respect towards Udil could be good. But looking at how they were able to handle Udil last game, I think maybe they might also just shift gears in a way where maybe they might not care too much about Udil this time. Homeboys, though, I think they're definitely still gonna try to deny as much of Repo's heroes as they possibly can.
I don't know. I feel like they should ban the export coming from Homeboys, but no, they don't go for it. So they are gonna ban the Minotaur again. Come on. Like I think RGMY might just go for the export once again. You know, just ban off Sapat's hero altogether.
I mean, that has been what we saw last game, right? Like they ban out an XP hero of Ripple, and then they make sure to cover their bases and ban the Minotaur just in case Edith goes into XP.
I mean, it makes sense, but I feel like Homeboys would be able to deal with a Minotaur, actually. I'm not sure if it's worth really banning that out. But we will see whether or not that is the right decision. RSG, do they want to continue focusing down on that EXP lane, get rid of something like the Tamas that could cause a problem, and get rid of Vexan? Are they trying to push Udil into Farsa?
I suppose just push his buttons a little bit. I mean, the Faramis is still up, right? It's one of Udil's
true, yeah,
picks. But he goes for the Valentina. I think it makes a lot more sense. But man, you guys are hitting the nails on the head. Jackpot, right? Calling the drafts, calling the bans. Homeboys have not shown that XP laner yet, so it's just like game 2. They want to give Sapat the winning matchup.
Oh, this is a double mage here, Merkel. What do you think? Homeboys going for the double mage?
For Homeboys, I think it's good. I mean, honestly, like with the Natan pick, yeah, you can say it's double mage though. You only have one source of damage, but as long as the Natan gets to late game, it's all good. He basically does true damage once he has Divine Glaive and Holy Crystal. So that's the only time where going for double mage is fine, you know? I'm more concerned about RSG Malaysia for now, because yeah, this is basically what Homeboys did to them in game number 2, right? They take the red side, they set up Sapat for a winning matchup, and they force RSG to pick up. Okay, the Paquito first here. Oh! I like that. I like the Baksha. They're gonna push the tempo. Dude, they can actually look for so much map control this game. They have so much more mobility. Even if Homeboys go for like a counter pick, I think it won't really hurt Repo that much, because Repo have so many ways to take this on the Paquito.
What worries me is that this kind of locks RSG into playing for that early game, right? Because the scaling on their side is not going to quite match up to Homeboys who have that Natan. They have to make things happen early on, and we saw previously if RSG is forced into these situations, it doesn't usually end well.
Well, final words from you, Merkel, before we head into game number 4. Adrian say that this is going to be an early game-centric draft for RSGMY. How is this looking for you?
If they continue to fight, it's the same as game number 3 earlier. Game number 4 should go to RSG Malaysia, and as long as they keep it disciplined, once they get that snowball, use it.
All right, thank you, Merkel. We're going to head into game number 4 pretty soon. Can RSG Malaysia get closer to doing the impossible, pushing us to a game number 5? But to find out.
Will they make a miracle here? Will they silence the crowd once more from RSGMY? Can they take game 4? this is it to find out, because this is the lower bracket finals. Game 4, RSGMY versus Homeboys to fight for the second slot into the grand finals here. This is the Land of Dawn. This is the battle for supremacy.
Doing the series justice, it would be kind of a buzzkill if we go down in 3 games, but at least we're getting a 4 for now. RSG realizing that tempo is the way to go. Stopping Homeboys in the tracks is the way to go.
One thing we've also observed during these playoffs is that Homeboys does have a tendency to lose some steam the longer the series goes. So hopefully the fatigue isn't going to start kicking in here, because they just need that 1 point to secure a guaranteed wildcard slot at the very least. RGMY though, like I mentioned already, this is a composition that's going to be very strong in those first couple of levels, especially that first turtle fight. We'll see if they can make an impact.
Yeah, I mean, talk about losing steam, RSGMY. This is their 9th game. Well, not really, this is their 7th game of the day, right? They lost 3, they played 3 against SRG. This one is the 4th against Homeboys. So if anything, it's been quite a day for RSGMY.
Yeah, even Homeboys as well, they played so... Actually, Homeboys has played more games, right?
Yeah, actually,
they have, yes.
They played an additional more game, and I'm surprised they're still able to somewhat keep up in terms of tempo. So fatigue is starting to kick in for me for both these teams here. Eventually, it is going to be a battle of war of attrition, and I think in terms of endurance-wise, Homeboys and RGMY will eventually feel it if they drag it into Game 5, and that is not a position that any team wants to be with. So this is a do or die for Homeboys, and if RGMY takes this game, it's going to be anyone's game on Game 5, because you won't expect it as well, because it comes down to who's able to endure longer than the rest.
Like the fact that Sabat kept that vengeance, just not panic pressing it, because he knows how important that can be. He can still reset, get his health back, and press come to the bottom lane to try and contest for the turtle. He won't have his ultimate though for a while.
Yeah, that could be a problem potentially in RSG.
Oh, here comes the star. They do find Chibi. That's huge for RSGMY. Udil getting focused down as well. He's trying to hold on for his dear life. He's stolen the Primal Buff. He's got the spell web. He's man-numbing. He's man-fighting every single one. And Sapat is able to turn the tides. And now here comes the circling Eagle to reset the fight. And Homeboys with one fell swoop. What a clutch from Udil. What a stomp.
Man, you gotta be kidding me. Udil steals the Primal Wrath and man fights 4 people of RSGMY. A bit unfortunate for Storm. He could have turned back into the mecha form and get the Earth Shadow knockup, but he died before the animation could go off, and just like that, Homeboys turn a losing fight into a winning one.
Yeah, the value of stealing Edith ult as well is that you turn into Edith afterwards. So he was even able to CC an additional player on top of all the damage he had already done. And we know that Valentina is going to have slightly more magic attack compared to that Edith, which is why Udil was able to just directly man-fight Homeboys, turning a bad situation into a winning fight.
What a clutch coming in here. Udil has had it enough, considering how much aggression has been made onto him in the previous game. But this game, I feel like Udil is in a situation where he's able to take advantage of his passive ability, right? Like if he's a level ahead of enemies here, he is going to get additional spell web out of it. And if he's keep hitting damages on hero, he's going to get additional XP from his passive ability. So I think to compensate that with Primal Wrath's, I would say, toolkit, it just gives him so much sustainabilities in teamfights, so much damage output as well, and a way to even counter setup against RNGMY. And the best thing about this is that it's so easy for him to steal the ultimate, but of course, having Divergent is going to be the priority. You can see Storm looking to try and re-engage this fight, but RNGMY just rethinks their choices right now.
At least RNGMY knows that Udil doesn't have the Primal Wrath this time, but he's still playing aggressively to try and utilize the passive.
Oh, Storm. No, not going to be connecting here. Chibi looking to try and force Vinogo out into a sticky situation. This turtle fight is going to be very, very important. They've lost the first one coming from RNGMY, but Vinogo somehow still manages to catch up in XP. So looks like they don't really want to make an attempt this time. Lodio's going to be a babysitter here to try and clear off the minions, but Homeboys, they're just not risking it here. But Divergent, wait a minute. Oh no, they found Chibi. Oh, nice side that the Thor comes in as well. They can't seem to chain stun on Chibi. They're making mistakes, and now The gobble out by Homeboys. They punish this. They need to run. Izanami will fall. Nets will be able to pick him apart. But Lolios is going for the hunt. Udio with the diversion doesn't get out. No, he doesn't get out. He almost did. What a close fight, but still, it's not over yet. RSGMI was able to trade 1-for-1, but they're so low. The turtle in the hands of a no-go. RSGMI, they actually comes up on top. They take the turtle. Homeboys, they lose the battle of attrition right now.
Thank goodness RSGMI was able to salvage that. That could have gone way worse. I believe the Earth Shadow the timing might be a bit off from Stolen with the flicker, allowing Chibi to get away, but Lo Liao cashing in on a 1 kill onto Udio. That is something that they definitely needed to happen to make sure that even though Homeboys sort of won the initial fight, they're not getting too far away with it.
Yep, and now Zorn, it's going to be a little bit of harassment here, but again, it feels like RSG should have lost way much more there. Like, you can start to see the fatigue start to kick in on both teams. And again, it all comes down to landing those spells. And Udio now, finally, going to be taking the Primal Wrath in this case here. So, Homeboys, they are going to try and start a fight around Udio's Primal Wrath. And that's something that RGMY needs to be wary of.
And they already fell victim to it once. They gotta realize the danger of it. Sapato!
Oh, they've got the sustain. Lolios is able to get out, but Sapat, he gets picked up from the sides. RGMY, they make an attempt down bottom, but Homeboys try to make a play, but it just wasn't good enough. Chibi also forced to give away control. RSGMY trying to make a miracle right here, right now.
This game devolving into a slugfest. These two teams are rivals. They acknowledge it, they know it, they revel in it. And neither side is giving advantage freely to their opponents. Lolil, though, already 1k gold ahead of Nets thanks to being part of that early kill. Already having 2 items completed.
Storm walking up in the wrong bush, gets chased down, but he still flickers out of there. Izanami able to buy a lot of time as well. He's got the damage, but Storm finally dies to the hands of Udio. He will trade with Chibi's life though. Now Zord looking to try and stall the fight for RSGMY, but Lolios! He's able to pick one! And double kill for Repo as well. RSGMY looking to go absolutely bonkers with this wolf here. And now Homeboys, they're trading 50-50s. They want to try to set up a play, but that should be all for now for Homeboys. They have to be careful because RSGMY is bearing their fangs here in outer desperation. Udio, oh no, combo comes in. Repo, whew, this is back and throw punches coming from both sides.
Very unlucky for Storm because he died to the chain lightning from Udio's Primal Wrath form, but Rippo is 3-1 so far. The Lycan pounds damage from Lo Liao just now transferred over to Rippo's victims. RSGMI looking for the 3rd turtle of this game.
RSG so far in control. They're able to take a lot of these fights. They're able to come out on top. Lolil already starting to build up a good amount of damage too. If you ask me personally, Homeboys are taking more fights than they need to here. Like, this is a comp that can scale better. They shouldn't be forcing things.
My god, that was so much damage coming in from Izanami as of yet. And now they're going to go for the glance. Does he win the turtle fight? No, Chibi again. He is going to secure this as well. Thor going to be the first to fall here. RSGMI going to be looking to try and trade even more. The out here coming from Nets just not going to be able to do too much value here, but RGMI, they may have lost the turtle, but they are getting pickoffs here and there.
And the damage from Izanami is so explosive. Like, Zorn disappeared the moment he got vacuumed in by the Yan reaction, and Lo Liao continuing to push that lead, making sure that he's going to be the first one to hit critical mass, going to the tier 1 and now taking tier 2 bottom. Diverted just to get some vision to RSGMY. They got priority set.
Things starting to look a little bit dicey. We talked about this. RSGMY, this comp is designed to snowball. It's designed to get kills and scale off of that. Homeboys have done a good job of making sure it doesn't go too far because the net worth lead right now actually isn't all that much 9 minutes in. But again, they gotta be so much more careful. There needs to be a degree of respect here. RSG has found their momentum. This is not the same team from game 1 and 2.
A miracle is about to happen. RSGMY for the play. Divergence play comes in. Izanami, no, wait. He needs to get out. Oh, Chibi. It was stopped in his track here. Izanami, fast reactions. May have been a worse scenario for RSGMY. Like, it could have turned real bad if he was caught out right there and then.
He won't have the flicker for the next almost 2 minutes, right? Lord is spawning in less than 30 seconds. Unfortunate for RGMY, but at least Izanami kept his life. And they can assume this mid lane control for now. As long as they stay in the bush, Izanami can continuously poke at Homeboys.
Oh man, I just noticed something kind of unfortunate as well. Out of the 5 kills that Homeboys have gotten so far, 3 went to Zorn. Literally the last person that you want kills on, because it's not going to bring a lot of value to him compared to some of the other cores. Now that could be affecting Homeboys in terms of their farm a little bit.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give away his kill, his death as well, but the shutdown kill is going to be giving a little bit more. But, and as of yet, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting one for you guys. I've heard news here, Husky, that we've hit an all-time new PCU, and as of now, if you guys are interested to secure, get even more codes here, you can wait for the next code with 500,000 PCU. So be sure to keep watching here, and we've hit the numbers thus far. But again, now back to the fight here. What's about to happen?
It's gonna be an important lore dance, right? Homeboys would catch.
Ooh, he's just gone.
Yeah, straight up just destroys
Izanami just completely melted from that fight. Homeboys just, you know, finding an inch here. They're trying to find a little bit of mistakes here. As you can see, they're trying to go for the poke. Lord Dance comes in, RGMY. They need Izanami back in 10 seconds here. He's got the divergence to rejoin the fight. But Homeboys, they have to play this a little bit safely here. You can see they're focusing on Udil. Chibi looking for the taunt. Storm going to be focusing as well. Here comes Collect. Tortoise Person comes in. Oh, with a 2-man stun comes in. Lolios looks to turn the fights, and he's going to try and run them all down. Sapan looking to re-engage, but the taunt from Chibi stops him from re-engaging. Now, with Izanami back in action, Homeboys immediately says, run! We don't want to fight with Izanami. And now, they have to back off. Not overcommitting with this fight.
Man, Ripple saving his teammate, 2 different teammates with that knockout punch. And that could have been so much worse for RGMY to get another fighting chance for this. Izanami still has that flicker, but Storm has lost his.
That is a good disengage from the Homeboys there. Recognizing that once it was time to go, it was time to go, but they're still pushing it.
Oh, take 2 comes in. Chibi getting his HP down, half HP as well. Zorn with the Circling Eagle to try and see how's the scenario on from RSG MY. Both teams cannot afford to fight this carelessly. They're taking it very, very safe. And this is a stalemate, but again, the ideal targets to be taken down right now from both sides usually is going to be the marksman, but it seems like Homeboys is focusing on Izanami while RSGMY is focusing on the back flag. They find Nets! What a catch by RSGMY in the heat of the moment in this stalemate, and now they collapse on towards RSGMY. Homeboys, they're taking a lot of damage, but they're all clumped up. Udil is trying his best to do much damage with his Primal Ram. Sapat surviving for the longest of time, but it's not good enough. RSGMY is able to get more, but Udil is able to even the score. 3v2. Udil now on the hunt. RSGMY, they're so low, and they have to back off.
Well, at least they got the mini wave to push down the top tier 2. That's the least that RGMY could hope for. Man, that divergence from Izanami opened up the floodgates, but Udil once more in their Primal Wrath form, just manhandling the rest of RGMY. All of them in the red, and Udil finding 2 kills in the process.
Udil just becoming a secondary marksman when he has that Edith ultimate stolen, topping the damage dealt rankings by a wide margin here. RGMY, that should not have happened to them. That was a great fight, a great catch. They should have backed it off there, stayed 5-man strong. They could have gotten the Lord for free, but now it's going to be yet another 50-50. And even after everything, the net worth difference is even.
Oh my goodness, take 3, boys, take 3. Despite all the fights happening, not much has been gained from both sides besides a couple of levels, but again, as once the stalemate again, the calm before the storm. Who's gonna be the ones to make the first move right here, right now?
Man, imagine if the catch Nets again is standing in the exact same bush that he got caught, RGMY. Izanami, he's thinking about making a play, but this dance, RGMY needs a bit more info.
If you didn't notice, Nets actually checked that bush specifically.
Oh boy,
he's skilled
scared.
to it.
He's scared. He is scared. Now Chibi looking for the taunt. Storm's going to be there as well. Vinogo with his shooting unity doesn't find a single player from Homeboys who's out of position. And it's just so difficult and frustrating to see what's happening to both these teams, because Homeboys, again, match point. RGMY trying to make a miracle now. Chibi not even going to risk the 50-50 Storm. Getting harassed in, but again, both still inch by inch, pixel by pixel, waiting for a response. Repo now gonna get knifed in, finally making the jump. Repo in a little bit of trouble, he's taking a little bit of damage here, but the divergent play!
What?
He collapsed on Nets! He needs to get out, but the winds of nature of Nets is able to buy time. It eventually falls, but they all crumble. Loleo picks them all apart. It comes down to this crash once again. Izanami is trying to kite Serpent as long as he can. Chibi finds Storm on the side, but he needs backup. Serpent is gonna get finished apart here, and he will fall. 3v1 with one fell swoop. RSGMY is able to flip the tables. Homeboys in some serious trouble, but at the same time, Chibi, he's got no retribution here. Does he run for the Lord?
Doesn't
No,
matter.
He cannot. He has
He
to
should
defend.
not.
He cannot.
Wow. I mean, first of all, Ness has a Winds of Nature starting side. He has Spell Vamp. He powered through all that and he still dies. That's how much damage RGMY has. Good on Loleo. He executes Nets. Now he has a great Dragon Spear. That only makes him so much stronger. He hits with crits. Now he has extra movement speed when he transforms. But able to jump to Zorn with the Lycan Pounce as Zorn retreats with the Guiding Wind. Puts him at such a safe distance. And Ripple not dying allowed himself to kill off Udio in the process. RSGMY finding crucial fights.
I cannot believe RSG just teleports the entire team on top of Homeboys. Like, do you know how risky that is? If they get caught like in the wrong spell altogether, it could have cost them the entire fight, but it didn't. They won that. That's a 4k net worth lead now for RSGMY. Loleo still 0 deaths thus far. Homeboys, we might actually see them pulled into a game 5.
Oh boy, the dream is real. The reverse comeback might happen here. A miracle here on MPL MY Season 13. Expect the unexpected. Now, with the Lord crashing in, Loleo is going to be doing a little bit of damage check on GB. He's dropping down pretty low. Izanami looking for a couple of catches, but he's going to be fine for now. It's full defense for Homeboys. Waiting for the jump. Here comes the stamp coming in as well. Chibi gets a 2-man taunt, but he's gonna be fine for now. He needs to back off. Zorn needs to get out as well, but they're making an attempt as well. Chibi in a little bit of trouble. Can he get out? Yes, he will. Circling Eagle coming from Zorn to commit into this fight.
Wait,
Udio, he tried to make a play, and Udio, he actually gets out while scaring off RSGMY.
Man, that Guiding Wind, the shield, not only saved Zorn from the burst of RGMY, but also got Udio out. Homeboys teetering on the edge, but RSGMY, they have found a big window. 2 inhibitors down on Homeboys.
Oh boy, who knows what's gonna happen coming up next. What we do know is that RSGMY has actually scaled up. We talk about how Homeboys has better late game scaling overall, but because RSGMY has hit this peak a little bit sooner, they're still the ones in control since Homeboys only has 1 tower left over. And both mid laners have been making work this game.
Oof. What a game. Now, battle spells all already baited out as well. At least 2 minutes. RGMY has got no flickers on Loleos, no flickers on Storm. But guess what? They're still going to make an attempt, and it gets time. They're going to be focusing on Serpent. They chain the stun here, but it is a Tamus for a reason. Extremely tanky. Not the right target they were looking for. RGMY just banking on this Divergent surprise, and somehow it's forcing Homeboys to play very passively because of the fact that they need Nets alive.
Yo, Storm just got a Starly himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's done with Udio. like Udio has been out-damaging him. Storm is like, I want to be the part of this. I want to be able to man-fight like Udio in his primal form. But RGMY, they still forced out Support's Vengeance, and they can do this as much as they want, right? Checking bushes with the Divergence. The fact that the map is wide open for RGMY means that Izanami, he's going to have such a great time just giving Homeboys jump scare. Lord coming up.
It's so difficult for Homeboys to play on the map right now because that diversion could come from anywhere, and Izanami is constantly using it to scout out the map and see if there's openings that they can take advantage of. Homeboys knows that they are just 1 fight away, 1 lost battle away from potentially going into a full series, and then all bets are off, right? It's just going to be a slugfest considering the number of games both these teams have played.
Well, in this case, the playmaker is gotta be Izanami, because once he makes a play, everyone from RGMY is gonna be dropping on Nets once more. But make things a little bit interesting here. They are gonna try and get information using this Lord Dance. Homeboys now looking to retreat. Minions are shoved out, but again, it's all about waiting.
It's all about finding Nets. Nets is the key. At this point, Nets goes down. It's bets off. RGMY will have a chance. Here we go.
Virgin. Here he comes. They are going to be sending one up top as well. Looks like, oh, they don't find anyone, but it is going to be the deep rush up top. So if Nets decides to flank from that side, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. It seems very close, but Udil is going to be showing himself. Here he comes. They are going to try and collapse this, but no, they don't want to fight this. They want Nets specifically. Lolio is there. He finally shows himself and fight Udil. They don't know. It was a bait, and now Homeboys, they lose Udil 4v5. And now they collapse on Chibi. Can they get out? Entropy comes in. Somebody's going to be throwing his body with the vengeance here to try and buy time for the team. But nobody is re-engaging with him as well. Nets is trying his best. He's got the Winds of Nature. He tries to make a play. He will do so. But RSGMY is just too strong. They've got the numbers. They've got the sustains. And now Chibi needs to reset. He's got immortalities. He's got Zorn. But it is 3v2. They have a damage dealer. They found Lolios, but at the same time, can they chip against this crystal? Do they have the physical attack? It's all spells. They're clearing minions. They're going for the crystal. Circling Eagle to buy time. Chibi, they need to start taunting as well. And they have done it. RSGMY has made miracle here in MPL MY, where all things seems to be at a loss. They have bounced back. They have tied the series. They're giving themselves a little bit more hope. It's not over yet. The dream is still alive for RSGMY.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, RSGMY managed a recovery in his game 4 off of the genius plays of Izanami and Lo Liao coming alive when they needed him the most. Ripple on that Paquito, just incredible gameplay, constantly making sure to keep Homeboys in check. Like y'all both said, best start off, hold on to your guest coins, we're going to game 5.
If this isn't a rivalry, I don't know what it is. RSGMY showing the Homeboys why you don't take those risks, why you don't waste the game on the Leomord. Rico, you wanted to see a game 5, you got it.
And it's all through Repo's winning side pick. The winning matchup, man, we were talking about it so many times. If it's not a winning matchup, it's a matchup or a laner that cannot lose either way, right? The Terizla in the previous game, and now realize it. It's the Paquito with so much carry potential. He pops off, though again, there are a lot of things that they could improve, and that is definitely something we will see, the improvements for game 5.
This is where if there's one last chance for one of the teams, it's all about the crazy picks. But okay, MVP nominees, go.
Izanami.
I don't know. We got to see here because we're going to be taking a look at the backstage
no
and
fun
figure out
at
who the MVP here.
You
I don't
suck.
know.
You
of course, it's fine.
absolutely
Izanami's divergence is on point. I'm not going to lie here.
Let's take a look at MVP.
Now, MVP, who's it? It looks like Izanami. Yes, it is going to be Izanami here. It is the MVP for this match. And well done, because his Loi has been on point. Nets could not play that game at all.
I gotta admit, I mean, the divergence, drop onto Homeboy's head was kind of what set off this chain reaction, right? Homeboy started to realize, man, we really gotta respect the space, but we don't really have space to work with once we started losing structures.
And again, Zorn on the Matilda is not helping the situation. Yes, he's saving people, he's giving shields, but you need AoE, you need some kind of setup to be able to counter those diversions. That's why teams always go for the Minotaurs, go for the Carmillas. But this time, they had none of that, and Izanami made them feel the pain.
And so far, I think Loi has like a 100% win rate in this best of 5.
Yes, she does.
Alright, this brings us back to that hot topic, right? Mirko, Loi, does she have to go? Because she's winning every single game.
I think for Homeboys, for sure, they need to get rid of it or pick it up themselves, right? Because again, Udil can play this Loi. If they go on blue side, I think that might be the best first pick that they can go for right now. For RSG Malaysia, though, it's just crisp clean. Every time they get the Loi, it just fits within their playstyle of going in, fighting in the early game, getting that snowball, and then utilizing that snowball to create a death ball, right? It's all about winning lanes for them. And now for Homeboys, they need to start adapting as well because they are getting left behind.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it's very apparent. I mean, Ness, he was able to kind of hit that critical mass some point, but I mean, we've talked about turning point. Terrence, how much your thought on this?
To be honest, I feel like it comes down towards a battle of attrition and a war of attrition. Homeboys, it seems like they were looking a little bit lost this game, right? I talked about how Chibi being the ones that's going to be opening up the map, trying to set up this fight here. But when Izanami dropping his ultimate and just out of nowhere surprises them pretty much, I would say, fumbled or in this case got a big smack on Homeboys' entire minds here, and it seems like they look so confused and distracted to a point that they don't really know what's the right move because they're responding. It feels like whatever they see in front that's moving, they're trying to shoot. And I think the biggest outplay bait was the divergent up top, where they came out with it that when two guys left, they thought that was pretty much everyone retreating. And as soon as they go in, Udio thought it was safe. Lo Liu instantly one-shotted him and then threatened Nets to an awkward position.
I mean, it's all about the conditioning. RSG have gotten into that headspace. We talk about these two teams relying heavily on momentum. I think Naisu earlier today also brought it up. Now the momentum is on RSG's side. I think it is the appropriate time to call your bets for one last time. Adrian, starting with you. RSG or Homeboys for Game 5? Without seeing the draft, we're just going to win blind this time.
Oh man, that's a loaded question. I'm gonna be very direct here. I don't feel like RSG deserves to go grand finals. I think they have a lot of work to do, but I'm actually leaning towards them.
What about you?
To be honest, I want to see Homeboys do it, but considering how Homeboys is just not used to something that is quote-unquote meta, right? Like Loi is just so popular on the PH side. Loi is just so popular here now, especially the main stage to deal with chips. I think they just removed Loi and Homeboys was probably going to be able to take it, right? Like, because again, I said like, RG, can you do the exact same thing this time against Homeboys? They kind of did.
Yeah,
but
I did.
Who won them the game? I feel like Izanami just did the most job in this game.
Still the most consistent mid laners through and throughout. Merkel, without seeing Game 5, I mean, momentum on RGMY side, you think this can go all the way? You know, just channel them Merkers, you know, for this one last time here.
Oh man, I really hope I don't channel the mirror curse. You know, we've been on fire just going with the drafts, but honestly, I feel like Homeboys can still do it, right? RSG, the way that they've been able to win their matches or their games rather, have been really through getting what's super comfortable, getting the Edith in the first phase, getting the Paquito as well, and the Loi. I think the Loi is what sets them up for success. So as long as Homeboys make a little bit of that adjustment where they ban out the Loi, they should be good. Either pick it up, deny it away from RSG by taking blue side, or ban it away. I think the adjustments are still very, very easy to make from Homeboys, and I think they should be able to get that done.
Yeah, I think it's also a breath of fresh air to see RSG and MY kind of solving both red side and blue side and still being able to kind of play the same archetype of the draft, right? Hall of Famers, you see, surprisingly, Nets has the highest GPM, still not the highest overall, but 668 still. Izanami, consistent as always. Chibi has the sandbag on the Thamus and Stoem on that Edith with 13 assists.
666 is such a low GPM considering how often we get 800, 900s this season, even on longer games. It shows how tense the situation was, where no one felt safe enough to actually farm on the Homeboy side, and on the RSG side, they were just all grouping up at all times so that they could TP in and catch Homeboys off guard. I feel like in terms of the draft, Homeboys didn't respect Loi enough, right? They didn't even pick any sort of AoE counterplay when they saw that Loi as the first pick. The first pick hero gets MVP, dictates the whole game. You have 5 picks to counter it, and they didn't do it.
To be honest, I think it was still a 50-50. Like, I agree with Merkel's initial statement on the draft here. I don't think it was a draft issue. I think it came down towards just the outplays in terms of brain cells as well as the macro aspect, right? The instincts, do they spot Izanami, right? Because think about this, right? If Izanami isn't able to read the map well, he wouldn't be able to drop exactly on Nets, because we've seen this happen in Homeboys games, we've seen it happen in RGMY games. One wrong divergent, boom, they get annihilated instead of dropping the right targets.
I think overall it's also just, I agree with what you say, Sadalfa. I think Homeboys, instead of considering heroes like that, they even ban out heroes like the Minotaur, for example. But at the same time, I also feel like with how things went for Homeboys in the early game, RCMY, they had to really work for it to come back, right? And it leads into what Merkel pointed out, Ripple just having a fantastic game on this Paquito.
Yeah, So many things went wrong here, but I gotta give kudos to RSG MY. You would think that they'd be tired. You'd think that after everything they've been through today, they wouldn't be able to make calls like this. We see in the highlights the diversions coming in, catching nets off guard. If you ask me personally, I do think it's a bit of a draft issue, right? Because Homeboys have a front-to-back lineup. They want to play front-to-back. Easy way to deal with front-to-back. You TP to the back. You don't have to deal with the front.
As simple as that. Like ABC. I like how Starfire has just literally drawn the lines. This is how you do it.
Yeah.
TP back, win games. TP back, win games. What do you think, Virgo?
Yeah, I think it's very specific though, right? Like, I have to say that this is one of the rare cases where usually we take a look at a draft and we objectively say, okay, RSG's draft is better or Homeboy's draft is better. But specifically in this case, in this particular game as well, for RSG Malaysia, very specific here, it's really good for them. I think they outdrafted Homeboys because this is their style. This is how they like to take games. They go for these crazy fights. Yes, those angles and the Loyi definitely added into, you know, how they were able to make it even more chaotic. It's an outdraft that is very subjective. It is an RSG outdraft. It is their version of outdraft.
Yeah, it's like to see this is the prime RSG, right? Prime RSG in the playoffs in the very final game. And if they, I mean, Homeboys, they've been put in this position before. Even in last season's grand finals, they were about to win it like 4-1, and then SMG came back and made it a 3-3. So this time, it's the same against RSG MY. Adjustments, but this time, we gotta talk about Homeboys.
Yeah, Homeboys realized that, okay, game 3 didn't go so well, drafted a more normal lineup in game 4, forgot about the Loyi, got punished for it, and now I'm kind of worried for them because we saw this exact issue happen when they play against RSG the first time, where after losing 2 games in a row, game 3, they just tilted, they just lost all control, and I wonder if we might see a repeat of history here.
To be honest, RSG MY asked for a miracle. They prayed for a miracle. And guess what? Mirko, the Wonder Boy, I asked you, what happened? You said RSG gone. Benno gone. Mirko, seems like you're the best person to have when we talk about Caster's Curse, because that was so not on point, Mirko. Not on point at all.
They asked for a miracle and they got a miracle.
I'm telling you, man, Mirko was like, it's like unintentionally, you know, projecting that Mercus, and it's working out, right? It's manifesting. And he even told me, you know, that, man, whenever he watches Homeboys play, Homeboys, you know, it kind of goes down the drain a little bit. It's all coming together for one last game. But I want to hear your thoughts, Mirko. I know we slightly touched on the Homeboys got to take out Loyi if they are on that red side. But aside from that, are there any elements they can look into going into Game 5?
For Homeboys?
Yeah, for Homeboys.
Yeah, I think really the main thing is that Loyi, because that's what really what enables all the winning lanes to do what they want to do in the team fights, right? Because obviously, sure, RSG Malaysia, they're really good in their lanes. They understand how to get those winning lanes and utilize it to get an advantage in lane. But then in the team fights, it does get a little bit messy for RSG. Homeboys can capitalize on that, take away the Loyi, and I think it should be more proper. If they get normal fronts and backs, Homeboys, they're a team that knows how to do that better than RSG, right? Like, I think based on the series alone, we know that RSG, they love it when it gets so chaotic to a point where you don't even know where to look. So that should be RSG's way to keys to victory. For Homeboys, they need to make it as coordinated as possible. They need to stay within their formation.
So it's chaos versus organization.
That's the thing, right? I said organization.
Chaos and order.
Didn't really work out, but him said Mirko said like, hey, he was chaotic, but it wasn't chaotic enough. But now, when both games back-to-back that RSG has won, like, it was so chaotic to a point that, wait a minute, what's going on? And you can see, like, how do we react to this? And a lot of these times, I feel like Nets has been put in situations where he had to microly, individually outskill the plays, but there's only so much you can do, right? You've used the Winds of Nature to try and soak damage here, but I don't think throughout in the middle of the fight, you have enough time to kind of swap out Immortality, swap up Rose Gold Meteors because of the fact that he's not died. So I think it comes down to whether or not how quick is your reaction considering how long of a day they have been doing.
I mean, I want to quickly bounce it off of you, right? Because you've been having quite a migraine, like, why is everyone picking Loyi? If we remove Loyi from the equation, right, what is the draft or the playstyle you're hoping to see?
I would like to see the Enchanter style. I would like to see the healings now kind of back as well, because I think some of the teams, they did play rough up or rods to a certain degree here against Novaria, because so far Novaria has won a lot of games. I feel like they should really settle it with just a Novaria gameplay right here, right now.
Big pivot, Enchanter supports, yay or nay?
For who though? For Zorn or Storm?
Both of them. I mean, they're both, they're both people who like to start fights, right? We've seen them on Enchanter support. Results, arguable.
Yeah, I think Enchanter supports can be effective at times, but in this case, I do want to see them fight. I think the Matilda didn't work too well for Zorn, so just throw that out the window, go for these setup tanks, bring out the Kufra once again, and yeah, that'll be fun to watch.
I mean, one last team cheer, at least the last one for one of these teams. A bit quieter on RG's side, they're just getting the huddle together, but Terrence, what else? What's going to mind?
To be honest, this is an emotional moment for both these teams, right? Everybody is taking everything in this final game. It's a do or die for both of these teams, and you can see previous champion RGMY hasn't held the title since season 7. Now at the closest ever to potentially getting a second one for themselves here in RGMY, while Homeboys is also fighting for a potential back-to-back championship. It's just so much pressure. You can see the entire stadium is just focused on making sure that, hey, they want to witness who is going to be the ones to witness tomorrow when they face up against the Giants.
I mean, it's a culmination of not just one season, right, but multiple years of storyline. Mirko, I have an interesting stat for you, right? For MPL Malaysia, Loi's win rate sits at an astounding 73.91%. Four of those was contributed from this series itself. So, I mean, it definitely does blow my mind. But for you, you want to see RSGMY continue fighting Homeboys? Just bash their head into Homeboys?
Yeah, why not? It makes for an entertaining game, right? I think it's way more entertaining when RSG get the upper hand because they make it so chaotic. It's so ridiculous how chaotic these team fights can be. Sometimes it does look like mistakes, but hey, for some reason RSG MY, they just always find themselves on top in these messy skirmishes. But yeah, I think it's just the way that that MPL Malaysia has gone through the season. It's very team fighty, it's very brawl based, so Loi just finds so much value here.
Yeah, we're seeing the most picked, the players who pick Loi the most, with Udo the most picks, 6 picks and 83% win rate, Izanami with 75% win rate out of 4, Zyme Senpoi, and of course Stormy picking 3 and 2 each and winning every single game on this hero. I mean, the win rate itself is crazy.
Yeah, Loi needs to be respected this game. I don't know which side each of these teams is going to be on, but if you are on red side, that Loi may need to be contemplated. But what would you give up in exchange, right? Homeboys up until now has not changed a single one of their bans throughout the series. Is it finally time to switch something up?
I mean, that was the question I asked you, right? And you said it was too important to let any one of those go.
That is what I said, but man, the Loi.
What do you think? If Homeboys, they gotta let go either Novaria, Moskov, or Yuzong. Just for the Loi.
I think Novaria is something that they have that true if they give away the Loi, right? It comes down to who's going to be on first pick and who's going to be second pick, right? First pick now priority, very apparent. It is going to be the contest for Loi. Homeboys has shown that they want to take the chips, but after RSG MY making a run for this, they are going to go for the denial. So again, it comes down to who's going to be on blue and who's going to be on red. So if Homeboys is going to be in blue, they are going to let the Loi through so that they can pick it up themselves. But if RSG is on the blue side, they have to ban it and just let the Novaria through and pick something else.
Yeah, well, we're heading into the drafting phase. Last one for one of these teams. It's going to be exciting to see if that Novaria or at least that Loi gets banned down, because it seems like that is going to be the hot cake for this final game. Homeboys on that blue side, RSGMY on that red. Mirko, we're still seeing that Novaria ban, still seeing that High-Rift ban, but at least Loi now is in Homeboys' favor if RSGMY lets it through.
Yeah, I think at this point for RSG Malaysia, right, because they are on red side, they want to set up for repo, but mainly they want to secure the Loi. How do you do that at this point? How do you do that? Well, you let Nolan go, right? You bait Chibi into picking up that Nolan, and then you get the Lo Yi. That's the gamble you need to play with. Because if you banded Nolan out, Homeboys gets it. We know the pattern. We know how Lo Yi has been crucial in getting victories in this series. So it's just the gamble that they need to play with. The thing is, Homeboys might not take that bait, even if they do it. Even if they make that gamble by not banning the Nolan, maybe Homeboys still go for the Lo Yi pick, and RSG are then forced to let go of the Nolan or pick it up, and it might not be a comfort pick for Venogo.
Yeah, I don't think Venogo has played Nolan this season. At least not much. So they're going to ban it out. So Lo Yi still up for grabs. Is Homeboys going to ban that Yuzhong again?
If they're gonna bait with anything, it would probably be the chip, right? I think that's the hero they would let through to try and contest with Homeboys, because then at least if Udil grabs Lo Yi, then they can somewhat match with their own portals. We'll see whether that is the case. RSG gonna be looking for their final ban here. Do we see the Fredrin getting banned again?
I was thinking about Fredrin. Yep, caught it just right. So kind of reverting to the game tree, starting 6 bans for both teams.
Now, seeing how the... Oh, come on, man. Like,
they go for it.
Oh, no.
It's a no-brainer.
Oh,
every
come
game.
on. RSG, why? Okay, now, alternative teams here means, wait a minute, they actually let the chips through as well?
Wow.
Oh no, wait.
What? They let the chips through as well.
Zora's going to pick chip right now, right?
Surely, right?
Surely, 100%, right?
Uh-oh.
What do you think, Mirko?
Well, they're going to be overloaded if they go for the chip. I think it could work, but then RSG could just pick up a Carmilla, and that's so much of Homeboys' game plan being a bit too one-dimensional, I think.
Okay. So it's straight up back to the classic one that we saw, right? Just pick a Claude, have a chip, have a Lo Yi, you know, and you're everywhere around the map.
Like I can see where Mirko's concerns come from. You go for the Carmilla, you go for things like the Minotaur, and then instantly like it counterplays both the Lo Yi and the chip at the same time. But I think having double the teleports gives Homeboys double the flexibility as well, right? Yes, you could counterplay it potentially, but
wow,
can you though?
Okay, RSG MY gonna be sticking to their roots on what worked for them, right? The export was something that they had a lot of fun with, especially for Venogo. He was able to bully out Udil with the Lo Yi himself. He was able to bully out the chips as well once he drops Insanity. So I think RSG MY, they're playing to something that favors them. And I think Mirko brought a very good point as well. Carmilla is something that they may consider bringing to the table. But I feel like the biggest problem that I think RSG MY is facing right now is that how are they going to be able to match the rotation speeds of Homeboys right now?
Yeah, I agree. I think that is something that Homeboys have an edge over RSG MY. Contrary, I mean, it's such a different contrast in terms of draft. Homeboys so far looking lenient, but RG just whips up 3 different flex picks. Now targeting on the XP lane again, especially for Homeboys. I think they might still consider clamping down on Rippo Zero Pool, but Carmilla that Mirko called out, that one is straight out gonna be banned.
Oh no.
They should probably look to ban Terizla as well. Like, Homeboys might be tempted to ban the Minotaur, but I feel like Terizla is going to be a bit more dangerous overall because RSG can still flex that, and we know how scary Rippo is with it. Sapat's already getting a lot of his signature heroes removed from the pool. He's had a rough time in the EXP lane this series. Do not give the Rizzler again.
Mirko, does this come down to kind of just, has this been an XP laner clash this entire series? Because I feel like it's either Sabat gets a winning lane or kind of Rippo just hard carries and comes out hot in his games.
It's been both the XP and the mid lane, I feel. Izanami has also been winning out against Udil most of the times on the Lo Yi. Okay, they banned out the Akai. I was actually expecting the Valentina. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I overthought that for sure. Yeah, the Akai ban makes way more sense. I was thinking Valentina ban to prevent a Valentina pickup from Homeboys, but they already have Lo Yi. So RSG, at this point, if Homeboys don't ban the Faramis, I think RSG might just go for a full dive comp, right? They go Faramis, and then they use the flex pick of Xborg Edith to secure Repo winning lane. And then RSG will have themselves a pretty good composition to deal with this double TP meta of Homeboys.
Ooh, okay, I can see where you're getting at as well for the Faramis. Like, I would like the Faramis as a way to deal with the chips here, but personally, I think Faramis, if they group up together, means that it's going to be free shots for Udil. So I think maybe just get the Valentina as a safety precaution here for Izanami and hope he outplays Udil, which he did in previous game, but no, they banned the Terizla instead. So none of this majors is going to be a big threat. Seems like Repo is going to be the priority once more.
Yeah, I think banning now the Terizla is a more important choice because yeah, sure, Faramis gives you a dive comp, but you know what else makes it stronger? Terizla. So not giving Ripple that means that Paquito is now back on the table for RSG MY if they want to conceal Izanami's pick, since Loyi was already shown on Homeboys.
Matilda actually ignored from both sides this game. Barats as well. Completely left open. Nobody wants to play with that anymore.
Technically, RSG can still go to Matilda if they really want to, but I don't think that's the play here.
I think it isn't too bad, because if we are talking about lacking of magic damage here, Edith does a lot of magic damage.
It's not even a magic damage issue. It's being able to save you.
Okay.
We talk about AoE, Lilia brings that to the table. Mirko, we haven't seen Lilia in a long time. Is this kind of the direction that RSG MY can play with?
Yeah, I can see what they're going for here with the Lilia plus the Edith in the mid lane, right? They're basically trying to get better mid prio, faster mid clear over Homeboys, get the advantage in the mid lane. And technically, yeah, if you want to stop these guys from teleporting everywhere, you want to nail them down into the mid lane or punish them. So I think RSG, it's all about winning lanes at this point. They have, so far, it really depends on where the XP is, but RSG are setting themselves up for 3 winning lanes. If they do that, anywhere Homeboys teleport, RSG can just look to mirror and trade and look for the punish on the side that they leave. So it's all about mirroring, it's all about winning the lane even harder.
Alright, Barat, you say that he was missing, now it's picked up in the jungle for Chibi and Lapu Lapu for Sabat. This is where we get to see RSG MY. What is Ripple gonna finally get?
We still don't know for sure if Ripple is playing the Edith or if Storm is going for it. So that's gonna be the big question. Maybe? Yeah, I was thinking that if the Edith goes to Ripple, a Grok for Storm would not be bad at all. But I'm not sure. That's the thing, right? This Edith is such a power pick for RSG because it keeps that question open all the way until the very end.
I think they need a way to just deal with the overall AoE damage, right? Repo needs a strong AoE potential damage here. They deny the Lapu Lapu, which is good because Lapu Lapu is so much CC control, so much sustained in teamfights. And I think maybe going for the Paquito now is just giving him burst, but it's not going to be enough of long spikes here. But no, Tamus does exactly that instead. Tamus does exactly that. AoE damage and very, very high tankiness. Yeah, I like the drafts.
I mean, I like it as well. I'm looking at RSG MY and I'm starting to believe in that reverse sweep. Mirko, final words on the draft.
3 winning lanes for RSG. If there is a way to beat a full map pressure team, I guess this is it, right? It'll come down to their execution. They need to stay disciplined this time because the one time they overcommit, the teleports will punish them. The teleports will take them down. So that's what they need to play with.
It's all about winning your lanes. Adrian, what do you got? Final game.
I agree with Mirko. You have winning lanes on RSG's side, but I feel like the portals, the diversions could make something interesting happen. One thing's for sure, we are in for an entertaining time. It's the last game of the day.
It is indeed the moment of truth. The final time for today as we enter into the Lanadon for the lower bracket finals. It is going to be full resets, a best of 1. The winner takes all. The winner will advance into the grand finals. Homeboys versus RSG MY. This is going to be a very, very emotional moment by the end of this match.
It does not get any better than this. We wanted it to go fully. I mean, me and Sadafa, we were having a conversation. We were like, man, RSG is probably going to get swept today. And guess what? They were about to do the complete opposite against Homeboys. Storm starting the early lead for Venogo just to speed things out a little bit for this Xbox jungle.
Every single action in this game is going to move mountains for these teams. The fact that wild cards, potentially an MSC slot, rests upon the results of a single visit to the Land of Dawn. That pressure is going to be weighing down heavily. The fatigue going to be felt by both sides. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Well, speaking of what's happening here, again, ever since Game 4 kind of happened as well. You can see both Homeboys and RSGMY playing extremely disciplined, extremely passive as well, ensuring to wait for those third turtle power spikes or even the 3-item core power spikes before entering these fights. And again, you can see how much pressure is on the line. The stakes here are on the line for both these teams, and now they cannot afford to do this. Chibi, he got a little bit cheeky. He does harass a little bit of fights here, but he is looking to fight against Vinogo. And I think Vinogo, he has been struggling the most for the longest of time. And this time, given the export once again, this is just a safety one where Vinogo, you won't mess this up. Like, even if you get dived on, you've got a second life. So that's going to buy you a little bit more time.
Yeah, ensures him good jungle clear. You run into the barrage. I mean, you annoy the heck out of the barrage once you start getting those core items. Homeboys, they wanted to break their Faraga armor, but it was unsuccessful, which means Rippo is going to hit his 4 Izanami as well for the black shoes. And this first turtle fight could be what sets the momentum for RSGMY.
And we know that this first turtle fight has changed a lot of things for both these teams. They're aggressive early. Hold on.
Okay, Storm, they find Udio. They're going to collapse on him as well. RSGMY, they take him down. Chibi with the Daytona's welcome. Gets blown now by Vinogo. And now Vinogo, he is going to die in the hands of Subart. But here he comes. Storm with the catch again. The shortcut comes in. That's going to be joining the fight to try and salvage the situation for Homeboys. And they managed to do so. A double kill for Homeboys. What may look like a good start for RSGMY has completely flipped with a play by Zorn.
Man, that's getting a double kill in that situation. Literally was the saving grace for Homeboys. That could have not gone any better for RSGMY. Zorn getting the shortcut just in time. And the turtle going over to Homeboys means that RSGMY, they have not gotten the lead that they were hoping for.
Yeah, that's a massive victory, in fact. It looked like RSG were in full control after they got 2 free kills. We see the portal from Zorn. We think there's no one left to call in, but there's Net. Oh, Zorn though.
Okay, round 2. They're going to try and Zorn. He's going to be able to escape this here. This is so frustrating from RSGMY, right? Like, RSGMY, like it or not, they have to start a fight somewhere. They can't just wait for Zorn to actually make a jump, but in this case, do they have enough damage to burst? It looks like he's going to try and attempt on Udio once more. Do they get the kill? No, Izanami was so occupied and running because Serpent melts him down, and now here comes the Daytona's welcome. They even catch Storm. Double kill for Homeboys. It might be over. Just like that.
Man, they gotta be disciplined, man. RSGMY starting to step on the gas a bit too much. They wanted to go for Udio, but Izanami did not have black shoes in that moment, and the overcommitment costed them a lot more than they would have liked.
RSGMY needs to make sure they're not going too far here. They know that victory is within reach. That's why you see them starting to go for these advantages wherever they can. At Homeboys, they got 2 teleports, man. You gotta respect that control.
A very long, drawn-out fight. Finally, we are hearing the drums of the Flame Boys giving motivations. They know that Homeboys has one of the best shot possible right here, right now. And RSGMY, they seems to be in a little bit different city. Have to play this a little bit safer now. But Homeboys, again, Zorn, in a bit of trouble. Here he comes again. They are going to try and set him up. Can they kill him in time? No, they got the shotgun out as well. They made the blunder. And here comes the collapse. The stage is roaring. Double kill for Nets for Homeboys.
Man, he's 4-0 already. This is getting worse and worse. RSGMY, you got to stop doing that. You don't have enough damage. If you want to full commit, use the Primal Wrath Storm. You cannot be generous. This game is slipping away in such a weird fashion.
Considering what happened in Game 3 and Game 4, Homeboys are stepping on the gas. We thought they might be tired, we thought they might be tilted, but no, they've just gotten even more motivation to take down RSG.
Now Zorn going to be starting the fight. Vinogo looking for the retry battle. He loses his here, use the insanity to back off. Repo also dropping now. He's going to be the straggler from RSGMY. Can he get out? He's so low. He gets picked by Zorn. Homeboys finds the pick, and now Lolio's next to fall potentially, but he flickers out of there. So he's going to be able to escape. Homeboys again with their oppression. 5 minutes in, 3K goal lead.
Dude.
This is the quickest goal lead that has been built up the entire series. Homeboys and RSG have been so respectful to each other the whole time. But it feels like Homeboys has figured something out. They've pressed on the wound. Sapat literally diving into their jungle.
Oh, they're trying all they can. Here it comes. The collapse once more. Shotgun here.
Oh my goodness.
One as well. Izanami gets completely destroyed by Sapat. Vinogo now is dead. Vinogo gone. Unstoppable for Nets. Homeboys continue to assault as they look for more. RSGMY in some serious trouble here. The lead continues to extend, and you can see Zorn starting with his recalls once more.
Man, Homeboys need to like actively grief the game to even attempt to lose it, because this game has already reached the point where I feel like it's done. RSGMY, they need so much time for Lolio and Izanami to scale up, but they're not given the space because all these fights that they're taking, they're not full committing to it, and they kept banging their heads into the wall.
Homeboys have 10 kills in 6 minutes, and half of those are nets. Look at the goal difference between him and Lolil. Only 7 minutes into the game.
God.
Sapat is 4-1 as well. He is actively one-shotting this Lilia.
Dude, think about this, right? Nets is 5-0-3, 6 minutes a game as a gold laner. This guy is level 10 as well. He's on par with Chibi. That means he's almost 3 items compared to Lolio's right now.
You gotta feel really bad for Venogo. The game was not supposed to go down like this. Venogo was supposed to get some more space to farm out, get his early items, and then get the snowball rolling. But these early skirmishes have gone so poorly ever since the first turtle, which is the only even fight for both teams. In RSGMY, they drop the ball time and time again. This mid-tier 1 goes down in the next 2 minutes. I think Homeboys will just lock RSGMY out of the jungle.
I honestly don't know if RSGMY have enough time left in this game to actually come up online, because Homeboys is just going to continue scaling. They'll straight up win any team fight they come across. Udil hasn't even used diversion once yet. He hasn't had to, so you never know when that might pop up. There's so much pressure on RSG.
Hey, why need Divergent when you've got a shortcut by Zorn? Like, Divergent so far, I feel like Homeboys is using it as a disengage mechanism right now, which I think RSGMY, again, they need some way to burst them down. And Chibi right now, on this barrage seems to be very difficult to actually kill off.
This lore, I don't even know how RSGMY is going to contest this. Unless they get some straight up miracle out red tree onto Chibi, onto Venogo. Homeboys are definitely going to get the lore and start really taking this outer layer defense.
The miracle run might just end right here, right now, as RSGMY is possibly on their last straw at the edge of the seats now, the edge of the cliff. They might completely fumble here. 5.2k gold net worth lead. Homeboys now going to be taking the first lord just like that. No contest coming from RSGMY.
Things are spiraling. Things are already falling out of the hands of RSGMY. The fastest we have seen this entire series. I don't even know what they can do to come back from this. Lolil needs farm, Izanami needs farm. Rippo has already fallen behind to the point where he only just got his corrosion sight, so he's not even tanky.
I mean, this is like what? Miracle State, RSGMY, they gotta have all 3 winning lanes, and they have the tools for it, but it's just not used properly. That window has closed. Homeboys, they can get whatever they want.
Oh, they're gonna try. Looks like they're gonna burst the creep waves as much as they can. The middle turrets will fall. The creep waves take so long to actually clear off as well. Izanami pre-drop those shadow bombs, not helping with the creep waves, but eventually they still get it done. So they have kind of stopped the bleeding down middle, but there is still the Lord heading from the top side though.
The Lord, only the first Lord of the game, but the impact of it feels so large because of how behind RSGMY have already found themselves. Homeboys should be able to take down every single external tower with this, and if RSG are unlucky, they may even lose an inhibitor. That's the situation they find themselves in.
What a huge disadvantage. Venogo, he's got to throw everything to clear this as well. They are able to defend for now, but Homeboys continues with their lead. Nets now level 13 on this gold lane. This Claude is finally online.
Yeah, I mean, Loliao, he is so far behind. And it's not even his fault, right? His team just kept wanting to fight. I mean, Loliao was a part of one of that. 8,300 goal advantage for Homeboys at 10.5 minutes in. This game is already nearing the situation where RSGMY might as well flatline. Sapat can just single-handedly tear through their lineup.
I feel bad for Lolio, man. He was just innocently laning against Nets, just doing his own thing. Nets TP is out of the lane for a short moment, comes back with 2 kills under his belt all of a sudden, and the lane is just over. Like, hold on though.
Oh my goodness, no. He is gonna get spit out as well. Chibi, he's taking a little bit of damage here. Shortcut comes in, but it is right behind the wall. The big attempt coming from RSGMY, but again, the lead is too far off. They just can't kill off Chibi, so They are going to try and make a second chance here, second attempt, but again, only all the outer turrets has fallen for RSGMY, so it's back to resets from both sides.
Man, if they manage this comeback, it would be one of the most incredible ones we've seen. We know RSGMY, they had the reputation of managing these in the last season, but this one feels so insurmountable. At least they know they have some sort of damage, and all they need is a bit of time, but it takes quite a while because they're funneling everything into Izanami and Lo Liao, and they have to stick as 5.
Lo Liao needs to get a shutdown on Nets. That is an important step for RSGMY if they want to make up even a slight bit of this net worth difference. 8K 11 minutes in is very big, but we have seen these same differences overcome before in the past. But with that rose gold meteor for Nets now, that's usually one of the last items you get. Okay,
that is the last item. That is the last
man.
Oh my god.
6K ahead of Lo Liao. It's 2 items, it's 2.5 items ahead.
Dude, if they end the game right here, right now, Nets might have set a very, very new all-time high GPM. It's close to Chibi's too, if you think about it.
Oh boy.
If you think about it, Chibi actually got level 15 around this timing as well. So if they close out this game right here, right now, Nets might be able to set an all-time high for the highest GPM in this game. Maybe, just maybe.
This could be the final blow. I mean, RSGMY, even in the best case scenario, they defend against the siege, they probably would lose at least 2 inhibitors.
Well, let's see. They are playing this very patiently here. It comes down to Nets. Does he get the biggest big boy damage into this fight? Because damage jungle ranking here, Nets hasn't been doing a lot. Sabat has been 1v1ing his fight against Izanami, and it's proven to be very difficult for Izanami to survive in all these fights.
And RSG is dependent on Storm as well. That's their only main reliable source of catch here. Homeboys is taking advantage of that. How many towers will RSG lose? Will they lose the game even?
Yeah, the lanes pretty much crashed in tier 3 falls. Lord survived very long, but very quickly defended by RSGMY, not making unnecessary plays. Homeboys, they have to be the ones to make the jump, and RSGMY, they know they're trying to stall for time. For how long can they stall? As you can see, Sabat making an attempt. He's taking some turret damage here. Tier 2, Tier 3 might fall on the top side. Storm trying to defend against Homeboys' assault here. Once again, they're just poking and poking, but eventually they're not full committing from both sides.
Okay, so RSGMY keeps the top and mid inhibitor for now, but both structures are basically in the red. They didn't really have to use much for the defense except for the Primal Wrath. But the minions are coming again. Homeboys, they can keep doing this for as long as they want.
Round 2, take 2, another attempt once more. Storm looking for the catch. Oh, Chibi actually escapes the Daytona welcome. And Homeboys, they take another tier 3 in the middle. Top side might fall. RSGMY, you can see they're getting cornered slowly but surely. But even a cornered red will fight back.
Yeah, but they are gonna need a couple more tools before they can actually put up a strong fight here. Homeboys still getting a gold advantage, a tower damage advantage with that previous Lord push, a near 12k net worth a lead. RSGMY, they got another 40 or so seconds before the next Lord comes up. Can they create space on the map anywhere during that time?
I mean, this is the death zone. You have Chip and Loyi, and you have so much open space everywhere. Is a hazard zone.
Well, Zorn still taunting RSG to make some sort of mistakes. He's trying to get in the heads of RSGMY, but it's not working out. RSGMY has got one game plan right now. Play safe, play defend, not overcommit it, get some farm out of the Lo Liaos, and then hope to find a pick. But again, Lo Liao, is he able to match Nets' skating speed?
I mean, they can't fight this Lord. That's the biggest problem. There's no way they can contest Lord. They aren't even going to try because they know they are not going to get it.
They can only try the turtle. That's the best case scenario for them, to just play in the base, defend against the Lord. But with only one inhibitor left standing, Homeboys are inching closer and closer to securing that second grand final slot and earning a chance at defending their back-to-back title.
Would you use a divergence to send Nets down so he can sync up the wave? Now RSGMY, last defense.
Now the collapse comes in. They have to go in. Daytona Skeleton will miss. Zor looking for the stunts as well. RNG MY still holding on, but Chibi, he's taking a little bit more damage as well. The Insanity comes in. It's going to do some decent amount of damage here, but RSG, they have to reset this. Crystal's kind of exposed, but RNG MY Loleos, he's able to find a couple of picks, but it's over. They take too much damage. A triple kill for Udil to close things alive. The miracle has been denied. The Owls will be your second grand finalist. Homeboys has done it. They have not disappointed the fans. They have not disappointed everyone. They will make it to tomorrow.
Repo, you just gotta stand there and eat it. You know what's coming for you if you don't win this. Udil will pay it back with this victory. This one, a shot through the chest. Homeboys with the celebration. Another grand finals appearance. Their second best of 7 since last season. But I gotta say, man, RSGMY dropped the ball hard and it just sunk through the tectonic plates. We just have to let this sink in. Homeboys have done the impossible. One last handshake to send RSGMY off.
What a catch. And I'm curious to see what they have to say with all the emotions around here. Rose, please check up on what's going on stage.
Finals lower bracket yang sangat-sangat sengit. 5 game penuh, and unfortunately RSGMY's journey dalam musim ini ends here as our top 3. And with that, we would like to give RSGMY their final bow in a count of 3, 2, 1. Guys, a round of applause. Exceptionally amazing game. And we hope to see you guys stronger in the next season. And the last team to get the grand finals ticket dan juga tiket Riyadh Stadium MBSJ. Give it up for Homeboys! Wow, congratulations. Okay, I tak nak main-main dah. Give it to Chibi terus. Chibi.
Chibi
Yeah, Chibi. Sebab Chibi, I nak tanya. Dan I tak nak tanya, I geram. Kenapa you guys suka ambil Leo mod di game ketiga?
Sebenarnya kita orang nak try meta, tapi tak tahu pula diorang boleh main.
You guys ni suka try meta dekat lower bracket
Sebab tu kita orang game kelima kita orang serius je. Kita orang tahu kita boleh bantai RSG sebenarnya.
Gitu. Okay, can we give it to Sepat pula? Sepat. Esok korang akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants di Grand Finals. And I'm not gonna be gentle about it. I takkan jadi nice pasal ni. You guys kena bantai 2-0 first match korang di regular season. Adakah history akan repeat pada esok ataupun you guys yang akan bantai balik untuk misi dendam Homeboys 2.0?
Mungkin kita orang kan kalah dengan RSG kan semalam, hari Jumaat. Sebenarnya kita orang tak nak jumpa SRG awal-awal. Kita orang nak bantai dia 4-0 esok. 4-0. Kita kan dia 2 kan dia punya point. Kan dekat regulation 2-0, kita 4-0 kat dia.
Double. Times 2 multiplier. Wow, Homeboys membalas dendam bukan main-main Wow, they are hype. I am hype. Ini adalah lower bracket finals yang sangat-sangat hype. PCU pun says. But then, Stadium MBSJ, siapa yang layak jadi MVP? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP perlawanan ini jatuh kepada Jeng. Siapa? Zorn! Alright, Zorn. Last season, masa Zorn champion, Zorn cakap Zorn nak retire dah. Rupanya Zorn prank kita orang. Okay, sekarang sekali lagi dapat tiket Riyadh. Paling kurang pun you guys dapat represent Malaysia dekat wildcard. Zorn, how confident are you guys that you guys boleh represent Malaysia dengan sangat-sangat baik kali kedua?
Sejujurnya kita orang memang ada prestasi yang sangat bagus lah. Melalui skrin pun kita orang malas je nak beritahu orang gempur-gempur kat SRG, tapi kita orang dalam diam ada je kalah-kalahkan tim yang besar. Cuma untuk tim-tim dekat MSC kita orang dah siap dah. Macam mana korang semua nampak kita orang dekat sini, adalah beberapa mistake tapi tetap final kita orang punya.
Wow! Guys, korang boleh rasa tak confidence daripada homeboys dekat MBSJ ni? It's oozing. And I'd like to ask Nets. Dia dah penat. Nets, kaya mo yan. Okay, Nets. Bukas, makakalaban mo na si Innocent. Oh, buzzer. Okay, boleh. Nets, esok, you akan lawan Innocent. Sekali lagi. Betul. First time, you lawan Innocent, you kalah. And you tak pernah kalah dengan Innocent. Tomorrow, will we see a Nets that's super, super angry? Ooh. Ha.
Boleh.
Boleh.
I wish.
You wish. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that scary, angry Nets will come out tomorrow?
Bagi jawapan 10.
10! Ini yang Nets yang kita ditunggu dan nak. Alright. Nets.
Spicy boy.
Wow.
Hey. Let's go. Gua pengen interview banget hari ni, Kak.
Excited.
So bagi question yang mantap sikit.
Okay, yang mantap sikit.
Yeah.
Semalam, Ripo ada tembak-tembak. Ada spicy boy.
Yeah.
Come on lah, Udil.
Apa?
Kenapa you bagi dia buat macam tu?
Apa?
Kenapa you bagi Ripo tembak-tembak semalam?
Sebab last time dia tembak kita orang kan.
Yes.
So kita tembak balik lah. Kita bagi tahu kalau kan kita ni burung hantu kuat. Tak payahlah mereka bantai kami. Kalau bisa panggil RSG PH. Oh, kami lupa. Mereka tak qualify untuk MSC.
Wow.
Oh ya, RSG PH. Kalau lebih baik pecat aja adminmu. Fire aja. Sebab apa? Rakyat Malaysia ini ada maruah, bos. Tak payah bahas 25-0. Kami hidup di masa depan. Masa depan kami cerah. Kami pergi Riyadh. Kalian hanya hidup di masa lalu. Kak. Satu lagi.
Go. The stage is yours.
Oi, guys. Akhir-akhir ini tuh banyak yang hate aku. Khususnya dari tim Atrigo. So mereka di Indonesia harusnya lagi pada salty, lagi pada iri. Sebab aku pergi Riyadh, ada orang tidur di rumah, tak bisa ngapa-ngapa.
Wow.
Oi, kalian tuh aib paham tak? Sebab kalian tuh tak kemana-mana. Dengan homeboys, aku terbang, brother. Tidur.
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Udil. I love interviewing this kid. Daddy, last words kepada Flame Boys yang datang daripada awal sampai malam. Tengok full house dekat MBSJ. Full support for the Flame Boys.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. First sekali terima kasih barisan keluarga kami, keluarga pemain. Terima kasih maknya Pak Cham pun ada, daripada Filipin pun datang, Indonesia, keluarga kita orang. Flame Boys, I love you so much. Always and forever. Kepada fans-fans dekat rumah, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Kepada semua budak-budak Homeboys, ML, merchandise, Fix, ex-girlfriend Fix, semua ada. Don't worry. Thank you sebab datang. InsyaAllah RSG jangan sedih-sedih. Boleh teman PH-nya RSG Jangan risau, RSG PH tak pergi. Sebab kita orang daripada Rusia main salji. Tak lama kita main pasir pula. Alright. Okay, nanti kita nak main pasir. Siapa nak ikut pergi Riyadh, Roger kan. Maybe kita orang boleh beli tiket banyak sikit kan. Sama-sama kita gerak pergi Riyadh. Doakan kita orang yang terbaik untuk esok. Apa pun keputusan esok, kita mampu merancang, Allah je menentukan. Tapi ini semua rezeki dan doa daripada korang yang kita orang tumpang. Terima kasih banyak-banyak, insyaAllah. Oh, tak sangka orang cakap Homeboys dah tak boleh jejak grand final kan. Semalam saya tengok berapa ramai orang hentam kan. dah lah Daddy tukar lah player, Daddy scout lah player lain. Jawapan dia sebenarnya kita orang dah keriak dah pun. Okey, daripada awal lagi saya bagi tahu dekat satu posting saya cakap game pertama menentang SRG merupakan game grand final. Boleh check. Nanti saya akan repost, korang boleh tengok. Alright, insyaAllah.
Alright, thank you Daddy. Thank you homeboys. You guys may now go party and celebrate your victory. Lower bracket final yang sangat sengit, sangat amazing. And guys, I dah boleh rasa dah apa yang akan jadi di Grand Finals pada hari esok menentang Selangor Red Giants. And we can see Homeboys is full energy. I rasa dorang makan banyak sangat gula hari ni. They were hyping up on stage, but there's still tomorrow. With that, I'm gonna throw you guys to the casters for them to dissect what happened in this full series of best of 5. Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, RSG Malaysia take their final bow, but the Homeboys, they prepare a memorandum for this lower bracket finals and earn their spot against SRG tomorrow again. And who can forget about the MVP? It is Zorn. 2 games on Chip, 1 game on Kufra. Let's speed run this through. Mirko, what do you think about that speech from Udil? Has he just triggered a world war in the MLBB scene?
For sure he did, man. That was a declaration of war to everyone. He attacked everyone. Legit everyone. I mean, the Alter Ego fans were bashing him. The Indonesian fans were bashing him. Even RSG PH, even the admin of RSG got hit too. Man's out for everyone, dude. But hey, I love to see that. That's why Udil always brings in the hype to any league that he is in. And that was what we had in MPLID for a long time. I'm glad that finally he's able to find success with Homeboys.
Hey man, there's a reason why MPL MY is the most entertaining region for a reason. And we've got entertainment here, and to see Udil, you know, stepping up out of his to get his glory is a very, very nice sight to see here. However, the journey does not end for Homeboys yet. They still have tomorrow where they will be facing off against Selangor Red Giants, but still, this match, it felt, what happened to RSG, man?
You want the honest truth? They messed it up.
They overestimated themselves.
They messed it up big time, right? Like after the first turtle fight, okay, that one, Homeboys played the best. But afterwards, every single move that RSG MY made just fell short.
I don't even think it was RSG MY making the blunders necessarily. It was Homeboys just stepping to another level. RSG believed if they went with the Roger, they went with the Edith, they went with the Exborg, all of these were winning recipes in their previous games. Stick with all of them. They should be able to deal with the Homeboys. But a double teleport, a little bit too much, bringing in nets at the final moment. Super charging the Claude was just the first step to disaster.
Yeah, I mean, after that game and after Udil's declaration, we gotta give them our citizenship, right? He is officially Malaysian. Mirko, can we have him? He's Malaysian now, right?
No. You know, you can have him
whoa,
for a team, but he is Indonesian, bro. You know, that hype, that's something we miss for sure.
Hey.
We don't have that guy anymore.
For a second, you were like, hey man, Indonesia was hating on him, bashing on him. Indonesia doesn't want you, go to Malaysia. And then now when he wins and flies into Riyadh, you want him to represent Indonesia? What, man? Come on, man.
Hey, the Indonesian haters be hating, but I've never hated on Udil, man.
Oh, okay,
so,
okay.
Yeah, don't gaslight Mirko, man.
We can share him.
Yeah, we'll share him, right?
Dual citizenship.
He gets both, right? He gets both. Like if you want him back in Indonesia for 1 month, you can have him. Just negotiate with Daddyhood after this.
1 month.
But this entire game, Nets. I mean, Nets and Sapat, but Nets in particular had a great game.
Nets had such a hard time this series. He was targeted over and over again when Izanami had that Loyi. So when the call came, when Zorn said, Nets, we need your help, everyone's dying, he gets the 2 kills. All of a sudden, this man is the man of the hour. He's become the superhero he's always wanted to be. And this is the fastest farming Claude we have seen in a long time.
I'm genuinely curious to see what the GPM's looking like as well, but at the same time, I think the game dragged out a little bit too long. So it might have affected the overall GPM, but if they close out the game a little bit earlier, they might have gotten the highest GPM here. No.
Not quite.
Not even close to 1,000 here, unfortunately. It's 941 GPM for Nets.
I mean, it's good enough. This is I've always yearned for a day where the Hall of Famers are all from the same team, and I finally got it, right? Rich Guy, Nets, Carey, Udil, Sandbag, and Wingman, both are Chibi.
Actually, it's more like we've seen it happen for all from the same team.
Yes.
We have not seen
We
it
need to see
happen from the same
one
guy.
player.
One player.
That would be
all four.
That would be crazy. I think Chibi is the one to do it, right? He's gonna eat up the most damage, deal the most damage, has the most assists because he joins every fight,
And he's the rich guy, and he's also the best wingman.
He has the highest GPM, right? I mean, like, okay. Chibi gets everything. Right, let's just close our eyes. Udil gets a Hall of Fame spot of his own.
Yeah, he gets his own spot up there, but yeah, it was an incredible game. Every single player of the Homeboys seemed to have something to show. So as we look at the items once again, Mirko, did you expect things to go so one-sided this final game?
There's a certain level of expectation from that because obviously both of these compositions are very volatile, right? I mean, it's a winning lane type of draft for RSG. They really want to win their individual lanes and then utilize that to go for trades and then go for team fights, which they did for the first turtle. But yeah, then they completely, overextended, maybe got overconfident in the skirmish as well, and Nets was able to take control. So the fact that Homeboys, a composition with so much map pressure, had a 2,000 goal lead from the start. The Claude up against the Roger, that's the lane that, should have been stomped the most, was winning. It just went south very quickly. 9 minutes, Corrosion side, DHS, Golden Staff already done. That's when you know it's kind of done, right? He had a 4,000 goal lead, I believe, against Loyal, and I think towards the end it's a 6,000 goal lead, so that speaks volumes, man.
Yeah, it was crazy enough, right? Like, it came down towards this fight. Like, initially, when RGMR was able to get the first jump, it came down to a moment where Zorn was trying to wait for the perfect moment to strike, and he was using Support as bait. And as soon as he drops his shortcut, Nets, this is the turning point for Nets to actually get hyper farm in this engagement, because I think during the entire the previous itemizations, Lolios was actually ahead in terms of the first item progression, right? It was like almost a minute and a half behind for Nets. But after this clash, Nets was just power farming, just winning every single fight from that point onwards, to a point that he was 2 items ahead of Lolios, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, even Sadafa pointed out, right? Like, Loliao is just feels bad. He's having a good time in the lane. Nets disappears for 30 seconds, comes back with 2 kills, and 2 minutes after, Nets is suddenly 4-0-3, and Loliao just like, yo, what the hell? What do you guys feed this Claude? And
Nets imported his farm, man.
Yeah, just straight up, just gave Loliao an impossible task to work with, and the rest is history. This is straight up a snowball from Homeboys.
Yeah, especially after that second play where they thought they could gank and pick off Zorn, and then instantly the portal comes out. Once that fight happened, the game was over. There was no coming back for RSG. The map control was too much. They needed lane control versus Chip and Lo Yi. And by giving that initial farm up, they could never get their hands on it ever again.
Yeah, and with that series concluded, let's take a look at the brackets one more time, and perhaps the last time this evening as we send RSG MY home. Homeboys, though, have earned a date with Selangor Red Giants, the team that they started off the regular season fighting, lost 0-2, but now finally getting a rematch in the grand final. It's going to be a best of 7, and it's going to be hype, Terrence.
It is going to be a very, very difficult one here for Homeboys, because they have been playing so much games. It was a battle of attrition in today's games in general here. I hope they are going to be able to bounce back for tomorrow's game. But for what I do know is that SRG, throughout the start of the season, has never lost a single game until yesterday, which is against Kage, which unfortunately to say it's not enough.
Yeah, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Of course, aside from the grand finals, we also have the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Awards ceremony at 3 p.m, followed by the MPL MY X Players Showtime at 4 p.m. And afterwards at 5 p.m, that's where all the gloves came out. Rock Lee Ways, the Naruto moment, anime, whatever you want. Attack on Titan, Selangor Red Giants against Homeboys. I know Homeboys said Sepat, was it? So say one 4-0 Selangor Red Giants. We've watched them develop over the entire league. Sadafa, what do you think about tomorrow's series?
I don't know, man. One thing that I will say is that it would have been a crime if we didn't get an SRG versus Homeboys match this playoffs, right? They were 1 game away from not seeing it, but we will get it. I'm still gonna be leaning towards the Red Giants, but I think it is going to be a great match.
Yeah, I know we hit our bingo books, right? Because at the start of week number 1, we said that Homeboys SRG is going to be the grand final. So yes, toast to that. But Mirko, is this the grand finals you were expecting? SRG and Homeboys for tomorrow's best of 7?
Yeah, I think unfortunately it was predictable, right? SRG and Homeboys. The road to getting into that top 2 wasn't predictable. I didn't expect Homeboys to get knocked down by RSG Malaysia, but hey, it turned out great anyways. We get to see the match that we're all waiting for, that second leg, and it so happens to be the grand final. So I think it all comes down to a very good climactic match, grand finals, especially after that interview. I think anything would be hype after that interview.
Yeah. I am extremely hyped for this as well. Like, to see Udio getting a moment to actually just, I wouldn't say brag, more like release all his inner thoughts that he's been saving up over the years, you know, and for him to be able to just like let go and just say, guys, I finally got a chance to fly. I don't care whatever you say, like alter ego, this, players hate me or whatever. I'm here representing. Like, I think that's the most satisfying thing you can say for any player ever.
Let's talk about the current PCU, because we are very, very close to 400,000, and that's just from today. So please tune in tomorrow for that grand finals, because last season we clocked in 550,000 PCU, almost doubling season 11. So if you can break that record tomorrow, you're the heroes. I know, Mirko, you're gonna be pulling in views. We're not gonna have you as a guest tomorrow, but I know you will be watching. So I wanna hear kind of your thoughts about tomorrow's series. How is it gonna be like? Do you have any expectations? Is it gonna go 4-0 like Liquid Echo in the Philippines, or is it gonna go full 7?
I really hope it goes full 7. That's number 1, because I mean, if it's a 4-0, it'll be very anticlimactic. Looking at the road that both these teams went through, even, you know, the invincible run of SRG kind of getting demolished by that 1-game loss against KGE. And hey, it was Sasa, it was a Kage. Let's see him go up against another Kage in Udo, right? And it's the second leg. It seems like Homeboys, their arc this entire season wasn't just to make it to MSC. To a certain point, I might even say their whole arc might not even be to become champions. Their whole arc might just to be getting revenge, getting their vengeance up against SRG. It looks that way, right? Because every single time you ask them, they're always just talking about that one loss that they suffered in the regular season to the one, the only, the team that looks to be a bit too hard to beat. But hey, I really hope it goes 4-3. It doesn't matter if SRG wins or Homeboys. I just want a good show.
All right, thank you very much, Mirko. Before we send you off, I just want to say that it is great to have you with us. Wish you a very good night. I know you'll be enjoying the grand finals tomorrow. Cheers, mate.
Thank you. See you guys. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Right. This is very exciting moment here. To be honest, there's just so much emotion. So many things can happen. Expected, unexpected here. To be honest, this is mind-blowing here. And for me to be doing every single game is just tiring, man.
Yeah, he's been here for the whole day. I mean, this has been quite a journey for you as well. I mean, the desk would not have been as electric as without your commentary. So great to be with you. We've got a grand final tomorrow. Any final words, Adrian?
I'm so glad to have been here. So excited to see what happens tomorrow. Very grateful for our guests as well. Close us out, Husky.
Wow, it's been quite a series, but that's the end of the night for us. Remember, tomorrow, 3 p.m. Award Ceremony, 4 p.m. Performance, 5 p.m. Grand Finals. Good night. See you tomorrow. Have a good rest.
GG Puri. I have blink. No, free fight. Nice. Orang. Aku mati.
Korang aku B. Nice one, guys.
Aku boleh back guys.
Oi, beli ke mana? Oh, nice.
Lagi. Bisa.
Gas.
Nice.
Kejar lagi.
Cari. Fredrin.
Nice one.
I can swipe.
Nice one.
Ada Fredrin.
Exchange CC.
Dead. I pull. Never mind.
Nice one, bro. Nice one.
Dapat 3. Jom. Gas. Nice job. Rata.
Nice one.
Nice. Barak.
Macam tu. Macam itu nama Malaysian di mana?
Nice one, boy.
I got Leo.
Dead.
Need the ball.
Meet double.
Roger.
Lihat Des, kau mana?
Aman. Aku taruh aja. Hati-hati. Guys.
Go, we can.
We can? Let me. Nita.
Wah! Nice one.
Go. That's saying.
Nice.
Nolty. Can I kill the guy? 1 HP.
Flicker. Nice one, Po.
Can you guys go?
Turtle 20 second, guys.
Ya, aku. Dapat. Roger.
Alhamdulillah.
Final.
Kita